Chapter 281 The Snow Empress Shrinks. Exquisitely beautiful, everything around them was plunged into darkness, and Lu Chen and Shui Di felt as if their bodies were floating and completely unsupported. The fluctuations of their soul power seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, and their bodies seemed to be undergoing some strange changes. Shui Di stared at the changes in herself, a trace of solemnity flashing in her eyes. She clearly sensed that the power within her was disappearing, and even her body was changing back to that of a child. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, and I felt a sense of solid ground beneath my feet. Lu Chen looked around at the strange space. This place is like a giant arena. It looks circular, but it stretches as far as the eye can see. There were no clouds, sun, or stars in the sky, only boundless darkness, while the light emanated from the arena itself. He himself reverted to the appearance of a 6-year-old. And even the Assura demon sword martial soul had not awakened. It seems there's no way to get Zuching to form a contract with this dark demon evil god tiger. Lu Chen sighed softly, showing no sign of panic. Although this space can seal power, his understanding of the sword has long been integrated into his soul and has never dissipated. Just then, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him, Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned his head and was immediately drawn to the figure in front of him. It was a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, with a small figure and a faint icy blue aura surrounding her. Even though her power had greatly diminished, the crisp aura of extreme ice could still be faintly heard. Her silver hair no longer hung down to her waist as it did when she was an adult, but instead became fluffy. Soft short curls that clung to her round cheeks. Her skin was an almost transparent porcelain white, with a cool and moist texture unique to ice and snow. Her long eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings covered in frost and snow, and below them were a pair of eyes that were still ice blue and clear, but they had lost the majesty and aloofness of adulthood, and had gained a bit of ignorance and confusion. When Shui Di looked at Lu Chen, her eyes shone like stars, yet also held a hint of helplessness. Her long dress also shrank in size, turning into a fluffy ice blue princess dress with layers upon layers of skirt. Looking at the fragrant, soft, and exquisitely beautiful little one in front of him, Lu Chen softened his voice and tentatively asked, "Snow Empress?" Upon hearing this, Shui Di tilted her head slightly and blinked her icy blue eyes. I'm still here." She looked up at her small hands, then looked down at her shrunken body, her brows furrowing slightly. "The ultimate ice soul power within me is only a little bit left, and my body has been forcibly pulled back to its infancy. I should have killed it with one strike just now." There was a hint of barely perceptible frustration in her tone. After all, as someone who once stood at the top of the Douluo continent, she was now reduced to a helpless state, which was quite frustrating. Shui Di wanted to go to Lu Chen's side but found that she and Lu Chen were unable to move, as if there was a restriction on their bodies. Just as the two were about to say something, a roar came. Lu Chen and Shui Di turned around and saw a large black cat standing there. The dark demon evil god tiger was 30 meters away from the two of them, staring at them intently. However, its eyes were now filled with fury, and it roared repeatedly, completely losing its previous composure. The dark demon god tiger was originally 8 meters long and extremely majestic, with its wings spread out on its back, giving the impression of covering the sky and the sun. But at this moment, not only were its wings gone, but its tail had also turned into an ordinary tiger tail, and the evil god hook at the end of its tail was pitifully small, without any energy fluctuations. Its main body has shrunk to only 1.5 meters long, much smaller than before. If it was incredibly ferocious before, now this dark demon god tiger looks exceptionally cute, more like a large black cat. "It seems we're not the only ones who've shrunk," Lu Chen said calmly. Snow Empress nodded, and a flash of blue light appeared in her right hand, slowly forming an ice crystal longsword. Strange voices echoed from all directions, "Welcome to the arena of life and death. Only when one side dies can this life or death battle end and one leave this space. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin." Lu Chen and Shui Di felt a sudden relaxation in their bodies. The restriction had disappeared. The moment the stagnation ended, the dark demon evil god tiger transformed into a black shadow and pounced on Lu Chen in an instant. A pair of red eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Shui Di, holding the ice crystal longsword in her small hand, immediately went to meet them. The ice crystal longsword clashed with the claws of the dark demon god tiger, producing a crisp, clang sound and sparks flying everywhere. Shui Di's petite figure was shaken and she staggered back 2 steps, her fair and delicate hands slightly numb. She frowned, secretly shocked. This beast actually has such brute strength. The dark demon tiger missed its first attack, but upon landing, it pushed off the ground with its limbs and launched another fierce attack. Lu Chen lightly tapped the storage soul tool at his waist with his fingertip. And a drop of blood dripped from his fingertip. The storage soul tool at his waist then flashed with a faint light, and a heavy black iron sword fell into his hand. His eyes suddenly sharpened. Within the body of a 6-year-old child lay a swordsman's heart honed through trials. With a light touch of his toes on the ground, he shot out like an arrow, his heavy iron sword cut through the wind as it slashed straight at the side of the dark demon god tiger. Just as the dark demon god tiger was about to strike the Snow Emperor with its claws, its keen intuition detected a threat behind it. It suddenly twisted its body, its thick tail sweeping out with a whistling wind, heading straight for Lu Chen's heavy sword. Clang! The great sword collided with the tiger's tail, producing a dull metallic clang. Lu Chen felt a numbness in his arm, and the Zontai heavy sword almost slipped from his hand. His small body was also shaken and slid back several steps. Fortunately, his body was nourished by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, so even in the body of a 6-year-old, he was as strong as a tiger. Seizing this fleeting moment, Shui Di took a deep breath, her youthful voice carrying a hint of icy coldness. Ultimate ice, condensate. The ice crystal longsword in her hand shone brightly, and the ice blue aura around her suddenly spread. She swung the longsword, and an arc-shaped ice blue sword aura shot towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Awu. The dark demon god tiger panicked slightly. With a deep roar, wisps of gray energy began to rise from its body, swirling slowly and condensing in front of it. Whoosh! The evil lightning of the dark demon god tiger shot out and collided violently with the ice blue sword energy unleashed by the Snow Emperor in midair. Boom! A violent energy explosion instantly spread outwards, with gray, malevolent energy intertwining and devouring the icy blue extreme chill, forming a distorted turbulent energy current. A powerful shockwave swept outwards, sending Shui Di's small body flying backwards. Lu Chen flashed forward and swiftly pulled Shui Di into his arms, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Leave the rest to me." The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Chen's black hair suddenly turned snow white, and his originally jet black eyes instantly shone with a dazzling crimson gold light. Chapter 282 Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Fallen. Amidst the swirling icy mist and gray smoke, a crimson gold sword light shone forth. Lu Chen emerged from the smoke, wielding the Zontai heavy sword. Crimson gold Assura sword intent condensed on the blade as he slashed down at the dark demon evil god tiger's head. Wherever the crimson gold sword intent passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Dark demon god tiger's pupils shrank sharply, a sense of death enveloping his entire body, and his previous anger was replaced by extreme fear. It suddenly arched its body, and the gray energy around it surged wildly, all of which gathered above its head to form a thick gray energy shield. Clang! The heavy iron sword slammed into the gray energy shield, producing a deafening roar. The shield cracked at a visible speed, and countless tiny fragments of energy scattered everywhere. The dark demon god tiger let out a painful roar, its limbs gripping the arena floor tightly, its body being pressed down by the sword's force. Its 1.5-meter-long body appeared so tiny under the terrifying pressure of the sword. The dark demon god tiger's eyes were filled with disbelief. As the incarnation of an evil god, even though it had shrunk, its foundation remained. However, the sword intent released by this 6-year-old child was causing its courage to resist to dissipate rapidly. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold, his crimson gold pupils devoid of any emotion. He suddenly tightened his grip on the heavy sword and uttered a low shout. "Break!" Crack! Boom! The gray energy shield shattered with a crash, but the crimson gold sword intent, undiminished in its momentum, slashed straight at the head of the dark demon god tiger. In despair, the dark demon god tiger suddenly tilted its head to the side, trying to avoid a fatal blow, but the sword intent was too fast, and it ultimately failed to completely evade it. Sizzle. The Zontai heavy sword grazed the forehead of the dark demon evil god tiger, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound from which black blood gushed out. The excruciating pain caused the dark demon tiger to completely lose control. It shook its head wildly. Its eyes turned blood red, and the gray aura around its body surged once again. Just as it was about to swing the evil god's hook on its back, a beam of icy blue sword light suddenly appeared. A streak of icy blue sword light flashed, and the Snow Empress, stepping on the shattered ice crystals, swept to the side of the dark demon god tiger. Despite her small stature, her movements were as fast as lightning. The ice crystal longsword in her hand, imbued with the chill of extreme ice, slashed precisely at the tail of the dark demon god tiger, which had not yet fully swung. Sizzle. With an extremely shrill roar, the dark demon god tiger's tail, which was adorned with tiny evil god hooks, was neatly severed. The moment the black blood gushed out, it was frozen into black ice crystals by the surrounding cold air, scattering all over the ground. A woo. The pain of losing its tail far exceeded the dark demon god tiger's tolerance limit. It rolled its body wildly, its eyes bloodshot, and the gray aura around it became chaotic. The evil energy that had been gathered was completely out of control and crashed in all directions. Having lost its tail for balance, its movements became extremely clumsy, and its previous ferocity vanished, leaving only deathly madness and fear. After landing a successful blow, Shui Di quickly retreated, her petite body landing on the arena floor not far away. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her youthful face was pale. Clearly, that sword strike had taken a toll on her. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't miss this fleeting opening. The crimson gold sword light surged once more, becoming even more dazzling than before. Lu Chen's footwork shifted, and his figure appeared as if he had teleported to the side. And behind the dark demon evil god tiger, avoiding its frantically swinging claws. Instead of slashing, he thrust his heavy iron sword forward, channeling all his crimson gold Assura sword intent into the tip, aiming directly at the vital spot on the neck of the dark demon god tiger. Die. Lu Chen's voice was icy cold, and the voice of a 6-year-old child was full of murderous intent, perfect. Li matching the Assura killing intent surging in his crimson gold eyes. The dark demon god tiger sensed a deadly threat and tried to twist its body to avoid it, but the out-of-control energy slowed its movements by half a beat. And the excruciating pain from its severed tail made its whole body numb. It could only watch helplessly as the crimson gold sword light grew larger and larger before its eyes. PFF'd. The Zontai heavy sword pierced the neck of the dark demon evil god tiger without any resistance. The crimson gold sword intent erupted instantly, raging wildly within its body and shattering its meridians and bones. Black blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, splashing onto the arena floor. The dark demon tiger's body stiffened abruptly, its wildly waving claws froze in midair. Its crimson eyes gradually lost their luster, and finally drooped limply. Its 1.5-meter-long body slammed heavily onto the arena with a dull thud. After twitching a few times, it became completely still, and the gray, evil energy around it receded like a tide, completely swallowed by the light of the arena. One sword, and he's dead. Lu Chen slowly drew the Zontai heavy sword, black blood dripping from its blade. His snow-white hair gradually turned black again, and the light in his crimson gold eyes slowly faded, returning to their pitch-black state. Only a faint trace of killing intent remained between his brows. Call. Lu Chen gently exhaled a breath of stale air, his arm gripping the heavy sword feeling slightly sore. His young body could not fully withstand the consumption of the Assura sword intent. That sword strike had almost drained the last bit of power from his body. He turned around, strode towards Shui Di, and put the Zontai heavy sword into his storage soul tool. Are you all right? Lu Chen squatted down, his voice extremely soft, and gently brushed away a few ice crystal fragments that had settled on Shui Di's cheek. Shui Di gently shook her head, her small head involuntarily leaning towards Lu Chen, her voice tinged with weariness. I'm fine, just a bit drained of my soul power. I need to sleep for a while. Everything around them began to distort, all space shattered instantly, and endless darkness swept in once more. Bright light shone forth, and Lu Chen felt a sense of lightness throughout his body. When he finally stood on solid ground again, Lu Chen had returned to the Stardow Great Forest with Shui Di, and the lost sense of power returned to his body. Not far in front of him, a strange bead floated on the massive corpse of the dark demon god tiger. The bead appeared completely black, but it emitted a blend of cyan and blue light. Without hesitation, Lu Chen transformed his right hand into a golden dragon claw and fiercely grabbed at the bead. Just as Lu Chen grasped the bead, a black hole appeared behind it. The moment Lu Chen clenched the strange bead in his fingertips, the suction force of the black hole suddenly increased several times. The surrounding trees, rocks, and even the broken branches and leaves on the ground were all pulled by an invisible force and rushed wildly toward the black hole, making a whooshing sound. A suction force came, and Lu Chen pulled his right hand back sharply, snatching the bead back. As the suction force decreased, the black hole gradually shrank, eventually disappearing as a tiny black dot. At that moment, the dark gray soul ring above the corpse of the dark demon god tiger suddenly surged into the bead in Lu Chen's hand. The moment the spirit ring entered the bead, the dark gray aura spun rapidly 3 times within the bead, and then the blue and green light suddenly surged, directly enveloping the dark gray aura. Chapter 283 The Natal Bead of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Gu Yuina's True Purpose. Lu Chen felt a burning sensation in his palm, and a tingling sensation came from his right hand holding the beads. Before he could react, the Sive corpse of the dark demon god tiger suddenly began to tremble violently. The originally stiff body began to disintegrate inch by inch, turning into strands of blackish-gray energy, which, as if drawn by an invisible force, surged wildly toward the strange pearl in Lu Chen's hand. Buzz! The pearl emitted a deep hum, and the blue light on its surface became even more dazzling, faintly forming 2 intertwined vortexes of light. Lu Chen could clearly feel that the suction force of the bead was several times stronger than when it absorbed the soul ring before. He even needed to circulate his soul power to stabilize his body in order to avoid being pulled forward by this suction force. The dark demon god tiger's corpse disintegrated faster and faster, from its limbs to its torso, and then to its head, which had been slashed by the Zontai heavy sword, all turning into a torrent of black and gray energy. When the last wisp of energy flowed into the bead's radiance reached its peak. The 3 colors of light, cyan, blue, and blackish-gray, intertwined and collided wildly inside the bead. He could clearly sense that a tremendous change was taking place within the bead. With the 3 energies merging together, as the surrounding air gradually calmed down, the previously chaotic airflow returned to stability, leaving only a pool of dark blood on the ground, proving that the dark demon god tiger had once existed. The light of the strange pearl in Lu Chen's hand gradually dimmed, no longer as dazzling as before, and was replaced by a deep, warm luster. Lu Chen looked at the dark demon evil god tiger's natal bead in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. I remember this bead was originally supposed to end up in the hands of another kid, wasn't it? Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. Just then, that majestic and profound voice rang in his mind again. The second of the 9 trials of Assura, the path of Assura, passed. The second trial is over. Assura god affinity increased by 5%, now totaling 10%. The moment he finished speaking, a crimson gold light suddenly shone between Lu Chen's brows. The light condensed and did not dissipate, outlining the shape of an Assura divine pattern. As the pattern flowed, an even purer Assura pressure spread out from his body. The surrounding plants and trees seemed to be intimidated by this oppressive force, and their branches and leaves drooped slightly. He felt a warm touch between his eyebrows, and then the information about the third of the 9 trials of Assura appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket. The third trial of the 9 trials of Assura, the edge of Assura, control of slaughter. The test taker, guided by the Assura god king, finds himself in the Assura trial arena. The arena's memory contain SA-1000, killing puppets, controlled by the power of the Assura god, close black lens bracket. The test taker must complete the trial within 1 hour without harming themselves. Time limit: 3 years. Lu Chen raised his hand and made a grasping motion, and a wisp of crimson gold energy immediately swirled around his fingertips. With a flick of his fingertip, the wisp of killing intent shot like a sharp blade towards a boulder not far away. With a soft swoosh, the hard boulder was easily sliced in two. Just then, Shui Di slowly awoke. Looking at the pool of black blood beside Lu Chen, she asked, "Where is the dark demon evil god tiger?" Lu Chen placed the bead in his hand in front of Shui Di and explained, "That guy's entire power has been condensed into this natal bead." Shui Di's gaze fell on the natal bead, and a hint of surprise appeared in her clear eyes. She slowly extended her fair fingertips, not yet touching the bead, and whispered, "Such pure energy. It contains the primordial power of the dark demon evil god tiger. I estimate that it will generate a soul ring after absorption, and it is very likely that it will also generate a soul bone." Just as Lu Chen was about to say something more, a purple gold light suddenly shone from his body, followed by a familiar suction force. The dizziness that made him feel like the world was spinning swept over him again. He sighed helplessly and complained, "Can't you just let me rest for a while?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot, enveloped in a purple gold light. Shui Di dusted herself off, her gaze sweeping over the valley filled with a faint aura of evil. She murmured softly, "The evil energy here has not dissipated. If left unchecked, it may give rise to even more evil soul beasts." As soon as she finished speaking, the snowflake mark between her brows suddenly lit up. With a gentle wave of her right hand, an extreme chill instantly filled the entire valley. Snow and ice appeared out of nowhere, covering every inch of land in the valley. The evil energy that had not yet dissipated was sealed under the solid ice and could no longer escape. Beneath the lake of life, in a mysterious space, as soon as Lu Chen regained his footing, he saw Ji Yuina not far away and asked her bluntly, "What brings you here?" He didn't believe that Ji Yuina wouldn't have a ferocious beast under her command capable of subduing the dark demon god tiger. Ji Yuina looked at the Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows, paused for a moment, and then slowly said, "I need something, and only you can retrieve the thing." "What is that?" Lu Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. He really couldn't understand what Ji Yuina was planning. "The dragon god's tears." Ji Yuina's voice was calm. Seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, she continued, "To be precise, they are the dragon god's tears. One of the dragon god's relics." "Where?" Lu Chen's eyes turned fervent. What he truly cared about was not the dragon god's tears itself, but another super artifact that was very likely hidden in that place, the dragon god's heart. Ji Yuina gently shook her head. "I don't know, but you are destined to go to that place." Ji Yuina gently touched Lu Chen's brow with her fingertip, and a purple gold light shone forth, causing everything around him to become chaotic and blurry in Lu Chen's vision. "If you find me, I can grant you one request." Quote. As soon as Ji Yuina finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure disappeared again. At the same time, a crimson gold figure appeared in front of Ji Yuina. It was none other than the Assura god king. However, apart from Ji Yuina, none of the ferocious beasts present noticed the Assura god king. "Long time no see, Silver Dragon King." The Assura god king's voice was very calm. So calm that one could not sense any emotion from it. Ji Yuina said coldly, "As long as Lu Chen can retrieve the dragon god's tear, I will give him the million-year-old ice silkworm." Seeing Ji Yuina's indifferent expression, the Assura god king was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "I know your true purpose is to obtain the item left behind by the dragon god. But don't forget, Lu Chen is not only human, but also the golden dragon king of your dragon race." Ji Yuina nodded, "But he ultimately grew up as a human, and the dragon god's heart will not accept him." The Assura god king smiled faintly, as if he had expected this all along. His figure began to slowly dissipate. His choices are never something we can predict. The future of the god realm and the dragon clan may lie in this uncertainty. Chapter 284 Zhu Zuching's Sixth Soul Ring. At this moment, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuching were taking a walk in the Stardow Great Forest. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a colossal figure as tall as a mountain appeared abruptly in front of Xiaowu. It was none other than the Titan giant ape Ming. A hint of warmth flashed in Xiaowu's eyes as she softly asked, "How have you been while Da Ming and I were away?" Ming's massive body lay obediently in front of Xiaowu, his huge head gently rubbing against the hem of her clothes. Then he let out a low woof. You're asking me where Lu Chen is? Xiao Wu understood its meaning, her pink eyes filled with worry. I don't know either. Just then, Shui Di's figure slowly descended from the sky. Don't worry, Lu Chen is fine. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuching exchanged a glance, their tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and most of their worries dissipated. I wonder what Lu Chen is doing now. Xiao Wu pouted and muttered to herself, her tone full of lingering concern. Shui Di's gaze fell on Xiao Wu, her eyes filled with envy that even she herself did not notice. Just then, a ripple NLY appeared in the space above Erming's head. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly fell straight down from that fluctuating space. It was Lu Chen, who had just left the mysterious space. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her heart leaping into her throat, and she instinctively rushed forward. Fortunately, Erming reacted very quickly, and with a gentle lift of his large hand, he steadily caught Lu Chen in his palm. It carefully placed Lu Chen on the ground, afraid that it might hurt him by using too much force, and even let out a low woof, as if asking if he was all right. Lu Chen steadied himself, shook his somewhat heavy head, and after recovering from the dizziness, he looked up and saw Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuching, and Erming in front of him, as well as Shui Di not far away. He was stunned. For a moment. What are you all doing here? We should be the ones asking you. Xiao Wu ran quickly to him, looked him up and down, and seeing that he was all right except for being a little pale. She was relieved and asked with a hint of reproach, are you hurt? Looking at Xiao Wu's concerned eyes, Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to ruffle her hair. I'm sorry to have worried you. I ran into a little trouble. But it's been resolved. He didn't go into details about Jiu Yuina and the dragon god's tears, firstly because the matter was too complicated, and secondly because he didn't want to cause them any more worry. Zhu Zuching stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over Lu Chen's entire body. After confirming that he was unharmed, she asked softly, what are your plans next? Lu Chen looked at Zhu Zuching and placed the dark demon evil god tiger natal bead, which he had been holding tightly in his hand, in front of Zhu Zuching. This is your sixth spirit ring. Lu Chen began to explain. This is the natal bead of the dark demon evil god tiger. This bead contains the primordial power of the dark demon evil god tiger, and it contains 3 attributes: evil, wind, and thunder. Evil attribute. Xiao Wu looked at the bead and asked in confusion, can evil be considered an attribute? Lu Chen nodded, his fingertip lightly touching the bead, and 3 colors of light, cyan, blue, and blackish gray, instantly burst forth. As soon as the light appeared, a bone-chilling cold and an eerie aura spread out, causing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuching to shiver involuntarily. This is the evil attribute of the dark demon god tiger. The evil attribute should be an evolution of the dark attribute, possessing the characteristics of the dark attribute, but even more powerful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zuching beside her and said worriedly, this evil attribute is still a bit strange. Zuching, should we? Zhu Zuching shook her head firmly, then looked up at Lu Chen, I want to absorb it. Quote, Zuching. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of worry, but this evil attribute is too strange. What if something goes wrong when we absorb it? Zhu Zuching gently patted Xiao Wu's hand, reassuring her, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. My martial soul is inherently compatible with dark attribute-related powers. Although this evil attribute evolved from the dark attribute, as long as I can control it, it will be a qualitative leap in my strength. She paused, her gaze falling on her natal bead, her eyes growing increasingly resolute. Besides, there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, and I can bear this risk. Zuching. Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zuching and her heart trembled. She understood Zhu Zuching's thoughts all too well. During the time Lu Chen was away, they cultivated almost every day, just so that they wouldn't fall too far behind Lu Chen. Looking at the unwavering determination in Zhu Zuching's eyes, Lu Hen felt both gratified and somewhat solemn. He nodded and said, all right, I will protect you from the side. If anything goes wrong, stop immediately and I will help you suppress this power. Shui Di slowly stepped forward, her clear, cold voice carrying a hint of approval. Although the power of evil is strange, as long as one's will is strong enough, one can control it and use it for one's own purposes. Erming seemed to understand what was about to happen. His massive body took a few steps back and lay steadily not far away. His large eyes were fixed on Zuching. A faint earthy yellow soul power emanated from his body, forming a thick defensive barrier around them, keeping out any disturbances that might occur from the depths of the Stardow Great Forest. Although Xiao Wu was still worried, she knew she couldn't disturb Zuching at this moment. She bit her lip, stepped back to Lu Chen's side, and whispered, "Lu Chen, you must keep a close eye on Zuching." "Don't worry, I'm here." Lu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, then turned his gaze to Zuching. "We can begin." Zuching took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and held the dark demon evil god tiger natal bead in her palm. The bead felt cold to the touch and carried a faint, eerie aura that made her fingertips tingle slightly. She closed her eyes, channeled her soul power, and cautiously probed towards her natal pearl. The moment Zuching's soul power touched her natal bead, the bead suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blackish-gray light, mixed with azure wind and thunder power, like three ferocious little snakes, surging wildly into her body along with her soul power. Zuching let out a muffled groan, her brows furrowing instantly, and fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. The evil power was far more violent than she had imagined. After surging into her body, it surged and crashed everywhere, causing a sharp pain in her meridians, as if they were being torn apart. Her martial spirit instantly possessed her. Black cat ears appeared on her head, and a long black tail lashed out from behind her. Her soul power circulated at an accelerated speed as she desperately suppressed the out-of-control power within her body. As the evil forces continued to invade, the crescent mark between Zuching's eyebrows was gradually shrouded in a faint gray light, and her originally clear eyes were also clouded with a hint of obscurity. As time passed, the fluctuations of Zuching's soul power suddenly became chaotic. Dark gray evil power even overflowed through her body, forming a faint black mist around her, making her aura somewhat sinister. Her face grew paler and paler, and a trickle of bright red blood slowly seeped from the corner of her mouth, dripping down her jawline. Chapter 285 Sixth Soul Skill, Netherworld Wind and Thunder Fiend. Zuching. Xiao Wu's heart clenched when she saw Zuching injured, and she couldn't help but rush forward, but Lu Chen stopped her. "Don't go over there." Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the black mist surrounding Zuching. "If we stop now, not only will all our previous efforts be wasted, but we will also be severely injured by the backlash of the power." Zuching was oblivious to everything around her. The excruciating pain within her body was almost tearing her consciousness apart. But one hot kept echoing in her mind. "I can't lose. I absolutely can't stop. I have to become stronger, to truly be worthy of standing beside him." Roar. A suppressed growl escaped from her throat, not a human voice, but more like the howl of the netherworld moonshadow cat. With this low roar, the soul power that had been circulating to its limit within her body suddenly underwent a strange change. A faint silver glow appeared in the originally pure black soul power. The silver light collided with the dark gray evil power, and the black mist churned violently. The crescent moon mark Zuching's eyebrows suddenly lit up, and the dazzling silver light pierced through the gray light, making her face appear to be in a state of alternating light and shadow. "This is..." A look of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. The silver light grew stronger and stronger, spreading from between her eyebrows to her entire body. Zuching's black hair began to fall out, replaced by new hair with a dark silver sheen, and faint blue-green patterns flowed around the roots of the hair. Her figure also became more agile, and her originally long tail split into three, each tail trailing a different colored halo at the end. Blue wind, blue thunder, black and gray evil. The cat ears on its head became sharper, with a touch of icy blue adorning the tips. The obscurity in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep dark silver. Its pupils transformed into vertical pupils, and as they turned, they exuded a captivating majesty and allure. The crescent moon mark between his eyebrows had completely transformed into a dark silver crescent moon, surrounded by three thin halos, each corresponding to one of the three attributes. Clea. R and majestic cat's roar echoed through the forest. Unlike the previous suppressed roar, this roar was full of power and control. The next second, the black mist surrounding Zuching was instantly absorbed into her body. After circulating through her body once, the cyan, blue, and black light completely merged into her soul power. A dark gray spirit ring slowly descended from above her head. As it interlocked with the previous 5 spirit rings, it suddenly burst forth with a dim, radiant light. The radiance flowed rapidly along her meridians, eventually merging into her 3 long tails. What was originally just a tail tip trailing a halo slowly condensed into a semi-transparent, barbed bone blade prototype, with cyan, blue, and black patterns intertwined on the 3 tails respectively. Zuching's soul power fluctuations suddenly surged, climbing from level 60 all the way to level 64. Zuching slowly opened her eyes, her dark silver vertical pupils scanning her surroundings. Every detail of the forest was clearly imprinted in her mind, and she could even capture the trajectory of the soul power flowing in the air. She gently waved her 3 long tails, each swing creating a whistling airflow. Azure wind blades, blue lightning arcs, and blackish-gray evil energy spontaneously swirled around the tails, and the airflow carved 3 shallow grooves into the ground. Power. So strong. Is this an external soul bone? She murmured softly. She could clearly sense that the energy contained within the 3 cat tails, which were fused with the external soul bone of the dark demon god tiger, was enormous. Xiaowu finally couldn't hold back any longer and quickly stepped forward, looking Zuching up and down, her eyes still a little red. Zuching, are you all right? Zuching nodded slightly to Xiaowu, a rare faint smile appearing on her lips, before turning to Lu Chen. She moved swiftly, appearing before Lu Chen as if by teleportation, her 3 long tails drooping gently at her sides, her dark silver eyes filled with determination. Lu Chen, I did it. Lu Chen reached out and ruffled Zuching's cat ears, saying softly, quickly try out the soul skills after your martial soul has evolved. Okay. Zuching nodded in response, a sharp glint flashing in her dark silver eyes. She slowly closed her eyes, her mind sinking into her body, carefully sensing the immense energy contained within the 3 long tails, as well as the newly integrated 6th soul ring. The next second, she suddenly opened her eyes, her soul power surged. A dark silver halo flowed around her body, her 3 long tails slowly rose, and the semi-transparent bone blades at the tips of the tails trembled slightly. The cyan, blue and black light became more and more intense. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Zuching shouted, her figure suddenly blurring, turning into a dark silver afterimage, rushing forward with a whistling wind. Unlike before, when she used Nether Thrust this time, her body was surrounded by fine cyan wind blades and blue lightning arcs. Wherever she passed, the fallen leaves on the ground were crushed by the wind blades, and faint scorch marks remained on the stone road. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of a large tree dozens of meters away. The black evil power at the tip of her tail suddenly erupted, and with a gentle flick, 3 wind blades wrapped in evil power whistled and slashed towards the tree trunk. With a few soft sizzle sounds, the tree trunk, as thick as a bowl, was cut in half, and black smoke was rising from the broken end. Zuching flashed back to Lu Chen, her breathing slightly rapid, but the excitement in her eyes was hard to hide. Let's try the 6th soul skill again. Lu Chen's voice was encouraging. He could clearly feel that Zuching's soul skill had not only become much more powerful, but also had the characteristic of attribute fusion, which was extra melly rare among agility-type soul masters. Zuching took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and frantically channeled her soul power into her 6th soul ring, causing the dark gray soul ring to suddenly light up. 6th soul skill, Netherworld Wind and Thunder Strike. With her shout, Zuching's arms were covered with purplish-black dragon scales. 3 beams of light of different colors, separated from the 3 long tails and intertwined in the air to form a complex net of light. The net of light expanded outward suddenly, with cyan gales and blue lightning raging within it, and RK gray evil power coiling around it like vines. Zuching clenched her right hand, and the net of light in the air suddenly contracted, condensing into a ball of light in her purplish-black dragon claw. Go! Zuching's eyes sharpened, and she swung her right arm forward with a sudden burst of power. The purple-black dragon claw exerted force, and the ball of light shot towards the open space not far away. The moment the ball of light left his hand, its speed increased dramatically, leaving a three-colored afterimage in the air. The air along its path was rubbed together, producing a sizzling sound. And even a slight spatial distortion occurred. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light crashed to the ground, first sinking half a foot into the ground. The next second, a loud boom rang out. Suddenly, a ring of three-colored light patterns lit up the ground around the pit. The light patterns quickly spread, forming a circular area with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Within the domain, a cyan gale suddenly raged, and blue lightning crashed down, while blackish-gray evil energy covered the bottom of the domain like a swamp, and all the plants and trees tainted by. The evil energy withered and turned black instantly, losing all vitality. Wind and thunder intertwine, evil power erodes. Lu Chen's eyes were full of approval. Most agility-type soul masters Su.L skills tend to focus on single-target burst damage or speed boosts. A soul skill like this, which combines area suppression and multi-attribute erosion, is practically a bug-like existence. The air lasted for a full 3 seconds before slowly dissipating, leaving behind only a huge, deep crater covered with scorch marks and cracks. Chapter 286 A Strange Space. Call. As the smoke in the forest gradually dissipated, Zuching withdrew her soul power. Her dark silver fur and long tail slowly disappeared, leaving only the dark silver crescent moon mark between her brows, which still shimmered with a faint light. Lu Chen looked around and said, "The dark demon evil god tiger has been dealt with. We should leave now." Xiaowu nodded obediently, her right hand naturally interlocking with Lu Chen's 5 fingers. The familiar warmth from their fingertips made both of them relax a little. Zuching gave a soft hum, and followed with light steps. Several days later, Lu Chen, Xiaowu, Zuching, and Shui Di returned to the spirit transmission tower. Lu Chen said to Xiaowu and Zuching, "Don't tell Erlong and the others about my return yet. I'm going somewhere to complete the 3rd trial of the Assura god trial." Xiaowu and Zuching exchanged a glance and simultaneously hummed in agreement. Lu Chen gently patted Xiaowu's head and said softly, "Work hard in your cultivation. And don't forget the promise I made to you." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's face instantly turned red, and the usually lively girl actually nodded shyly. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked at Shui Di beside him and said, "I'm sorry, Shui Di. The rules of that place are special, so I can't take you with me." Shui Di nodded, Lu Chen's image reflected in her beautiful, icy blue eyes. "I will wait for you here." Quote. After saying that, she flashed and transformed into a white shadow to go find Hayote. After Lu Chen finished explaining everything, he moved his mind and the Assura mark between his eyebrows lit up instantly. Crimson gold light spots flew out from the mark and swirled around Lu Chen. The light spots became increasingly dense, enveloping his figure layer by layer. Xiaowu and Zuching only felt a blur before their eyes, and Lu Chen, who was originally standing in place, began to become blurry. Lu Chen. Xiaowu subconsciously reached out to grab it, but her fingertips only passed through a piece of cold light, and the surrounding crimson gold halo also dissipated. On the other side, Lu Chen felt as if he was being enveloped by a gentle yet irresistible force. After the dizzying sensation of the world spinning around him, the noise in his ears instantly faded away, replaced by a deathly silence. He slowly opened his eyes, subconsciously raising his hand to block the light in front of him. Once his vision cleared, his pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. He did not appear on the battlefield filled with the murderous aura he had imagined. Instead, he found himself in a chaotic and hazy space. There is no distinction between heaven and earth here. All around is a swirling gray-black mist, within which occasionally a few TTERED specks of reddish-gold light flash. Suddenly, countless scarlet eyes lit up in the gray-black mist. At the same time, a majestic and profound voice resounded directly in his mind, devoid of any emotion. The 3rd trial of the 9 trials of Assura, the Edge of Assura, Control of Slaughter, activated. The field memory contains 1,000 killing puppets, controlled by the power of the Assura god. The test taker must complete the trial within 1 hour without harming themselves. If the time limit is exceeded, the trial resets, and the test begins again. Lu Chen instinctively reached out to activate the Assura demon sword martial soul, but he was immediately surprised to find that an invisible, special energy seemed to have entered his body, causing his soul power to completely subside and be suppressed to the point of being unable to exert any force or be mobilized at all. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, and heavy, uniform footsteps echoed from all directions. Lu Chen turned his head sharply and saw countless black figures emerging from all directions of the black mist. They are tall and made entirely of dark metal, holding various sharp blades in their hands. And their eye sockets are filled with ghostly red flames. Clang! The first puppet burst out of the black mist, its broadsword whistling through the air as it slashed towards Lu Chen. The dark tall blade gleamed with a chilling light under the glowing red flames. "Well done," Lu Chen shouted, his legs erupting with the power of blood and qi, and his figure shot out like an arrow. Lu Chen's eyes transformed into brilliant golden dragon pupils, and the moment he raised his hands, his entire body had completed its dragon transformation. When Lu Chen gripped the dark, broad-bladed heavy sword with his left hand, then slammed his golden dragon fist into the killing intent puppet with his right hand. Crack! Boom! The fist force, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, poured out without reservation, directly piercing through the dark metal armor on the chest of the killing intent puppet. The puppet's hard shell instantly developed numerous cracks from the point where the fist struck. Bang! The next second, the 3-meter-tall puppet of killing intent was smashed apart by the immense force of the golden dragon fist, with dark metal fragments flying everywhere. Before Lu Chen could catch his breath, 2 sharp whooshing sounds came from behind him. With a light tap of his toes, Lu Chen deflected the broadsword that had fallen to the ground, then brought it and held it in front of his chest. Ding dong! 2 sounds. 2 crisp sounds rang out in succession, and 2 crossbow bolts, gleaming with a cold light, accurately struck the sword and were firmly blocked. In that brief moment, a puppet's dagger was already thrusting towards him. Lu Chen twisted his waist sharply and swung his broadsword down with his right hand. With a crisp crack, the puppet's body instantly split in 2. "It doesn't seem like it's anything difficult." Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. With the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, he was completely at home here. The puppet horde surged forward like a tide, yet they were unable to break through Lu Chen's defenses. Lu Chen moved nimbly among the puppets, and with each swing of his broadsword, a puppet was shattered into pieces. After slaying countless puppets, Lu Chen's breathing gradually became rapid. Each swing of the sword required mobilizing the body's vital energy. In this space, the continuous high-intensity battles made it difficult for him to keep up with the rate at which his vital energy was being depleted. As Lu Chen once again pulled the broadsword from the wreckage, he looked around and saw that the black mist in the chaotic space had been violently churning from the fighting, and the ground was covered with the broken remains of puppets. Of the 1,000 killing intent puppets, only the last one remained, wielding a giant axe and standing 100 meters in front of him. Bang! Lu Chen flapped his golden red dragon wings and instantly appeared in front of the killing intent puppet, gripping his broadsword tightly in his right hand and swinging it down again. Boom! A violent explosion rang out from inside the dark gold puppet, and eerie red flames surged wildly from the cracks before quickly fading away. The puppet's movements came to an abrupt halt. The giant axe in its hand fell to the ground with a clang, and its massive body slowly fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering into pieces. Phew! Finally, it's over. Lu Chen planted his broadsword in the ground, looked around to make sure there were no more standing puppets, leaned against the sword, and waited for the divine test to end. However, just when he thought he was about to pass the 3rd test of the Assura god, a sudden change occurred. The scattered remains of the puppets on the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, the dark gray chaotic mist, as if summoned by some force, surged wildly toward the wreckage. What's going on? Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he gripped his broadsword tightly, watching the scene before him warily. Chapter 287 Dragon-Shaped Vengeful Spirit. Enveloped in the chaotic mist, the broken metal fragments began to recombine. Severed limbs, shattered armor, and fallen weapons flew back to their original positions, making a crackling sound as they were pieced back together. The dim, eerie red flames shone again in the reconstructed puppets' eye sockets, and were even more intense and crimson than before. In just a few breaths, all the 1,000 dark pets that Lu Chen had killed actually stood up again. They stood in neat rows, their figures still towering, the sharp blades in their hands gleaming coldly, the eerie red flames in their eye sockets locking onto Lu Chen, radiating a chilling killing intent. Buzz! The broadsword in Lu Chen's hand began to tremble, then he suddenly broke free of his right hand and flew towards the puppet that had been blasted to death at the beginning. Before Lu Chen could react, 1,000 killing intent puppets rushed towards him simultaneously. Lu Chen tried to spread his wings and take flight, but found that this space not only sealed off martial spirits, but also prohibited flight. It was during this moment of hesitation that a puppet pounced on Lu Chen. Lu Chen grabbed the puppet's arm with his right hand and flung it away. After throwing one away, the two puppets pressed down on him, their cold metal shells slamming heavily onto Lu Chen's shoulder. Before he could catch his breath, even more puppets swarmed in. They made no unnecessary movements, but simply rolled over Lu Chen like a tidal wave, their cold metal limbs layering over him, binding his arms, torso, and legs one by one. More and more puppets pressed down on him, their weight piling up like mountains. At first, he was able to barely hold on with his powerful physical strength, preventing himself from being crushed. But as the number of puppets increased, the terrifying pressure grew stronger and stronger. His bones began to creak and groan under the strain, and every breath became incredibly difficult. His chest felt as if it were blocked by a boulder, and the oxygen was being squeezed out little by little. Lu Chen could clearly feel that the sharp blade in the hand of the puppet at the top was close to his neck. But it was blocked by the golden dragon scales. Golden dragon roar. Golden dragon explosion. 2 crimson gold blood and spirit rings lit up from within his body, and the 2 roars most simultaneously burst through Lu Chen's throat, erupting with a bang centered on his body. First came a deafening dragon roar, followed by an even more violent surge of golden energy erupting from his body, forming a dazzling golden shockwave that crashed into the layers of puppets. Clang! Buzz! The sounds of metal twisting and energy colliding intertwined, and the puppets pressing down on Lu Chen were all sent flying outwards. The outermost puppet was smashed to pieces by the golden shockwave, with dark metal fragments mixed with scarlet sparks flying everywhere. Lu Chen used his arms to lift himself up, completely shaking off the few remaining puppets on his body. He staggered back 2 steps, his chest heaving violently. The pressure on his chest finally eased, but before he could even catch his breath, he caught a glimpse of the flying metal fragments flashing a scarlet light once more. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he said helplessly, again. The puppet fragments that had just been shattered were now being pulled together by invisible threads, rapidly moving through the air and piecing themselves back together, with a crackling sound that was more frequent and urgent than before. In the blink of an eye, dozens of broken puppets were pieced back together, their eerie red flames burning even brighter than before, as they charged forward again with a bloodthirsty madness. Lu Chen swung his fist at the first puppet that lunged at him, and with a muffled thud, the puppet was shattered once again. Faced with so many immortal puppets, Lu Chen kept pounding his fists on them. But each shattering means an even faster reorganization next time. Those scarlet fragments are like maggots clinging to the bone, impossible to shake off or eradicate. 3 more puppets lunged forward, their cold, sharp blades clashing and slashing, the glint of light causing Lu Chen's pupils to shrink. He rolled to the side to avoid a fatal blow, but Hanhai's back was still grazed by the claws of one of the puppets, leaving 3 shallow marks on his golden dragon scales. We can't keep dragging this on. Alarm bells rang in Lu Chen's mind. Although Hanhai's chi and blood soul ring was still shining, it had already consumed a lot of his chi and blood. If he continued to fight like this, he would be drained of his strength before the puppet was even worn down. If there is such a trial, there must be a way to break it. He suddenly retreated rapidly, his feet barely touching the ground as he darted like a cheetah to a relatively open area. As soon as they regained their footing, The puppets behind them caught up, their footsteps like a death knell, densely surrounding them and compressing the brief gap in their path once more. Lu Chen's gaze swept rapidly around him. The chaotic mist was still pervasive, and the fragments were reassembling in the mist at a significantly faster rate. He suddenly noticed that when all the puppets were reassembled, the fragments would first converge for a moment in the northwest direction where the fog was thickest, as if something was pulling them there. Is it a problem with the fog? Or is there a source controlling them in the northwest? A thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Before he could think, a puppet rushed in front of him, its sharp blade aimed straight at his face. Lu Chen blocked with his fist. The moment his fist collided with the blade, he deliberately used the momentum to fall backward. At the same time, he kicked the puppet's chest with both legs, sending it flying. His bow, Dai also slid backward several feet using the reaction force. Lu Chen used the momentum to roll half a circle, landing steadily, and at the same time, his right hand suddenly grabbed diagonally upwards. The broadsword that had previously broken free from his grasp seemed to be summoned, and with a whoosh, it broke through the puppet's obstruction and flew back into his hand with a whistling sound. The moment the heavy sword was in his hand, Lu Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He pushed off the ground with both feet and rushed towards the northwest like an arrow. He swept the puppets that rushed towards him with his sword, and with a few sizzles, their metal limbs broke off. The moment Lu Chen's heavy sword cleaved through the dense fog to the northwest, a chilling aura far surpa. Sing that of the puppet rushed towards him, making the hairs on Lu Chen's body stand on end. Roar! The mist was spinning and gathering wildly, as if being pulled by an invisible vortex. The originally gray mist gradually turned a deep black color, with specks of scarlet mixed in. The swirling mist grew faster and larger, vaguely outlining a winding silhouette that continued to rise and stray. Until it finally transformed into a gigantic figure hovering in midair. This is a dragon. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and two emotions, grief and resentment, surged from the depths of his blood, lingering in his heart. The giant dragon spirit before me was filled with deathly silence and violence. The dragon's head was lowered, and its two lantern-sized scarlet eyes were devoid of any light. Yet they were precisely locked onto Lu Chen, filled with endless resentment and killing intent. Chapter 288 Dragon Valley. That throbbing sensation originating from the bloodline grew stronger and stronger. Lu Chen's Golden Dragon King bloodline seemed to be ignited, and fine crimson gold patterns faintly appeared on his body surface, even his eye sockets shimmered with a faint crimson gold luster. Why, is there a bloodline resonance? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and steadied himself, the broadsword in his hand trembling slightly. This is probably the small world. On Douluo star, there are many similar small spatial rifts. Some of these spatial rifts are particularly stable and are connected to special places inside. This kind of place has its own ecosystem, but it is not a planet. It is just a flat, earth-shattered place. Once the spatial rift becomes unstable, this small world may be destroyed. He could clearly sense that the bloodline of this dragon's vengeful spirit contained the same aura as the golden dragon, yet it was completely distorted by endless resentment and deathly silence. Roar! Seemingly sensing the golden dragon king bloodline within Lu Chen, the giant dragon vengeful spirit let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. There was no emotion in its voice, only pure destructive desire. The puppets that were rushing towards Lu Chen suddenly stopped, and the scarlet flames in their eye sockets suddenly surged. Immediately afterwards, as if receiving a unified command, all the puppets abandoned their attack on Lu Chen, changed direction, and rushed madly toward the dragon-shaped vengeful spirit. Snap! Snap! The puppet that first arrived beneath the vengeful spirit did not pause at all, it leapt forward and crashed into the black mist dragon. Strangely, they were not repelled by the black mist, instead, they instantly merged into the body of the dragon-shaped vengeful spirit, like molten iron. As the first puppet merged in, the dragon's body, formed by the black mist, began to gleam with a faint metallic sheen, and its originally illusory outline became more solid. They either ran and crashed into the dragon's body, or leapt into the air and merged into it. Even the metal fragments that Lu Chen had previously shattered seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, whistling towards the vengeful spirits and precisely filling various parts of the dragon's body. The dragon-shaped vengeful spirit's body continued to expand and solidify. The entire condensation process lasted only a few breaths. The originally illusory dragon-shaped vengeful spirit had transformed into a real steel dragon. It hovered in midair, its body was over 100 feet long, and its whole body radiated a metallic luster. Roar! The steel dragon's thick, heavy tail lashed out at Lu Chen. Golden Dragon Body. Golden Dragon Overlord Body. Lu Chen held the broadsword horizontally in front of him, and the Chu-Chi and blood soul rings on his body lit up at the same time, with each golden dragon scale on his body shining with a dazzling luster. Bang! A tremendous force struck, and Lu Chen was sent flying. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had actually lost in a contest of strength. Lu Chen flapped his golden red dragon wings to steady himself. His chest was filled with surging blood and chi, and a slightly metallic taste rose in his throat, but he forced it back down. Such power! Again! Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure had already transformed into a golden red afterimage. His golden red dragon wings flapped at full force, and he swooped down towards the steel dragon with a piercing sound. The golden dragon king's bloodline within him surged, and the broad-bladed heavy sword, imbued with golden red blood energy, slashed fiercely at the steel dragon. Roar! The steel dragon seemed to have anticipated his movements. Its massive head suddenly twisted, and its giant claws, covered in metal spikes, lashed out at Lu Chen with a whistling wind. When the deafening clang of metal against metal was so loud it hurt people's eardrums, and sparks flew out like a rainstorm. In the instant of the stalemate, Lu Chen felt his arm go numb. The blade of the broadsword was slightly bent under the crushing force of the giant claw, and the golden red aura on the blade dimmed a bit. Lu Chen's mind raced. This can't go on. The steel dragon slowly increased the force of its giant claws, and a piercing metallic creak rang out. Fine cracks appeared on the broadsword, as if it would shatter at any moment. Since power cannot kill you, I will slay you with sword intent. The brilliant golden luster in Lu Chen's eyes suddenly faded, replaced by a domineering crimson gold. The crimson gold light flowed down Lu Chen's arms and into the broadsword. Buzz! The piercing sound of swords rang out throughout the heavens and earth. The steel dragon seemed to sense a deadly threat, letting out a terrified roar. Its massive head recoiled sharply, while its giant claws exerted force, attempting to crush Lu Chen. But at this moment, Lu Chen was already immersed in the Assura sword intent, and the space around him seemed to be frozen. The movements of the steel dragon became incredibly slow in his eyes. Cut! Lu Chen let out a low shout and slashed forward with his right hand. The broadsword in his hand, imbued with overwhelming crimson killing intent, transformed into a sword shadow that stretched across the heavens and earth, slashing straight towards the head of the steel dragon. When the crimson sword shadow sliced through the steel dragon's barbed claws without hindrance, cleaving the incredibly hard metal claws in two. Having landed a successful strike, Lu Chen didn't stop. His golden red dragon wings flapped again, and he teleported like a ghost to the top of the steel dragon's head. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands, his eyes coldly fixed on the steel dragon beneath him. Smash it! Lu Chen swung his sword with all his might, the broad-bladed heavy sword carrying a world-destroying aura, fiercely cleaving down towards the head of the steel dragon. The steel dragon tried to struggle, but was locked in place by the icy aura of the Assura sword intent, unable to move at all, and could only watch helplessly as the sword shadow fell. Crack! Boom! Quote. First came the crisp sound of metal shattering, followed by a deafening explosion. The steel dragon's head was cleaved in two, and pitch-black vengeful spirits surged wildly from the wound, only to be completely annihilated the moment they came into contact with the Assura sword chi. Without the support of the vengeful spirit's core, the massive body of steel dragon began to disintegrate rapidly, scattering countless metal fragments. Lu Chen landed slowly, and the broadsword in his hand turned into dust and dissipated. He staggered, and the metal-lick taste in his throat could no longer be suppressed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Those two sword strikes had almost exhausted all his strength. Looking at the completely disintegrated remains of the steel dragon before him, Lu Chen froze in place. An unfamiliar memory flooded into Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen felt as if he had entered a seven-colored world, and a blood-red figure appeared above the world. That's the Assura God King, Lu Chen murmured as he looked at the figure. Before Lu Chen could even think, the Assura God King pointed his right hand towards the sky. The colorful world began to tremble violently. The long river surged, and the light bands shattered. A massive, blood-red sword, seemingly reaching to the heavens and connecting to the earth, slashed directly towards him. Lu Chen focused his mind, and everything around him instantly turned blood-red as the giant sword fell. Lu Chen felt as if his body had been torn apart in an instant. Chapter 289 Dragon Valley. Dragon Cloud nourishes the body. The realm of gods, the temple of Assura. The three great god kings of Assura, destruction, and life have gathered here. The god of destruction stared at Lu Chen, who was suffering in the water mirror, and said in a deep voice, "Shura, your actions are far too harsh. Even a priest might not be able to withstand the remnant of your sword intent, a slight misstep could result in the annihilation of his soul." The Assura god king smiled faintly. "I've already given him the path. Whether he can continue on it is up to him. Aren't you afraid of ruining this promising seedling?" As the god of life looked at Lu Chen, who was convulsing and had bulging veins in the water mirror, his tone softened unconsciously. The Assura god king shook his head, not answering the question, but instead said to the destruction god king, "You should also prepare the content of his next divine test." The god of destruction nodded slightly, and then vanished from the temple in a flash. Seeing this, the goddess of life sighed softly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes, and then departed. Neither of the two god kings noticed that the Assura god king's right hand, which was tightly gripping the throne, was trembling incessantly. Douluo star. A wave of excruciating pain swept over Lu Chen's entire body, and the sound of bones shattering echoed continuously within him. His consciousness churned violently in the crimson light, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of complete collapse. He wanted to roar, but no sound came out. He wanted to struggle, but his limbs and bones had long since lost all feeling. Only the Golden Dragon King bloodline and the Assura sword intent within his body were still throbbing stubbornly. Buzz. Just as consciousness was about to sink into boundless darkness, the faded crimson gold patterns on Lu Chen's body suddenly lit up again, forming an eerie standoff with the incoming blood-red giant sword. A series of dragon roars resounded through the heavens and earth, and a golden dragon burst forth from his body, its body coiling around him to resist the erosion of the blood-red giant sword. The Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows suddenly lit up, and wisps of golden light peeled off from the blood-red greatsword and merged into Lu Chen's body. The moment the golden light entered his body, Lu Chen felt a warm, gentle force flowing through his meridians, and the intense pain he had been enduring gradually subsided. His scattered consciousness grasped at a straw, and he mustered his last bit of strength to focus his mind and sense the changes within his body. The golden dragon swirling around him let out a roar that shook the heavens, and its body suddenly contracted, transforming into a stream of crimson gold light that entered Lu Chen's body. At the same time, the Assura mark between his brows shone brightly, forming a rotating golden vortex that absorbed all the light spots constantly escaping from the blood-red greatsword. The originally distinct bloodline of the Golden Dragon King and the Assura sword intent began to slowly intertwine and merge under the pull of this vortex. The crimson greatsword seemed to sense the loss of energy, and the light on its blade suddenly surged, unleashing an even more ferocious sword aura that slashed down towards Lu Chen. Just then, the fusion power within Lu Chen's dantian suddenly erupted, and a pillar of light interwoven with crimson gold and blood red shot into the sky, precisely colliding with the sword energy. Boom! After the loud bang, the aftershocks of energy spread outwards. The light of the crimson greatsword dimmed at a visible speed, eventually turning into specks of red light, which were completely absorbed by the Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows. The light emanating from Lu Chen gradually faded. He slowly opened his eyes, a golden dragon's might flashing in them first, followed by a trace of Assura's killing intent. The two auras blended perfectly without any sense of incongruity. Unexpectedly, under the pressure of that sword strike, the Assura sword intent within my body actually fused with the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Open black lens bracket. The third of the 9 trials of Assura, Assura's Edge, Control of Slaughter. Passed. The third trial is over. Reward. 1 divinely bestowed soul ring. All soul rings. Age increased by 1000 years. Assura God affinity increased by 15%. Current total Assura God affinity is 25%. Close black lens bracket. The Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows shone brightly. His control over the power of Assura became increasingly skillful. A crimson gold bead appeared before Lu Chen, who reached out and put the divinely bestowed soul ring into his storage soul tool. He got up and looked around. The place where he was located seemed to be a hilly area, with vegetation growing around it, but not lushly, and a layer of mist in the air. It seems this is Dragon Valley. A sense of sorrow welled up in Lu Chen's heart, and he instantly understood. If he wasn't mistaken, the steel dragon he had just killed was the resentment and malevolence left over from this Dragon Valley. This little world was unusually quiet, with no trace of any animals in sight. After walking a distance in this small world, Lu Chen discovered that the gravity in this small world was greater than that in Douluo continent. Most importantly, flying was not prohibited in this small world. With a flap of his golden red dragon wings, Lu Chen transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the depths of the small world. As for this bit of gravity, it was nothing to Lu Chen. In just a few minutes, Lu Chen traversed the hilly area and a wide open plain appeared before him. In the sky, clouds of various colors drifted slowly by, displaying a full spectrum of hues from red to orange to yellow to green to blue to indigo to violet, radiating a faint energy fluctuation. This must be Long Yun. Lu Chen could sense that each cloud seemed to contain a special energy, and a sense of intimacy stemming from his bloodline arose spontaneously. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of a red cloud. The red cloud suddenly twisted and spun, transforming into a streak of crimson light that shot straight toward him. At the same time, the surrounding clouds surged violently, rushing towards Lu Chen like a tidal wave. The crimson clouds instantly enveloped him, and the intense fog swept over him, engulfing him completely. Lu Chen made no move, letting the red clouds envelop his body. And a burning sensation instantly surged into his body from his limbs and bones. The red clouds came quickly and went quickly, as if they had passed right through him before rising again. As the red cloud rose, Lu Chen felt a surge of heat within his body, as if his entire limbs and bones had been ironed, an indescribable feeling of comfort. The crimson clouds rose into the sky, tinged with a faint golden hue, and began to twist violently. Looking at the red cloud, Lu Chen murmured, "It seems that while they brought me the fire elemental power of heaven and earth, they also tainted me with a trace of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline aura." Immediately afterwards, a wisp of blue cloud flew in, bringing with it the lightness of the wind element. The moment it was injected into his body, Lu Chen's body became increasingly light, as if he could move with the wind. After Qingyan passed through the body, it was also tinged with a layer of golden light and slowly rose into the air. Then came the soothing water element of the blue cloud, the weighty earth element of the yellow cloud, the profound darkness of the purple cloud, and the pure light of the white cloud. Countless dragon clouds successively entered Lu Chen's body, and then rose into the sky again with a faint golden light. He sat cross-legged in the air, letting the power of various elements wash over his meridians and flow into his blood. Time passed quietly as the dragon clouds washed over him time and time again. The light on Lu Chen's body became more and more dazzling. In addition to the halo of intertwined crimson gold and blood red, there was also a layer of 7 colored clouds. Within his body, the 7 elemental light points of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space are continuously merging into his blood and being absorbed by his body. Chapter 290 True Dragon Soul. Lu Chen hovered quietly in midair. As soon as his aura spread out, it attracted countless dragon clouds to gather automatically, flowing into his body like dragons returning to the sea. Soon, Lu Chen entered a state of deep meditation. Strands of dragon cloud elemental energy seeped into his body through his pores. At the same time, the golden dragon scales on his body became more lustrous, and the edges even showed a layer of transparent luster like glass. During his meditation, his perception of the elements became increasingly acute, his elemental resistance rose steadily, his mental power surged like a tide, and his physical strength continued to break through under the tempering of the dragon cloud's power. After Lu Chen absorbed all the dragon clouds around him, he slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, like two miniature suns. He gently exhaled a breath of stale air, which transformed into a pale golden stream that stretched for several feet in the air before slowly dissipating. If this happens a few more times, we might be able to directly unlock the 11th Golden Dragon King seal. Lu Chen looked at Long Yun wandering in the distance, his voice filled with barely concealed joy. Just then, a deep roar sounded, and a figure of light rushed from afar, heading straight for Lu Chen. It was a ground dragon with its 2 feet on the ground and no wings on its back. Strangely, this earth dragon was not a physical entity, but rather a transparent, iron-gray color. Clearly an energy form. Is this the dragon soul? Dragon souls vary in strength, and compared to dragon clouds, their energy levels are somewhat lower. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen slammed his right hand down towards the earth dragon's soul. With a loud bang, the earth dragon's soul was directly blasted apart, its energy body shattered, and it transformed into streams of light that surged toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen let out a low growl, and the streams of light turned into specks of light and dissipated. A sense of disgust stemming from blood rippled through Lu Chen's heart. Such crude energy was simply not worthy of the Golden Dragon King's attention. Lu Chen looked towards the area shrouded in dragon-like clouds. He could vaguely sense something calling to him from there. That should be the dragon tomb. During the rest of the journey, he would stop every so often to absorb the surrounding dragon cloud power. As if guided, the clouds of dragons in the sky transformed into countless dragons that descended from the heavens and pierced through his body. Each time it penetrates, the dragon cloud is tinged with a pale gold. Then it soars upwards and returns to the sky. Only when the enhancement brought by the dragon cloud was negligible did he give up absorbing it, letting the remaining dragon cloud drift past him. He also dispersed the energy of the other earth dragon souls he encountered along the way with a wave of his hand. Soon, Lu Chen emerged from the vast dragon cloud area. His golden-red dragon wings flapped suddenly, and he shot off like an arrow into the depths of Dragon Valley. Just as Lu Chen was speeding away, a dragon soul radiating a faint blue light appeared in front of him, blocking his path. This dragon soul is over 20 meters tall, with wings spread out on its back, the wing membranes covered with ice crystal-like patterns, each dragon scale as if carved from 10,000 years of ice, a long tail trailing behind it, and a pair of incomparably sharp forelegs. Frost dragon. A burning glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. I didn't expect there would actually be a true dragon soul. Just as he was sizing up the frost dragon, the dragon also became aware of his presence. Roar. The frost dragon raised its head and let out a deep roar, unlike that of the earth dragon. With a gentle flap of its icy wings, it pounced towards Lu Chen like a streak of blue lightning. At the same time, a ball of dark blue light condensed in its mouth, its surface covered with fine ice cracks. It is the Frost Dragon clan's innate soul skill, Frost Breath. A deep blue, frosty breath, carrying extreme cold, howled out, causing the surrounding air to condense into fine ice particles even before it got close. And the howling wind made Lu Chen's clothes flutter loudly. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and his Golden Dragon King bloodline instantly boiled, causing the Golden Dragon scales and his body to burst forth with dazzling golden light. Golden Dragon Spear. A golden light flashed between Lu Chen's brows, and the Golden Dragon Spear was already in his hand. Facing the oncoming azure breath, Lu Chen advanced instead of retreating, stepping on the air and shooting towards the frost dragon like an arrow. The Golden Dragon Spear twirled in his hand, creating a dazzling spear flower, its tip pointing directly at the blue sphere of light covered in ice cracks. Break. As Lu Chen's vital energy surged into the Golden Dragon Spear, a brilliant golden light shone forth, and the azure breath was forcibly split in two by the Golden Dragon Spear. After breaking through the barrier of the breath attack, Lu Chen's momentum remained undiminished as he charged towards the Frost Dragon. A huge Golden Dragon Phantom appeared on the shaft of the Golden Dragon Spear, the Dragon Phantom coiling and roaring, charging towards the Frost Dragon with boundless pressure. 5 brilliant golden spirit rings instantly rose from beneath his feet, unleashing a surge of intense blood energy. Golden Dragon Roar. Lu Chen's third spirit ring shone brightly, and a powerful golden halo instantly bloomed, revealing a solid, giant golden dragon head that roared to the sky. At the same time, the frost dragon, which was still preparing to attack, suddenly stopped, and then its wings trembled, causing it to fall into the air. With a flap of his golden red dragon wings, Lu Chen shot off in the direction where the frost dragon had landed. The aura emanating from the golden dragon spear in his hand grew increasingly powerful. Lu Chen was like a golden streak of light, instantly catching up with the falling frost dragon. The golden dragon spear, imbued with the domineering Assura of the golden dragon king's bloodline, tore through the air with its tip, creating a sharp whistling sound, and pierced straight for the frost dragon's head. The frost dragon was already shaken by the golden dragon roar, and now, seeing the spear tip approaching, a trace of fear flashed in its pair of icy blue vertical pupils. But faced with the oppressive aura of the golden dragon king, even though it was a true dragon soul, it couldn't muster the slightest fighting spirit. PFF'd. The spear tip pierced frost dragon's brow with pinpoint accuracy. Just as the spear tip pierced through, the golden dragon king bloodline within Lu Chen's body suddenly throbbed violently, and a terrifying suction force erupted from the spear. The frost dragon's body shattered with a roar, transforming into countless streams of blue energy that surged into the golden dragon spear. Instantly, a surge of icy energy rushed into Lu Chen's body through the golden dragon spear, rapidly merging with his own body. Such intense dragon soul energy. This feeling completely surpasses that of Long Yun. It took a full minute for the dragon soul's power to completely disappear. Lu Chen's blood and chi fluctuations became extremely intense, and the golden dragon king bloodline surged, rapidly absorbing the energy of the dragon soul and integrating it into his own bloodline. He sheathed his spear and stood up, glancing at the golden dragon spear in his hand. This was the first time he had used the golden dragon spear's power. As if sensing his thoughts, the golden dragon spear emitted a slight humming sound. Having obtained the benefits of the dragon soul, Lu Chen quickly set his sights on the true dragon soul. Having finally made it this far, we should at least break one of the golden dragon king's seals, right? Lu Chen unleashed the golden dragon king's senses to their maximum extent, and he quickly found another true dragon soul. Lu Chen's golden red dragon wings suddenly accelerated, transforming into a golden streak of light as he charged towards the true dragon soul. Chapter 291 Mountain Dragon King's Dragon Soul. As Lu Chen ventured deeper into this secret realm, every dragon soul he encountered was, without exception, a true dragon soul. At this moment, the golden dragon king bloodline within him displayed unparalleled divine power. Even the most arrogant Yue dragon soul would instantly bow down and surrender all resistance under a golden dragon roar that shook the universe. When Lu Chen absorbed the 10th true dragon soul, he arrived at the peak of the side of a valley. This valley was not formed naturally, but rather by a violent inward collapse. It is more like a giant basin deep underground than a valley. Lu Chen leaned down to look inside, and in the next instant, his whole body suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Looking out, the valley below seemed to stretch endlessly, and in the distance, twilight descended, with a faint mist rising in the air. But in that valley, which is thousands of meters deep, countless enormous bones covered every corner. Even though those dragon bones have long since lost all life, Nei can still feel the immense divine power of the true dragon from back then. Now it can only lie quietly as a skeleton, left to erode with time. The moment Lu Chen's gaze fell upon those dragon bones, a deep-seated sorrow surged into his heart like a tidal wave, overwhelming all his emotional defenses. He suddenly raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The passionate yet mournful dragon's cry pierced the sky and echoed throughout the valley, stirring up a series of dull echoes. That long howl contained endless tragedy and desolation, as if a monarch who reigns over the world is witnessing his thousands of subjects die tragically before his eyes, filled with resentment, anger, and a deep-seated powerlessness. The dragon's roar lasted for several minutes before Lu Chen finally snapped out of his grief. He took a step forward, and his body plummeted straight down to the bottom of the basin. Lu Chen closed his eyes, letting his body fall. The wind howled in his ears, making his clothes flutter loudly. At that moment, all the dragon bones in the basin lit up simultaneously. The light, like the gentle morning sun, flowed slowly along the traces of the dragon bones. Countless golden remnants of souls were peeled away from the dragon bones. Their forms were indistinct, yet they carried an indescribable sorrow. These remnant souls showed no intention of attacking. Instead, they all converged towards Lu Chen's direction. They surrounded Lu Chen, their golden light weaving into an invisible giant net that steadily supported his fall. Lu Chen's descent suddenly stopped, and his body seemed to be supported on a soft golden cloud, slowly descending steadily towards the bottom of the valley. The howling wind ceased, and the rustling of clothes gradually subsided. Only the remnants of the true dragon's soul intertwined with the pulsation of his bloodline, forming a tragic song that transcended eternity. Lu Chen could clearly sense the thoughts conveyed by the remnant soul, the unwillingness to accept destruction and the expectation of revival. Roar! The Golden Dragon King bloodline within Lu Chen's body boiled completely, and he subconsciously opened his mouth, letting out another dragon roar that echoed through the valley. The golden light emanating from the remnant dragon soul around him grew ever more brilliant, and the power supporting him became increasingly steady. Just a few minutes later, Lu Chen had already landed inside Dragon Valley. The moment he landed, a desolate feeling came from all directions, and he seemed to hear the mournful cries of countless dragons. Looking around, one can imagine that at least 1,000 true dragons have perished here, their bodies left exposed in the wilderness without even a single grave. Looking at the golden dragon souls swirling around him, Lu Chen could feel that these remnant dragon souls were expressing their gratitude. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, a soft golden light emanating from his palm. And the bloodline aura of the Golden Dragon King surged out, maintaining their remaining obsession. Sensing the aura of the Golden Dragon King, the golden remnant souls surrounding him trembled. And amidst the flashing golden light, shattered thoughts surged into his sea of consciousness like a tide. The image of slaying the dragon's vengeful spirit in the Assura trial grew. NDS immediately flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Could it be that I slew the remaining resentment of the dragon race? Buzz. Just then, the golden remnant souls surrounding Lu Chen suddenly gathered together and slowly flew towards his brow. He could clearly sense the pure goodwill and expectation within the remnant souls. They placed all their hopes for the revival of the dragon race on him, who possessed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. A surge of immense power instantly swept through his body, causing Lu Chen's bones to crack and pop, and the aura of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline grew even stronger. After an unknown amount of time, the last remnant soul merged into Lu Chen's body. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light appearing in them, and the Empress IV. Aura emanating from his body caused the entire Dragon Valley to tremble slightly. At this moment, Lu Chen not only experienced a surge in physical abilities, but also inherited the will of the Dragon Clan. Only now did he truly grasp the power of the Golden Dragon King, and at the same time, he made the Golden Dragon King completely his own. He looked down at the dragon bones beneath his feet and bowed respectfully. Rest assured, everyone, now that I have inherited the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, I will definitely help the dragon race to be revived. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon bones in the valley suddenly roared, and countless golden rays of light surged out from the dragon bones, converging into a golden pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Specks of golden light gathered around Lu Chen's body, forming a golden band of light, as if guiding Lu Chen forward. As Lu Chen stepped into the dragon tomb with the golden light, each time he passed a true dragon skeleton, a dragon soul would transform into pure energy and merge into his body, continuously strengthening his power and will. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen suddenly stopped, because he suddenly saw an enormous skeleton in front of him. This skeleton is 1,000 meters tall, and its overall color is brownish-brown, which is completely different from other dragon bones. Its unparalleled heavy aura makes the gravity on the ground within a radius of several thousand meters around it significantly greater than in other places. It has no dragon wings or bones, and its body is extremely robust, especially its limbs, which are as thick as pillars supporting the sky. This is the Mountain Dragon King. Lu Chen looked at the skeleton that possessed supreme pressure and murmured to himself. Because of its special mission of transforming into mountains and continents to provide habitat for the dragon race, the mountain dragon was bestowed the title, Mountain Dragon Forever King, by the dragon god. Its attribute is stability. After reaching adulthood, it must sacrifice its freedom to maintain the living environment of the dragon race. It is also known as the leader of the 9 great dragon kings who do not walk in the world. Just how brutal was that battle? Even the mighty mountain dragon king perished. Lu Chen let out a heavy sigh, his right hand involuntarily falling on the massive skeleton. The moment the palm touched the bone, a powerful pressure far exceeding that of any true dragon before it suddenly awakened, like an ancient mountain that had been sleeping for billions of years. Roar. A deep and majestic dragon roar suddenly rang out. This dragon roar was not as mournful as Lu Chen's before, nor was it the resentment of the remnant soul of the true dragon. It was only a kind of vicissitudes that had lasted for thousands of years and a firm determination to protect. The remains of the mountain dragon king suddenly glowed with a brownish-red light. A blurry, giant dragon soul slowly coalesced. This dragon soul had no wings, its body was as thick as a continuous mountain range, its limbs were firmly planted on the ground. And it was surrounded by a faint earthy yellow halo. Chapter 292 The Mountain Dragon King's Gift. The Dragon God's Tears. The majestic dragon soul slowly descended before Lu Chen, without uttering a word. Yet its deep dragon eyes shone with a wisdom that transcended millennia. With its massive hind legs slightly bent and accompanied by a dull tremor, it slowly knelt down before Lu Chen. Just then, a faint spiritual fluctuation emanated from the mountain dragon king's soul. Thank you. Lu Chen channeled a wisp of the golden dragon king's bloodline energy into the mountain dragon king's soul. And the mountain dragon king's originally dull brown gold eyes instantly lit up with a sharp light. Those were brown gold eyes that held the weight of countless ages. When their gaze fell upon Lu Chen, there was no hostility in them, but rather a hint of scrutiny and expectation. It lowered its head slightly, bringing its massive head close to Lu Chen's face. A thick yet gentle aura enveloped Lu Chen. You possess the power of ice and fire within you. Lu Chen nodded, but before he could speak, the brown gold light threads around the mountain dragon king's soul suddenly surged. Surging towards Lu Chen like a tide. I believe in their choice. The dragon soul of the mountain dragon king trembled violently, transforming into countless brown gold light. Spots that circled around Lu Chen 3 times like fireflies before all of them flowed into Lu Chen's dantian. In an instant, Lu Chen's dantian shone brightly, and the previously dormant ice fire dragon pill suddenly awakened and began to operate wildly, continuously devouring and absorbing the mountain dragon king's vast and pure dragon soul power. Within the gradually fading dragon soul of the mountain dragon king, a piece of bone, translucent and sculpted like ice crystal, slowly emerged. This bone is quite peculiar. It has countless cross-sections, and with just a little light, it becomes incredibly dazzling. Trunk bones. Among the soul bones that a soul master can fuse with, head soul bones, torso bones, and external soul bones are the rarest and most precious. The head and torso bones provide the greatest boost to a soul master, and are also the most difficult to obtain. As the most defensive being among the descendants of the dragon god, the mountain dragon king's torso ones are undoubtedly the best of the best. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the crystal clear, radiant bone flew straight towards Lu Chen, giving him no chance to react. It carried the remaining dragon soul energy and merged directly into his body. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a sudden weight on his body and instinctively sat down on the ground. Then my whole body seemed to freeze. He felt as if he had become a mountain, connected with the majestic peaks and the earth, with countless energies surging in from all directions and merging into his body. The 2 dragon balls, originally clearly distinct in color, ice and fire, are now trembling violently due to the infusion of brown gold dragon soul power. However, no pain was felt. The 3 forces complemented each other and intertwined. The 3 energies began to rotate and merge in a wondrous rhythm. The chill of ice, the heat of fire, and the weight of mountains, 3 distinct forces, permeated each other, eventually slowly forming a 3-colored dragon ball. The 3-colored dragon pearl floated in the center of Lu Chen's dantian, with its dark blue, golden red, and brown gold light intertwining and flowing. Each rotation brought forth gentle energy ripples that washed over Lu Chen's limbs and bones. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a three-colored light flashing across his pupils before disappearing into the depths. He could clearly feel that the bones of his torso, including his spine, sternum, and ribs, were all covered with a dazzling luster. It was as if he had donned a suit of diamond armor over his own torso. An indescribable sense of solidity filled him with power. At this moment, his physical defense had reached a terrifying level. He clenched his fist. If his martial spirit and soul power hadn't been suppressed in Dragon Valley, Lu Chen's soul power would probably have already broken through level 80. Lu Chen slowly stood up. His gaze turned to the place where the Mountain Dragon King's dragon soul had dissipated. There, apart from the faint golden light that remained, there was only that huge skeleton. He looked around. Within Dragon Valley, the ground was covered with the remains of true dragons, desolate and tragic. Lu Chen took a deep breath, having already made up his mind. The power of the dragon soul helped him break through, and the Mountain Dragon King also gifted him a top-grade torso bone. He could not fail to repay this kindness. Burying the dragon's bones was the only thing he could do. With a thought, Lu Chen's arms transformed into golden dragon claws, steadily chiseling at the ground again and again. After an unknown period of digging, the originally shallow pit gradually became deeper and wider, eventually forming a huge tomb large enough to contain the entire skeleton of the Mountain Dragon King. Lu Chen carefully moved the pieces of the dragon bone into the pit, precisely assembled them, and then began to backfill the excavated soil little by little with his hands. He moved gently, afraid of disturbing the sleeping dragon bones, covering them with soil little by little, isolating them from the outside world and giving them their final peace. After backfilling, he found several flat rocks and laid them on the tomb mound. Lu Chen extended his index finger and slowly traced it across the rock. Fingertips are like the sharpest carving knife, leaving clear marks on the hard rock surface. His expression was solemn, his gaze calm, and every stroke of his pen carried a profound respect. First, the 5 large characters, Tomb of the Mountain Dragon King, were carved. The characters are powerful and vigorous, like mountains standing tall, showing the majesty of the Dragon King. After a brief pause, Lu Chen's fingertips began to move again. Continuing to engrave, descendant of the Dragon God, the supreme ruler of the mountains. His body bears the weight of eternity, his strength shakes heaven and earth. Finally, he signed his name, Lu Chen Li, King of the Golden Dragon. One tomb after another stands in Dragon Valley. Lu Chen tirelessly dug, assembled, and backfilled. The golden dragon claw was already covered in mud, and beads of sweat from his forehead slid down his cheeks and dripped into the ground beneath his feet. He had seen the remains of a fire dragon glowing with a fiery red light, the bones seemingly still retaining the ancient heat. He had seen the remains of a thunder dragon covered with fine scales, the patterns seemingly still flowing with faint lightning power, and he had also seen the remains of an ice dragon, pure white, like jade. Every time a real dragon skeleton is buried, Lu Chen straightens his clothes, bows, and pays the highest respect. Time slipped away quietly amidst tireless labor. When Lu Chen covered the last piece of soil on the last dragon skeleton and paved the top of the tomb with smooth rocks, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He stood up and looked around. The Dragon Valley, which was originally scattered with the remains of countless true dragons, has now become a solemn cemetery. Dozens of tombs are neatly arranged, simple yet filled with an atmosphere of peace. A gentle breeze rustled through the valley's weeds, causing them to sway softly, as if bidding farewell to the buried dragons. Lu Chen cupped his hands, looked around, and bowed, saying, "Everyone, please wait." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Dragon Valley cemetery trembled slightly, and a layer of misty light rose from beneath the earth. This mist was of various colors, and eventually, it converged into a 7-colored halo, quietly swirling around him. Chapter 293 Dragon God and Dragon Soul. The dragon's might appears for the first time. A gentle, warm feeling surrounded him, as if there were countless dragon roars, but there was no longer sorrow, only happiness and joy. Finally, these 7-colored halos coalesced into a teardrop-shaped crystal bead containing 9 colors, which floated down and landed on Lu Chen's right wrist. A delicate 9-colored chain quietly connected the threads, transforming it into a bracelet that wrapped around the area, emitting a faint halo. Lu Chen looked at the object on his wrist and smiled slightly. This must be the dragon god's tear. He bypassed the tomb of the mountain dragon king, behind whom was a huge, deep pit with a diameter of over 10,000 meters. Valley within a valley. When Lu Chen reached the edge of the deep pit, suddenly, the voice that had been calling him seemed to amplify in his heart. It is here. The breath that calls to me comes from here. He had thought that the one calling him was the dragon god's tears, but now he was shocked to realize that there was an even more extraordinary existence hidden at the bottom of this abyss. The pit is 1,000 meters deep, and inside there seems to be a huge shimmering light and shadow. The light and shadow are seven-colored and exist in the form of mist, making it impossible to see what is actually inside the valley. With a flap of his dragon wings, Lu Chen flew directly into the pit. The closer he got to the bottom of the valley, the stronger the calling sensation became. As he approached the seven-colored mist, the mist trembled slightly and parted to the sides, making way for him to continue falling. The moment he passed through the light mist, Lu Chen's pupils shrank, and an undisguised look of horror appeared on his face. A flash of light and shadow revealed the figure of a colossal dragon, or more precisely, a massive dragon soul. That dragon soul was twice the size of the mountain dragon king, its entire body shimmering with seven-colored light, and even its scales were seven-colored. Its scales appear irregular, each seemingly different in shape, yet they harmonize perfectly, like countless gemstones inlaid together. It held its head high with arrogance, exuding an indescribable aura. The moment he saw him, the Golden Dragon King bloodline within Lu Chen's body suddenly fluctuated violently. He felt as if the bloodline energy within him was about to explode instantly. Even the Ning seal of the Golden Dragon King within his body trembled slightly. A sense of awe, stemming from blood ties, welled up in my heart. Dragon God. Lu Chen's pupils shrank. Among all the dragons, only the Dragon God could command such awe from the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. He slowly raised his head and looked at the enormous figure of the Dragon God and Dragon Soul in front of him, and an indescribable sense of familiarity welled up within him. The Dragon God stood quietly in the center of the valley, surrounded by a hazy, seven-colored divine light, like an eternal deity. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and walked step by step to the Dragon God and Dragon Soul. In the darkness, it seemed as if a voice was telling him to place his hand on the Dragon God's soul. He slowly raised his right hand, and just as he was about to do so, a familiar aura wafted from outside the valley. A silver figure appeared beside him in that instant. Gu Yuina's cold voice rang out. You alone may not be able to bear the Dragon God's will. That will is enough to burst you apart. Lu Chen looked at Gu Yuina and asked in confusion, how did you find this place? Gu Yuina's gaze fell on the purplish-black reverse scale on Lu Chen's chest. Wild Princess's Achilles heel. Lu Chen instantly realized that Gu Yuina must have located this place by relying on the aura of the Hell Dragon. Gu Yuina nodded slightly, her silver-purple eyes reflecting the seven-colored halo of the Dragon God's soul in front of her, her tone still cold. ZG is under my command. My spiritual mark is on her reverse scale. When you step into this area shrouded by the aura of the Dragon God with it, I can naturally sense it. Lu Chen understood, then frowned. You saw it. I can't bear the Dragon God's will alone, so do you want to bear it with me? Otherwise what? Gu Yuina turned to look at him, her skirt swaying gently, and a faint silver-purple mist emanated from her, reflecting the seven-colored light of the Dragon God's soul. The will of the Dragon God is the supreme origin of the dragon race. Although you have the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King in your body, it has not yet been fully awakened. As the Silver Dragon King, I am part of the origin of the Dragon God. Only the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings together can inherit the power left behind by the Dragon God. As soon as the words were spoken, the Dragon God and Dragon Soul in front seemed to sense something. Their huge bodies trembled slightly, and the seven-colored halo around them suddenly became more intense. A vast and powerful pressure spread out, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. The Golden Dragon King bloodline within Lu Chen's body fluctuated even more violently. Gu Yuina stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chen. Silver-purple power slowly overflowed from her body and gently enveloped Lu Chen's body. Strangely, When her divine power touched Lu Chen's body, the restless Golden Dragon King bloodline within Lu Chen instantly calmed down by more than half. "Are you ready?" Ji Yuina turned to look at Lu Chen, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. Lu Chen felt his blood vessel stabilizing and looked at Ji Yuina beside him with a determined expression. His doubts vanished, and he nodded, ready. From the day he acknowledged that the Golden Dragon King was his own, he accepted the responsibility and mission that came with this bloodline. Without further hesitation, Lu Chen steadily raised his right hand and reached straight towards the enormous body of the Dragon God and Dragon Soul, which was radiating a seven-colored halo. Lu Chen and Ji Yuina simultaneously raised their hands and placed them on the Dragon God's Dragon Soul. Buzz! The Dragon God's soul trembled violently, and the seven-colored light around him surged, transforming into two thick pillars of light, one golden and one silver-purple, which shot towards Lu Chen and Ji Yuina's brows respectively. Immediately afterwards, a buzzing sound rang out, and the sound instantly amplified, as if the enormous Dragon God's soul had come to life. A resounding roar of the dragon echoed throughout the entire Dragon Valley. Almost instantly, all the dragon souls that were wandering in Dragon Valley prostrated themselves on the ground. Lu Chen felt as if he had entered a seven-colored world. Everything in front of him had changed. Countless unfamiliar images, ancient characters, and overwhelming will surged in like a flood, plunging his consciousness into chaos. The seven-colored energy surged into their bodies, causing their auras to surge exponentially. Snap! The 11th Golden Dragon King seal within Lu Chen's body shattered with a deafening roar. The violent power that surged forth was instantly suppressed and refined by the seven-colored divine light that flooded into his body. His body actually drew out the power from the 11th seal, absorbing and perfectly integrating it. His bones, meridians, and internal organs, under the intertwining of the seven-colored divine light and the power of the Golden Dragon King, all transformed into a dazzling gold, radiating a heart-palpitating power fluctuation. Two dragon horns slowly emerged from his forehead. The horns were not long, but they were extremely strong and gleamed with a faint golden light. After they appeared, Lu Chen underwent an indescribable change. This is a capability, neither a physical attack nor a mental attack, but rather a kind of deterrence. A deterrence that comes from the deepest part of one's bloodline. Simply put, it's dragon's might. Chapter 294 The Dragon God's Core. A tremor from the depths of the bloodline. The 11th seal was broken. But the seven-colored energy flow still did not stop. As if finding an outlet, they surged and darted through Lu Chen's body, causing every inch of his bones to emit a faint buzzing sound wherever they went. The Golden Dragon King's bloodline, which had previously calmed down, is now restless again, and more violently than ever before. Lu Chen could clearly feel that the 12th Golden Dragon King seal within his body was being slowly shaken by this powerful seven-colored energy. Click, click, a faint cracking sound echoed inside Lu Chen's body. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, exploded within Lu Chen's body. The 12th seal was completely shattered. The immense energy contained within the seal surged out instantly like a flood bursting its banks. A blood-red dragon emerged from the sealed fragments, its head held high, its eyes bloodshot, its scales glowing with an eerie dark red light, and its entire body emanating a violent aura capable of destroying the world. The seven-colored divine light seemed to possess sentience, instantly swarming up and wrapping around the blood dragon. The originally Pharaoh House blood dragon instantly became docile under the seven-colored divine light. The seven-colored energy flowed continuously into the blood dragon's body, slowly neutralizing and cleansing the eerie scarlet color, eventually staining the dragon's body with a faint seven-colored halo. Roar! The blood dragon let out a deep roar. As the dragon's roar subsided, its body began to slowly shrink and condense, eventually transforming into a condensed crimson light cluster. It then completely merged with the seven-colored energy flow, becoming a gentle yet powerful energy that slowly flowed into Lu Chen's body. Meanwhile, outside, 5 brilliant golden chi and blood soul rings slowly rose from beneath Lu Chen, and a rich crimson gold light surged forth from his body, swirling and condensing around him, eventually transforming into a 6th chi and blood soul ring, which floated above the 5 soul rings. With the 6th chi and blood soul ring completed, Lu Chen's chaotic consciousness gradually cleared. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by a dazzling golden world. A network of crisscrossing golden lines spreads across the field of vision. That's my meridians. Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Looking again at those solid, raised golden outlines, they were his own muscles. And his bones were crystal clear, like golden gems, and he could even clearly see the bone marrow moving slowly like mercury within them. With each breath, golden blood flows through the body, eventually converging at the heart, from which it is pumped to every part of the body. Suddenly, strange entities resembling golden ribbons of light gathered and swirled at his chest, gradually forming a slowly rotating golden vortex. At the center of the vortex, a spherical crystal, about the size of a thumbnail, floats silently. As soon as the crystal appeared, the surrounding golden light bands seemed to be drawn in, rushing into the crystal one after another. With each wisp of light it absorbed, the crystal would slightly contract and then expand, releasing pure, newly generated bloodline power that seeped into Lu Chen's limbs and bones like a gentle stream. Lu Chen felt a burning sensation in his chest. The energy of his blood and qi did not surge wildly within his body like the previous energy. Instead, it was like small golden dragons slowly flowing along his meridians. He stared at the faint dragon shadows swirling around the golden crystal core, muttering to himself, "Is this the dragon core formed from the power of the golden dragon king's bloodline?" Those golden bands of light were the primordial energy of heaven and earth flowing into his body. This dragon core can not only pump the power of qi and blood, but also generate qi and blood on its own, just like a second heart. A clear understanding arose in Lu Chen's mind. Even if his heart was completely damaged, as long as the dragon core was not destroyed, he would never die, and his broken heart could even regenerate and heal. With his consciousness fully returning to his body, Lu Chen turned to look at the silver-haired girl beside him. Jiu Yuina's silver scales shone with a dazzling seven-colored light, her aura was rapidly rising. And her old injuries were quickly healing under the nourishment of this energy. As the dragon god's soul gradually faded into nothingness, two rhomboid crystals appeared at the core of the dragon god's soul. They floated in midair, one appearing gold and the other silver. They were surrounded by halos of 7 colors. This is the dragon clan's ultimate artifact that Lu Chen and Jiu Yuina have been longing for, the heart of the dragon god. However, neither of them made a move at this time. As the dragon god's soul completely dissipated, the golden and silver crystals transformed into 2 streams of light, shooting directly at Lu Chen and Jiu Yuina's foreheads. The golden crystal landed on Lu Chen's brow and disappeared in a flash. His body shuddered violently, and the golden light around him suddenly surged, intertwining with the silver-purple light around Jiu Yuina to form a golden-purple pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, high. RCED through the 1,000-meter deep pit, and broke through the horizon of Dragon Valley. Lu Chen clearly sensed that the golden crystal directly merged into the dragon core in his chest. The moment the 2 crystal cores merged, the dragon core in Lu Chen's chest suddenly erupted with a burst of intense energy. The heat was not violent and raging, but rather carried a gentle yet domineering quality, instantly sweeping through his entire body along his meridians. On the already gleaming golden bones, intricate dragon patterns appeared, slowly flowing with the pulsation of the dragon core, radiating a chilling pressure. The 6 qi and blood soul rings surrounding Lu Chen also trembled at this moment. On the soul rings, the faint phantoms of dragon claws and dragon scales appeared, as if 6 golden dragons were swirling and swimming within the soul rings. Just then, the golden light around Lu Chen suddenly receded and poured into the dragon core in his chest. The next second, the Dr. Agon core suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light, and a golden dragon shadow, condensed to the extreme, rushed out from Lu Chen's body, its head held high, looking down at the heavens and earth. Almost at the same time, a silver-purple dragon shadow also burst out from Jiu Yuina's body. The dragon's body was long and slender, and its posture was elegant and majestic. 2 dragon shadows, one gold and one purple, hovered and intertwined above the deep pit, emitting deafening roars. The auras of Lu Chen and Jiu Yuina blended perfectly together at this moment. The 2 opened their eyes at the same time. Lu Chen's eyes transformed into dazzling golden vertical pupils, while Jiu Yuina's eyes became deep silver purple. The two looked at each other, and in that instant their eyes met. It was as if an invisible current surged through their hearts. The golden-purple dragon shadows swirling around seemed to sense this abnormality. Their dragon roars gradually subsided, coiling around the two as they slowly descended and eventually merged into their bodies. Lu Chen felt a tightness in his chest, and an indescribable tingling and warmth welled up in his heart. Ji Yuina's heart also trembled. Lu Chen's figure was clearly reflected in her beautiful purple eyes, and a trace of gentleness flashed in her eyes. Two energy threads, one gold and one silver, quietly connected the two, conveying each other's emotions and aura. At this moment, no words were needed, their hearts were already in sync. Lu Chen spoke first, wanting to ask about Ji Yuina's injuries, but for some reason, he stammered. And the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Ji Yuina gently shook her head, avoiding Lu Chen's gaze. Let's go. Without the power of the dragon god's soul, this small space will collapse soon. Chapter 295 Exchange. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen forcibly suppressed the strange emotions surging within him and replied in a deep voice, okay. Ji Yuina's body surged with silver-purple light, transforming into a gentle light shield that steadily enveloped the two of them. She grabbed Lu Chen's wrist with her other hand. Follow me, don't resist. Before she finished speaking, Ji Yuina's body flashed with intense silver light, and the silver-purple aura surrounding the two of them became even more intense, tearing an invisible spatial rift in the void. Lu Chen felt a warm, smooth touch on his wrist. Immediately afterward, a gentle spatial force enveloped him, and the surrounding scenery instantly began to distort and blur. A slight buzzing sound came from my ears, and the scene before my eyes was no longer Dragon Valley, but a chaotic gray haze. Countless fragments of light and shadow flew past him at high speed. Were the strange phenomena produced when he traveled through space, containing terrifying spatial turbulence. However, they were steadily isolated by the light shield around Ji Yuina, and not even a ripple could affect Lu Chen. The spatial passage connecting Douluo continent to Dragon Valley is unstable. Ji Yuina's voice rang in his ears, and she tightened her grip on Lu Chen's wrist slightly. I don't know how much time passed. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps a long time. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared ahead, and the light grew brighter and brighter. Arrive. As Ji Yuina's voice fell, the light shield enveloped the two of them, and they shot through the white light like shooting stars, instantly rushing out of the spatial passage. The moment his feet touched solid ground, Lu Chen took a deep breath and felt a surge of fresh air fill his lungs. Looking up, the surroundings were already lush and green. Buzz. Lu Chen's body trembled, and his soul power, which had been suppressed in Dragon Valley, instantly broke through to level 80. As his soul power broke through, a brown gold light shone from Lu Chen's chest. The soul bone armor on Lu Chen's arms slowly appeared. Immediately afterwards, the brown gold light on his chest suddenly exploded, turning into a stream of light that spread along his spine to his limbs and bones. A crimson gold light instantly enveloped Lu Chen's entire body. In the next instant, pieces of sharply defined crimson gold armor materialized from the halo, covering his chest, back, and waist. Each piece of armor exuded a heavy and imposing aura, like that of a mountain. The edges of the armor gleamed with a faint golden light, perfectly connecting with the soul bone armor on both arms, forming a seamless whole. Lu Chen felt a surge of immense power sweeping through his entire body. He subconsciously raised his hand and clenched his fist. With a low hum, the crimson gold armor vibrated and emitted a visible energy ripple. It pressed down on the surrounding vegetation, making it rustle, and even the air around it seemed to stagnate. Just then, a black figure appeared before the two like a ghost, surrounded by a faint aura of darkness. The newcomer was none other than the beast god Dtn, whose tall and imposing figure and golden eyes were filled with majesty. Dtn's gaze fell on Lu Chen, a high nt of surprise flashing in his golden eyes before he quickly composed himself and respectfully bowed to Ji Yuina. Welcome back, my lord. Ji Yuina nodded slightly, casually releasing her grip on Lu Chen's wrist, and then extended her right hand in front of Lu Chen. Give me. Ji Yuina gazed at Lu Chen, a hint of barely perceptible expectation in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen slowly removed his soul bone armor and raised his right wrist to take off the dragon god's tear. The moment the dragon god's tear left his wrist, it shone with a seven-colored glow, dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, Lu Chen caused the dragon god's tear to transform into a stream of light that wrapped around Jiu Yuina's right wrist, reverting to an exquisite bracelet. Jiu Yuina withdrew her hand, a slight smile playing on her lips. With her back to DTN, she slowly said, "DTN, give him that ice silkworm." After saying that, she added, "Remember, you must seal the spiritual power of that ice silkworm." DTN nodded, and with a flash, disappeared from their sight. Lu Chen and Jiu Yuina stared at each other without saying a word. The space at the bottom of the Lake of Life. The numerous ferocious beasts were filled with excitement upon seeing DTN return. "How is it? Has Master's injury recovered?" DTN shook his head. "It hasn't fully recovered." As he spoke, he walked straight through the ferocious beasts and came to the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, who was still asleep, suddenly woke up with a STA. When it sensed the dark element emanating from DTN. What are you going to do?" DTN coldly stared at the ice silkworm that had escaped the heavenly tribulation because of its weakness. And his right hand transformed into a pitch-black dragon claw, directly grabbing at the fat body of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. "DTN, even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've certainly put in a lot of hard work." Quote, the plump body of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm writhed violently, its transparent silkworm feet kicking wildly, its eyes filled with terror. "Don't eat me. I'll give you all my essence. Please. Noisy. DTN's voice remained completely calm. Ignoring the struggles of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, the jet-black dragon claws precisely gripped its body. The dark energy swirling around the dragon claws surged into the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's body like a tidal wave, instantly sealing off its soul power and spiritual energy. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm felt her whole body stiffen. The words she wanted to beg for mercy were stuck in her throat, and she lost the strength to even make a sound. Its round eyes were filled with despair as it could only watch helplessly as DTN carried it away. "It's over. These ferocious beasts finally gave in, and my life is over. Truly, heaven is jealous of talent." Just as DTN turned around, an untimely voice rang out. "DTN, where are you taking this food?" Shang Jun looked at Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's fair and tender body and greedily licked his lips. It had long coveted the power of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's origin, and always wanted to absorb more of it so that it could break through the bottleneck as soon as possible, defeat DTN, and become the new beast god. "This is none of your business." DTN gave Shang Jun a cold look, and the pressure in his eyes made Shang Jun shrink back instantly, not daring to say another word. Ignoring Shang Jun's covetous gaze, DTN picked up the immobilized Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and vanished from the space in a flash. The silence between Lu Chen and Jiu Yuina continues to the outside world. The clear chirping of birds came from afar, but it did not break the delicate atmosphere in the slightest. Lu Chen could clearly see Jiu Yuina's long, silvery purple hair falling over her shoulders, shimmering softly in the sunlight. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Just then, the space rippled slightly, and DTN's figure reappeared. He held the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, which was wrapped in dark energy, in his right hand and respectfully handed it to Jiu Yuina. "My lord, I have not failed you." Lu Chen looked down and saw that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was wrapped in a ball of black energy. With only half of its plump body showing, its once lively eyes were now dull and lifeless, indicating that its spiritual power had been completely sealed. Ina gently touched the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm with her fingertips, and the dark energy binding the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm instantly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, purple light surged around her, transforming into fine purple chains that wrapped around the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, further reinforcing the seal. After doing all this, she handed the half-dead Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm to Lu Chen. Her tone leaving no room for refusal. "Here you go." Chapter 296 The Urgency of Destruction. The Assura's scheme. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously reached out to take the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. It was slightly cool to the touch, and its plump body was limp, with only a faint breath indicating that it seemed to still be alive. He looked up at Jiu Yuina, a hint of doubt in his eyes. This ice silkworm. Here you go. Jiu Yuina's expression remained unchanged as she explained. It was originally an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, which accidentally found a 10,000-year-old ice marrow mine. By devouring a massive amount of ice marrow, it cultivated to a level of hundreds of thousands of years. It is probably only one step away from a level of 1,000,000 years of cultivation. More importantly, it's so weak that even the world laws of Douluo continent ignore it, so it's bound to break through 1,000,000 years. After Jiu Yuina finished speaking, she looked straight at Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was wondering, a majestic voice appeared in his mind. Lu Chen. That ice silkworm is useful. A strange light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This voice doesn't belong to the Assura God King. It seems to belong to the Destruction God King. Why does his voice sound so urgent? Okay. Lu Chen no longer hesitated and steadily held the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in his fingertips. Bound by chains, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm seemed to understand his words. A pleading look flashed in its originally dim eyes, and it squeezed out an extremely faint, woo-woo, sound. Its plump body twitched slightly, but as soon as it moved, the purple chains surrounding it lit up instantly, contracted sharply, binding it even tighter, leaving shallow marks on its body. Just as Lu Chen was about to ask about what had happened, Jiu Yuina suddenly turned around and walked into the depths of the forest. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, without turning around, and said to Lu Chen with her back to him, "You should go. You're just leaving like that." Lu Chen's heart tightened, and a strange sense of reluctance welled up inside him. "What will you do next?" "My affairs are none of your business," Jiu Yuina interrupted him, her voice turning cold again. Before she finished speaking, she and DTN turned into two afterimages and Disa peered into the depths of the dense forest without a trace. Lu Chen looked down at the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in his palm, his tone tinged with helplessness. "You traded a divine artifact for this thing." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint but exceptionally active spiritual force connected with Lu Chen. "Human, I don't know how you know that guy DTN, but the fact that you met me means you must have saved the entire far north in your past life. Let me introduce myself first. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the king of soul beasts who possesses both wisdom and beauty, and an unparalleled powerhouse who dominates Douluo continent." Seeing its self-promotional manner, Lu Chen instantly realized that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's previous appearance of weakness as all an act to deceive DTN and the others. I'll soon be able to cultivate for 1,000,000 years, setting a new record for the highest cultivation level of a soul beast on the Douluo continent. At that time, I will no longer be an ordinary ice silkworm, but the unprecedented and unparalleled Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in the history of Douluo continent. Unable to bear the noise of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm any longer, Lu Chen immediately activated the Golden Dragon King bloodline within his body. Roar! A deep and domineering dragon roar erupted from his body, and an invisible dragon's might swept outwards. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's boasting came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had suddenly grabbed its throat. The next second, its plump body suddenly stiffened, and its small eyes, which had been carrying a hint of smugness and arrogance, instantly widened, its pupils contracted sharply, and it was filled with disbelief and terror. What kind of aura is this? When the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's spiritual power was transmitted, it trembled violently, all its previous arrogance gone, leaving only a deep-seated fear. Dragon. The aura of the dragon race. And it's the kind of dragon race's pressure that stands at the top of the pyramid. Even DTN doesn't have such pressure. It twisted its body desperately, trying to escape Lu Chen's grasp. But the purple chain not only didn't loosen, but tightened even more, constricting its plump body slightly. It grimaced in pain, but didn't dare to utter a single howl. Just moments ago it had been boasting that it was the king of soul beasts, but now it looked exactly like a frightened little mouse, trembling all over, not even daring to look up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen could clearly feel the trembling of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in his palm. He raised an eyebrow and said in a flat tone, "Stop making a fuss." Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm trembled again in fright. GHT and hurriedly responded ingratiatingly with her mental power. No. I won't be noisy anymore. I definitely won't be noisy anymore. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to show off my skills in front of you. At this moment, it no longer dared to call itself brother, and instead addressed him as Big Boss, with perfect ease. You actually possess such pure and top-tier dragon bloodline. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you greatly. Please forgive me, Big Boss. As Tianmeng Ice Silkworm spoke, it tried its best to shrink its body into a ball and minimize its presence. Suddenly, the Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows burst forth with a dazzling red light. Buzz! A Shura demon sword, over 2 meters long, floated in front of him. Its long and broad blade was overed with dark golden earth demon patterns, and its blood-red body was filled with an extremely fierce killing aura. The murderous aura was overwhelming, and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was so frightened that she fainted. The voice of the Assura God King emanated from the Assura demon sword. Lu Chen, this insect is still a few years away from reaching 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Feed it a drop of the Golden Dragon King's essence blood to help it break through its bottleneck. At that time, I will use the power of Assura to take it back to the God realm for transformation. Okay, Lu Chen nodded in response. Just then, a dark purple figure suddenly darted out from the dense forest and pounced straight into his arms. Lu Chen instinctively reached out and caught the figure rushing towards him. Murasaki's soft body pressed tightly against his chest, her arms encircling his neck, her cheek buried in his shoulder. I'm so glad you're all right. Lu Chen could clearly feel the trembling of the person in his arms. His heart warmed, and he gently patted her back, saying softly, I'm fine. I'm sorry to have worried you. ZG nuzzled Lu Chen's shoulder before raising her head. Her cold, beautiful purple eyes scanned him up and down, and only after confirming that there were no signs of injury on his body did she finally relax. When her gaze fell on the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm that Lu Chen was holding in his other hand, her brows furrowed instantly. How did this Ice Silkworm end up with you? Did the master give it to you? Lu Chen nodded, then asked, did Gu Yuina allow you to leave the Stardow Great Forest? ZG responded emphatically, then frowned, her tone tinged with confusion. I wonder what the Lord did when he went out. I feel that, he Lord who returned this time is not quite the same as before. Lu Chen pinched ZG's cheek and said softly, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I pinched your cheek. Hearing Lu Chen's teasing, ZG's face instantly turned red, and she stared at Lu Chen with infatuation. For some reason, she felt that Lu Chen seemed to have changed, becoming more attractive. Chapter 297 The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm Breaks Through 1,000,000. Lu Chen brought ZG to a hotel in a small town near the Stardow Great Forest. Inside the room, ZG didn't say much and went straight to the bathroom. As the door closed softly, the sound of running water soon came out. Seeing this, Lu Chen activated the Silent Shadow Seal, and a dark blue light enveloped the entire room, isolating all movement. He looked at the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm lying on the ground and said calmly, feed it a drop of Golden Dragon King's essence blood. Can it really break through the 1,000,000-year limit? The voice of the Assura God King echoed in his mind. Yes, its spiritual power is already close to the god level. Through the energy and pressure of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, it should be able to take that step. Besides, this is also what Destroyer wanted. He's even more eager than I am to bring this insect back to the realm of the gods. The god of destruction. Lu Chen was filled with doubt. The Assura God King slowly said, destruction also wants to pass on its divine position to you. In order to make you more compatible with the destruction god's position, we have come up with a way to integrate a wisp of the destruction scepter's essence into the body of a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast. With the help of the 1,000,000-year-old soul beast's energy, we will create a second martial soul for you. Lu Chen understood. No wonder the god of destruction's voice sounded urgent earlier. Without further hesitation, he applied slight pressure with his fingertips, and a thin line of golden blood seeped from his fingertips. The moment the bloodline appeared, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, and an incomparably domineering dragon's might swept out, several times stronger and the pressure when simply activating the bloodline. Lu Chen slowly walked to Tianmeng's silkworm's side and smiled. Swallow this essence blood. This drop of essence blood can help you become the first million-year soul beast in Douluo continent. The heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the aura of the golden dragon king's essence blood, and its body trembled like a leaf, yet it couldn't help but raise its little head. A glint of greed flashing in its eyes. That's pure dragon blood. Even just a single drop would be an incredible opportunity for a soul beast. Big boss, this is for me. When Tianmeng's silkworm's spiritual power was transmitted, it was filled with uncontrollable excitement and fear, as if she was afraid that she had misheard. Lu Chen ignored its flattery, flicked his finger, and the drop of golden blood landed precisely on the head of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The moment the blood droplet touched its body, it immediately transformed into a warm golden current and entered its body. The moment the golden warm current entered her body, the heavenly dream ice silkworm let out a sharp cry. Its originally translucent body suddenly expanded, and layers of crimson gold halos appeared around it, dazzling and eye-catching. Buzz! The air in the room suddenly vibrated, and the pale blue cold air spread wildly from the center of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, instantly freezing the entire room into a thick layer of ice crystals. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, and his internal energy circulated slightly, thus isolating the surrounding low temperature from the outside. He could clearly feel that the energy within the heavenly dream ice silkworm was beginning to increase. Originally, it was only one step away from 1,000,000 years of cultivation. And this drop of golden dragon king's essence blood was just enough to push the heavenly dream ice silkworm to take that step. That means it's the heavenly dream ice silkworm. If it were a stronger soul beast, unless Lu Chen's blood was drained, he wouldn't be able to take that step at all. That's quite a commotion, Lu Chen muttered to himself, but the Assura god king's cold snort echoed in his mind. It's all show and no substance. The real breakthrough after 1,000,000 years lies in the transformation of the soul and energy, not this superficial show of force. Just you wait and see. This bug will at most make a commotion. As soon as he finished speaking, the expansion of the heavenly dream ice silkworm stopped, the pale blue halo around its body began to flicker violently. And the originally smooth golden patterns became sluggish, as if they were stuck by something. Its body writhed wildly, emitting painful whimpers, and even fine cracks began to appear on its translucent silkworm body, as if it would collapse at any moment. The soaring energy surge became chaotic, the spreading cold air began to recede, the frozen ice crystals melted at a visible speed, and the temperature in the room rose rapidly. Just as I expected, the Assura god king's voice carried a hint of impatience. The power of the golden dragon king's blood essence is too domineering. It can't absorb it, instead, it's going to be burst by the energy. Lu Chen, step in and stabilize it. Don't let that guy's hard work be in vain. Lu Chen was prepared. Before the Assura god king could finish speaking, a wisp of dark blue light had already condensed at his fingertips. He flicked his finger, and the dark blue light pierced precisely into the body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The moment the azure energy entered its body, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's writhing immediately subsided, and its painful whimpers diminished considerably. The stagnant golden patterns within its body began to flow again, and the chaotic energy was forcibly straightened into a warm current by the power of the Ice Dragon King, slowly cleansing its core soul. However, the subsequent break-through process completely proved the saying, much ado about nothing. The million-year breakthrough phenomenon that Lu Chen originally thought would shake the entire Douluo continent has not appeared yet. The energy within the heavenly dream ice silkworm hovered at the critical point of 990,000 years for a long time. Only with the help of the Golden Dragon King's essence blood did it reluctantly cross that threshold and officially enter the ranks of million-year soul beasts. There were no unusual celestial phenomena, no resonance with the laws, and even the chaotic energy fluctuations from before had completely subsided. Only the heavenly dream ice silkworm's body glowed slightly, and an extra golden pattern appeared on its body. It looked no different from before the breakthrough. The only change was that the soul beast aura on its body had become more condensed. That's done. Lu Chen was somewhat taken aback. The Assura God King's voice was full of helplessness. Fortunately, it was a success. Place your palm on the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and I will guide it to the god realm. Once Tianmeng ice silkworm recovered, it shook its round body, feeling the abundant energy within and the transformation originating from the depths of its soul, its eyes filled with ecstatic joy. Its spiritual power transmitted an extremely obsequious emotion. Thank you, boss. Thank you for your kindness. From now on, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lu Chen gently placed his palm on the head of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The moment his palm touched the cool silkworm's body, a vast and majestic divine power surged from within him. The next second, a crimson gold vortex appeared out of thin air in front of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, emitting strong spatial fluctuations as it spun. Tianmeng ice silkworm felt a sudden lightness throughout her body, and an irresistible pulling force came from above her head, causing subtle ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Before it could utter another flattering word, its body was sucked directly into the vortex by that force. Buzz. The spatial ripples trembled slightly, the flowing light disappeared completely, and the chaotic energy in the room also calmed down. Nailed it. The Assura God King's voice carried a hint of relief. The destruction side has made preparations. Once He integrates the destruction source into this ice silkworm, and you absorb the ice silkworm's soul ring, your second martial soul, the destruction scepter, will be born. Lu Chen nodded slightly, and just then the bathroom door was opened. Steam from the hot water, carrying a faint fragrance, wafted out, drifting into the room with wisps of white mist. ZG was standing at the door, her long, dark purple hair cascading wetly over her shoulders, water droplets still dripping from the ends, sliding down her swan-like neck and into her clothes, leaving a small, dark wet stain. She was only wrapped in a white hotel bathrobe, the material of which was thin and semi-transparent from the moisture, barely outlining her shapely figure and revealing glimpses of her pink skin. Lu Chen immediately went to ZG and naturally put his arms around her waist. It's getting late. ZG raised her eyes, gently resting her head against Lu Chen's chest, her voice tinged with anticipation. Chapter 298 A Dream Come True. The Destruction God King's Transformation. The Realm of Gods, the Temple of Assura. When Tianmeng Bingcan first arrived here, her big eyes were full of questions. The restrictions placed on its body by Jiu Yuina had been lifted without its knowledge. The heavenly dream ice silkworm surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings. The walls were covered with weapons, and the aura emanating from each weapon made its soul tremble uncontrollably. Where am I? I'm still in the hotel, aren't I? Tianmeng Bingcan muttered to herself, her little head a complete mess. This is the realm of gods. Two deep voices rang out at the same time. The Assura God King and the Destruction God King stood side by side and slowly walked to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The realm of gods. Tianmeng ice silkworm was somewhat puzzled, then seemed to realize something and exclaimed with delight, could it be that the gods have already learned of my fame as a million-year-old soul beast? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Tianmeng Bingcan laughed loudly, exclaiming excitedly, it seems I'm a god too. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, with its round and plump body, narrowed its two big eyes into crescent moons. I knew my charm was irresistible. The title of a million-year-old soul beast is unparalleled in the entire Douluo continent. The god of destruction's lips twitched, and he was about to speak when Tianmeng ice silkworm interrupted him. What kind of god do you think I'd be suitable to be? With my looks and talent, I'd be the most handsome guy in the god realm. I think god of sleep would be good, after all, my art of sleeping. It boasted on and on, completely oblivious to the indescribable expressions on the faces of the two god kings. Looking at Tianmeng ice silkworm's erratic behavior, the Assura god king said speechlessly, how come this guy acts just like a human who found money? The god of destruction nodded. In his eyes, this ice silkworm had gone mad. If it weren't for its weakness allowing it to evade the gaze of the world's will, I wouldn't have chosen it either. The god of destruction looked utterly helpless. The Assura god king nodded in agreement. I just used my divine power to look at its entire life. All it did was eat and sleep, just like a pig. If it hadn't been caught by the silver dragon king and the others, it probably would have died at the hands of other soul beasts long ago. Upon hearing the words of the Assura God King and the Destruction God King, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's smile vanished instantly. The words, "too weak, does nothing but eat and sleep," and, "like a pig," were like sharp blades piercing its heart. Seeing that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had calmed down, the god of destruction slowly said, "We called you here because we want you to become the soul ring of Lu Chen, our successor. To provide him with a second martial soul." The heavenly dream ice silkworm's body trembled violently, its round body instantly tensing up, and its previously high arrogance deflated like a punctured balloon. It immediately pounced at the feet of the god of destruction, crying out, "My lord, my cultivation has been so difficult." Before he could finish speaking, both the Assura God King and the Destruction God King revealed expressions of disdain. "Cultivation is not easy." The Assura King snorted coldly and said speechlessly, "You call that cultivation? Millions of years, while other soul beasts cultivate in battle, you slept for over 900,000 years of cultivation. You'd be lucky to get that much cultivation." The god of destruction also spoke up, saying, "With your current strength, even if you cultivate for 1,000,000 years, that will be the end of your lifespan." Tianmeng Bingcan was rendered speechless by the rebuttal, her round eyes filled with tears, yet she dared not refute. Just then, a gentle light flowed in from the temple entrance, and the goddess of life stepped gracefully in. Lu Chen possesses a soul-soul technique that allows you to live alongside him in the form of a soul. She looked at the million-eyed silkworm and said slowly, "If you stay by Lu Chen's side, when he becomes a god in the future, he might be able to take you with him." As soon as the goddess of life finished speaking, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's eyes lit up instantly. Become a god." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm suddenly lifted its round body and looked at the goddess of life, saying, "Goddess, is what you said true? If I follow that little guy named Lu Chen, I can also become a god." The goddess of life nodded gently, "Of course it's true. Lu Chen is the successor jointly chosen by the gods of Assura and destruction. He will definitely enter the god realm in the future. And at that time he will be able to reshape your physical body. This can be considered a disguised path to godhood." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm smacked its lips, its little brain working at lightning speed. On one hand, there is the fate of having one's soul ring directly absorbed and being annihilated. On the other hand, there is the opportunity to follow an heir with infinite potential and have the chance to ascend to the throne of a god. The former is a 100% dead end. The latter is a 100% way out, and all you have to do is become a spirit and go back to sleep. "I do." Tianmeng Bingcan adopted a righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, "It is my honor to serve the two deities." Oh, the god of destruction was too lazy to waste words with it. A dark purple gold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and the purple-black scepter symbolizing the power of destruction floated in his palm. The scepter of destruction is 2 zhong long and emits a strong purple light, containing the destructive intent of the newly formed divine realm. The god of destruction touched the destruction scepter with his fingertip, and a wisp of purple light flew out from the scepter, condensing into a miniature destruction scepter in front of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. This ray of light may seem faint, but it is a wisp of the primordial power of the laws of destruction in the divine realm. The moment that wisp of purple essence appeared, the temperature of the entire Assura temple seemed to drop. The destructive aura permeating the air made the round body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm shiver involuntarily, and its fighting spirit to become a god, which had just been ignited, instantly wilted by more than half. What is this thing? It looks so scary." Tianmeng Ice Silkworm shrank her neck, her big eyes full of vigilance. She took half a step back but forgot that she was still at the feet of the god of destruction and almost fell over. "Destroy the origin," the god king of destruction said, pointing his scepter at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. That wisp of destructive origin seemed to have eyes, precisely drilling into its brow, and a cold, domineering power instantly swept through its entire body. "Ah!" The heavenly dream ice silkworm let out a shrill scream, its body tumbling uncontrollably in the air. The million-year-old soul beast's body rippled under the impact of the source of destruction, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yet that wisp of origin carried a strange pulling force, which not only did not destroy it, but instead reshaped its structure and deeply imprinted the will to destroy into the depths of its soul. The screams of the heavenly dream ice silkworm gradually subsided, and the light on its body slowly intertwined with a deep purplish-black color from its initial icy blue. Its once fair and tender buttocks have turned purplish-black, and even its once pure ice-blue eyes have been tinged with a deep purple light. The 10 golden patterns on its body have also transformed into purplish gold. It collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. It hurts so much. The goddess of life stepped forward, gently raising her jade hand, and a pale green life force swirled out, enveloping the body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Destroying the source is too domineering, I'll help stabilize it. As the green light shone down, the violent power within the heavenly dream ice silkworm slowly subsided. Goddess, thank you. The Assura god king and the destruction god King exchanged a glance and smiled at each other. Chapter 299 The Eighth Soul Ring. The Destruction Ice Silkworm. It was 3 days later when Lu Chen and Ziji finished their exercise. With an alluring blush on her cheeks, Ziji looked at Lu Chen, who was still radiant and full of energy, her eyes sparkling with charm as she said in a sweet voice, "How about we stay a little longer?" Lu Chen looked at Ziji and said softly, "It's getting late. I've been in Dragon Valley for a year and a half, and it's time to go back to the academy." Ziji nodded slightly after hearing Lu Chen's words, leaned down and kissed Lu Chen's lips, and said softly, "Then I'll go take a shower." "Okay." Lu Chen nodded. As Ziji entered the bathroom, Lu Chen slowly stood up. Suddenly, a faint blue light shone from his left arm, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a cloud of steam. The steam enveloped his body, instantly cleansing him completely. Just then, the voice of the Assura god king rang in Lu Chen's mind, "Lu Chen, you've succeeded." Then, the Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows lit up with a dazzling light, and a purple-black heavenly dream ice silkworm flew out from the mark and landed at Lu Chen's feet. The voice of the Assura god king rang out again, "Lu Chen, from now on, Iron destruction will be restricted by the will of the Douluo continent world and will no longer be able to descend upon Douluo at will. From now on, you will have to walk your own path." Good. Once the Assura god king's divine sense disappeared, Lu Chen began to examine the heavenly dream ice silkworm before him. The heavenly dream ice silkworm before my eyes looks completely different from the one before. Although it still had a round and plump body, it was covered with a deep purplish black luster. Its originally pure ice blue eyes were tinged with a faint purple light, and the 10 patterns on its back had transformed into a dazzling purplish gold color. It was also surrounded by a faint aura of destruction. Is this the heavenly dream ice silkworm that carries the power of destruction? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, very curious about what the heavenly dream ice silkworm had gone through. As soon as the words were spoken, the heavenly dream ice silkworm suddenly stood up. It looked at Lu Chen and immediately said excitedly, "Big boss. I have come to become your soul spirit under the orders of 2 gods." The heavenly dream ice silkworm is like a puppy waiting to be fed, its big tail wagging rapidly behind it. Upon first seeing Lu Chen, it seemed as if it saw its own brilliant future. Seeing Tianmeng Bingcan's ingratiating manner, Lu Chen was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out a finger and gently touched the round body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. "You must relax now." Although Tianmeng ice silkworm didn't know what Lu Chen was going to do, it trusted him completely. Its tense body instantly relaxed, and its round body even swayed slightly. "Okay, boss. I definitely won't move." Seeing its cooperation, a hint of approval flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and a crimson gold light emanated from his fingertips. "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the Assura demon sword appeared out of thin air between Lu Chen and Tianmeng ice silkworm. 7 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 red, gold, red, and dark blue, surrounded the sword and slowly swirled, radiating a powerful soul force. The next moment, a crimson gold Assura domain was released from Lu Chen's body, instantly enveloping the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Within the domain, endless killing intent condensed into a thick fog, surging endlessly and radiating a terrifying pressure. As a crimson gold light shone from his body, he chanted the incantation for the contracted soul. One after another, profound and mysterious runes flew out from the Assura demon's sword, and the 7 soul rings on the sword suddenly accelerated their rotation. As more and more runes appeared, a magic circle appeared beneath Lu Chen's feet. In an instant, the magic circle expanded rapidly, encompassing the enormous body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. As the magic array swirled, crimson gold flames suddenly ignited on the heavenly dream ice silkworm's body. As the contract ritual progressed, the flames grew ever more intense. Its body, which was originally brimming with power, began to slowly wither and shrivel, but its aura continued to rise and grow stronger. Go! With a light tap of his fingertip, Lu Chen caused the surrounding crimson gold runes to instantly surge into the Assura demon sword and the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The runes landed on the heavenly dream ice silkworm, guiding its soul essence and its own soul power to merge into the contract. A series of magnificent lights continuously emanated from Lu Chen's body, wrapping around the heavenly dream ice silkworm. His spiritual power began to surge forth, merging with the spiritual essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, guiding each other, drawing ever closer, and establishing a deep connection. The 7 spirit rings on the sword suddenly increased their rotation speed, and crimson gold sword energy burst forth from the sword, intertwining with the crimson gold light in the magic array. The body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm became transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its originally round body gradually transformed into strands of purplish-black energy threads, converging towards the Assura demon sword. Lu Chen focused his mind and dared not slacken in the slightest. The Assura mark between his brows flickered with light, and a surge of immense spiritual power welled up from his sea of consciousness. As he rapidly formed hand seals, the contract incantation he chanted became increasingly urgent. On the crimson gold magic circle, the originally flowing runes suddenly turned silvery, and the infusion of spiritu power made the magic circle shine even brighter. As the heavenly dream ice silkworm's soul essence continued to merge, the crimson gold light on the Assura demon sword's blade was gradually replaced by a purplish-black light. Although the light was very faint, the aura it emitted seemed capable of destroying the world. At that moment, all 7 spirit rings on the Assura demon sword began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, a ring of purplish-black spirit rings appeared from the spot where the heavenly dream ice silkworm had disappeared. As soon as this purplish-black spirit ring appeared, the surrounding space emitted a faint hum, as if it could not withstand the terrifying power contained within. If it weren't for the platinum gold pattern encircling the spirit ring, Anyo Nei would probably mistakenly believe that Lu Chen's 8th spirit ring came from a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. Lu Chen could clearly feel that the power of this spirit ring far surpassed any of the previous spirit rings. Even the 7th spirit ring, which condensed the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, was inferior to the 8th spirit ring. Before he finished speaking, the purplish black spirit ring slowly approached the blade of the Assura demon sword, aligning itself alongside the original 7 spirit rings. The moment it stabilized completely, all 8 spirit rings simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. Purple, black, gold-red, and purplish-black light intertwined to form a magnificent light shield that enveloped Lu Chen. At this moment, a wisp of purplish-black light intertwined and converged with platinum light on Lu Chen's shoulder, reforming into the shape of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. It curiously surveyed its surroundings, its eyes filled with wonder. The surrounding blood mist began to surge and converge. A blood-red ice silkworm slowly emerged and appeared before Lu Chen. This blood silkworm looked exactly like the heavenly dream ice silkworm, except for its completely different color. Tianmeng ice silkworm stared at the blood-red clone in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is this thing? Why does it look just as handsome as me?" Just then, the Assura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, and a purplish-black beam of light shot out from the mark and landed on the Assura demon sword. The Assura demon sword emitted a hum, and its 8 soul rings simultaneously stopped spinning, releasing streams of pure energy that merged into Lu Chen's spiritual world. Chapter 300 The Second Martial Soul. The Scepter of Destruction. Lu Chen felt a warm sensation between his brows, and his consciousness was pulled by an invisible giant hand, instantly plunging into the sea of his mind. This world, which should have been a dazzling crimson gold, was now being stirred up by a purplish-black energy, with towering waves crashing against the boundaries of the sea of spirit, producing a muffled roar. Lu Chen's consciousness floated above the sea of spirit, his brows slightly furrowed. He could clearly sense that a destructive force, sharp as a knife and carrying an aura of extreme destructiveness, was constantly invading his spiritual sea. Just as he was pondering how to guide these two forces, the newly condensed heavenly dream ice silkworm soul on his shoulder suddenly transformed into a stream of purplish black light and rushed into his sea of consciousness. As the light fell to the ground, the consciousness of the heavenly dream ice silkworm manifested. Its round body stood firmly amidst the torrent of spiritual power. The purple gold patterns on its back lit up, and it shouted loudly, "Big boss. I'm here to help you. The two gods have long instructed me to use my spiritual origin to draw upon the power of destruction to condense my martial soul." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianmeng ice silkworm took a deep breath, and a vast amount of spiritual power burst out from its body. At the same time, the purple gold patterns on its back began to emit strange fluctuations, precisely locking onto the destructive power in the sea of consciousness. "Now, boss, articulate your soul power and guide these two forces to merge." The heavenly dream ice silkworm's voice carried a hint of urgency, clearly indicating that drawing upon all of its spiritual energy was no easy task for it. Lu Chen dared not delay and immediately mobilized the soul power within his body, letting it flow along the meridians of his spiritual sea. His soul power quietly seeped into the boundary between the spiritual power and the destructive power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The two forces that were originally mutually repulsive gradually calmed down under the harmonization of the soul power and began to slowly intertwine and merge. The two continuously rotated and converged in the center of the sea of spirit, forming a huge purplish black vortex. The vortex spun faster and faster, stirring up waves of spiritual energy. The spiritual essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was continuously absorbed into it, making the vortex grow larger and larger, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying and oppressive. Lu Chen was completely focused on controlling everything. He could clearly feel that a new kind of power was being nurtured at the center of the vortex. Buzz! Suddenly, the vortex contracted sharply, and all the power instantly converged inward. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling purplish black beam of light shot into the sky from the center of the vortex, piercing the void of the sea of spirit. Within the pillar of light, an ancient and majestic scepter slowly emerged. Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the scepter, and his breath hitched slightly. The scepter is entirely purplish black, with intricate purple gold patterns covering its shaft. A faint aura of destruction flows between these patterns, as if they are engraved with the most primal laws of destruction in the world. The heavenly dream ice silkworm collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, its breath so weak it was almost fading away. It weakly spoke, "Big boss. I'm afraid I'll have to sleep for a while. Just wake me up when you become a god." As soon as she finished speaking, the heavenly dream ice silkworm transformed into specks of light and surged into the 8th soul ring of the Assura demon sword. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. After all, Tianmeng ice silkworm had fused 99% of his own essence into it in order to help him condense his second martial soul. He looked up at the sky, where Lu Chen's spiritual sea was enveloped by 12 crimson gold suns, and 6 brilliant gold suns. He looked up at the sky above the sea of spirits. At this moment, 12 crimson gold suns, and 6 brilliant gold suns surround the area, radiating warm and boundless energy. At the center of the 18 suns, the Assura demon sword and the newly formed destruction scepter float side by side. One is chilling and fierce, while the other is destructive and domineering. Their auras complement each other, forming a strange balance. This place is really getting more and more lively. Lu Chen smiled faintly, his consciousness returned to his body, and the Assura domain receded like the tide. With a thought, the scepter of destruction appeared in his left hand. At that moment, two authoritative voices simultaneously rang in Lu Chen's mind. "Lu Chen, I am the god of Assura. I am the god of destruction." The two voices intertwined without any conflict, instead creating a strange resonance that caused the space around Lu Chen to tremble slightly. "Since you have inherited the Assura demon sword and gained the approval of the origin of destruction, and forged the staff of destruction as your second martial soul, you already possess the foundation to inherit our divine positions." The voice of the Assura god rang out again, carrying an undeniable majesty. Now that I see your potential, a single divine position is no longer enough to support your future. Therefore, I have consulted with the god of destruction and decided to combine the 2 trials into one, thus initiating the 9 trials of the God King. The God King's 9 trials. 4th trial. Jiang. Why to the underwater land of destruction to absorb the power of destruction. Time limit, 1 year. The 2 majestic voices faded away, and at the same time, a vague sense of information about the day. Troid underwater land flooded into his mind. That was a forbidden place located in the deepest part of the endless sea. The seabed is filled with raging, destructive energy currents and countless terrifying sea spirit beasts born from energy distortions. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to escape unscathed if he ventures into it. Lu Chen, what's wrong with you? The bathroom door opened, and Ziji walked out wearing a pure white bathrobe. Her long, wet hair was steaming, and her skin was as smooth and lustrous as jade. When she saw the scepter of destruction in Lu Chen's hand, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She could clearly feel that the scepter exuded an extremely terrifying power, a destructive aura that made even her heart tremble. Lu Chen put away the scepter of destruction, and the purplish-black light vanished instantly. He turned around, looked at Ziji, and smiled. It's nothing, I just condensed my second martial soul. A second martial soul? Ziji walked up to Lu Chen and looked him over curiously. This is the first time I've heard that you have a second martial soul. She wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, her body lazily pressed against him. The soft touch coming through his clothes. She tilted her head slightly, her nose almost touching Lu Chen's chin, and asked in a slightly coquettish tone, what was the origin of that frightening aura just now? Lu Chen cupped Ziji's firm, slender waist in his hands and said frankly, I've formed a contract with a soul spirit. Nestled in Lu Chen's arms, Ziji suddenly looked up and asked, Lu Chen, just how strong are you now? Even I can't see your true strength anymore. Her amethyst eyes gleamed with curiosity and a fighting spirit. How about, we have a fight? Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his fingertips gently stroking Ziji's smooth back. How do you want to fight? Stop when you've made your point. Ziji raised her hand, her fingertip lightly touching Lu Chen's chest. A sly smile playing on her lips. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, if you lose. She paused deliberately, her smile deepening. You have to tell me the secret of your second martial soul. Lu Chen chuckled softly, reached out and ruffled her hair, his voice tinged with affection. Okay. But don't regret it. Chapter 301 Lu Chen vs Ziji. 8th Soul Skill, Heavenly Sword of Destruction. Lu Chen and Ziji appeared at the mountaintop. A fierce wind howled atop the mountain, and beneath their feet stretched rolling hills, with clouds and mist swirling around their waists. Ziji was the first to move. The moment she took a half step back, her purple soul power erupted, and her rich dragon might spread out like a tide. As she circulated her soul power, fine purplish-black dragon scales appeared on her body, her eyes blazed with purple light, and a huge purple dragon shadow swirled behind her. Watch out! With a soft shout, Ziji's figure NLY transformed into a streak of purple light, rushing straight towards Lu Chen with a sharp whooshing sound. Roar! With a thought, Lu Chen unleashed a dragon roar that shook the mountaintop, its majestic and powerful might striking Ziji directly. Ziji's body suddenly froze, and the dragon's roar caused the power within her body to become uncontrollably stagnant by half. During this brief pause, Lu Chen had already completed his full-body dragon transformation. The golden dragon scales reflected a dazzling light in the raging winds atop the mountain, with a faint crimson gold halo flowing around the edges of each scale. Above his head, thick and hard golden dragon horns swirled around the tips, rising and falling slightly with his breath. The golden dragon's eyes suddenly contracted, turning into vertical pupils that reflected the purple figure of Ziji rushing towards it. The golden red dragon wings on its back suddenly unfolded, with a wingspan of more than 10 feet, and the wing membrane was covered with fine golden patterns. 6 gleaming golden spirit rings slowly rose from beneath Lu Chen's feet and encircled him. Seeing Lu Chen like this, Ziji couldn't help but lick her lips. Clearly, Lu Chen was more attractive than ever before. However, in an instant, the amazement in Ziji's eyes was replaced by a sharp edge, After all, only by winning could she make demands. The purple light emanating from her body intensified rather than diminished, and the corrosive power swirling around her fingertips solidified into sharp claws, viciously grabbing at Lu Chen's shoulder. Good timing. Instead of retreating, Lu Chen advanced, his golden-red dragon wings flapping violently behind him, and he charged forward like a cannonball, his first chi and blood soul ring lighting up instantly. Golden dragon body. Hold head high. With a resounding dragon roar, every dragon scale on Lu Chen's body simultaneously lit up with dazzling light. Lu Chen clenched his right fist. The surging blood and chi within his body gathering at the tip of his fist, the crimson gold light surrounding his fist seemed to be burning, and with an invincible momentum, he slammed towards Ziji's claws. Clang! The collision of gold and purple produced a piercing metallic clang, and a violent shockwave of soul power spread outwards from the two of them, blowing away the rock. KS on the mountaintop and causing a sandstorm to rage. Lu Chen felt a powerful force coming from his fist, his arm went slightly numb, and his body involuntarily slid back several steps, causing the rocks under his feet to crack. Ziji was also suffering, as Lu Chen's Golden Dragon King bloodline itself suppressed her. Using the force, she flew backward several feet and landed steadily on a protruding rock. The purple dragon shadow behind her became clearer and clearer, letting out a low growl of unwillingness. Such formidable strength, far stronger than I anticipated. A fierce smile, full of fighting spirit, curled at the corners of Ziji's lips, and the purple light in her eyes grew even stronger. However, this is not enough. Before she finished speaking, the purple soul power around her surged again. And the purple dragon shadow behind her suddenly opened its huge mouth, condensing a dense purple dragon breath. Death Dragon Flame. As soon as he finished speaking, a bow of purplish-black dragon flame locked onto Lu Chen and rushed towards him. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and golden-red light shone from his right arm. Golden-red dragon flames surged from his right arm, instantly condensing into a giant dragon that charged towards the Death Dragon Flame. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, the rocks were instantly vaporized, forming a huge crater with thick smoke billowing out. You're cheating. Ziji let out a soft snort, her purple-black dragon wings flapped behind her, and her figure transformed into a purple stream of light once again. This time, she did not rush straight at Lu Chen, but instead circled around him rapidly, leaving behind a series of purple afterimages. Lu Chen's Golden Dragon King perception instantly expanded, taking in all the surrounding movements. Just as the afterimage of Ziji was about to get close to his side, he suddenly reached out, and his golden dragon claw accurately grabbed to the right. Murasaki, who had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, froze, forced to reveal herself, and her plan to ambush her failed. Devouring Domain. Ziji's voice carried a hint of cold authority. As she finished speaking, the surging purple soul power around her suddenly subsided, and then a ball of purplish-black light slowly rose from her palm. The ball of light was initially no bigger than a fist, with strange, dark purple patterns flowing across its surface, as if it contained a terrifying power capable of devouring everything. Alarm bells rang in Lu Chen's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly retracted the golden dragon claw that had been attacking Ziji, and at the same time, he blasted backward, creating enough distance between himself and Ziji. The next second, Ziji suddenly flipped her wrist, and the purplish-black ball of light suddenly flew out of her hand and rapidly expanded in the air. In the blink of an eye, the ball of light transformed into a massive vortex with a diameter of tens of feet. The inner wall of the vortex was covered with fine, purplish-black scale patterns, and it emitted a terrifying, whooshing, sound as it spun. A terrifying devouring force erupted from the vortex in an instant. The rocks beneath Lu Chen's feet began to crumble inch by inch, the fragments detaching from the ground and flying towards the vortex. As they approached the edge of the vortex, they were instantly pulverized. Is this your domain? Lu Chen's eyes were solemn. His golden red dragon wings suddenly unfolded, and the golden patterns on the wing membranes lit up, trying to resist the terrifying devouring force. Even so, his body still swayed forward involuntarily, and the power of his blood and soul became slightly disordered, as if an invisible force was trying to forcibly extract the power from his body. Perfect timing to try out my newly acquired soul skill. The Assura mark between Lu Chen's brows lit up, and the Assura demon sword appeared directly in his hand. On the sword, a purplish-black soul ring slowly rotated, and the light it emitted alone prevented the surrounding devouring power from penetrating even slightly. 8th Soul Skill, Heavenly Sword of Destruction. The purplish-black soul ring instantly merged into the sword, and wisps of destructive power emanated from the demonic sword, wrapping around Lu Chen's arm. The Assura Mon sword suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple-black light, its blade trembling violently as if awakened from its slumber. The patterns on the blade became increasingly clear, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. The next second, Lu Chen exerted force with both arms, raising the Assura demon sword high, its tip pointing directly at the devouring vortex in the sky. The purplish-black light rose along the blade, instantly condensing into a huge sword shadow tens of feet long. The edges of the sword shadow were burning with purplish-black flames, and the surrounding space rippled slightly. Cut. With those few words, Lu Chen pressed down on his wrist, and a massive purple-black sword shadow, carrying an aura of world-destroying power, slashed fiercely towards the devouring vortex below. The sword shadow sliced through the air, leaving a deep black trail. The surrounding devouring power was forcibly torn apart by this domineering sword energy, and the rubble that was Origina. LLY flying towards the vortex was instantly turned into dust by the sword energy. Chapter 302 Return to Heaven. Facing the Golden Crocodile, the heavenly sword of destruction falls. A deafening roar shattered the surrounding clouds. A terrifying energy shockwave spread outwards in a ring from the point of impact, tearing away layers of rock from the mountaintop, turning the once flat summit into a scene of utter devastation. A fierce wind howled, whipping up a cloud of sand and dust that enveloped the two figures. Lu Chen felt a powerful force of recoil coming from the sword. The dragon scales on his arm shone brightly. His blood surged, and he involuntarily staggered back more than 10 steps. With each step, he left a deep footprint on the rock. He gripped the Assura demon sword tightly, steadying himself. A trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Such powerful strength. A single strike consumed 60% of his mental and soul power. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with horror. Amidst the sandstorm, Ziji's figure came into view. She too was thrown back several feet, her pretty face somewhat pale, her chest heaving slightly. Clearly having also suffered a considerable impact. However, there was no trace of frustration in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and fervor. She looked at Lu Chen and said slowly, "As expected of the man I chose, he has not disappointed me." After Ziji finished speaking, she withdrew her power and came to Lu Chen's side, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Lu Chen gently touched Ziji's brow with his fingertip and smiled, "You're not injured, but I didn't expect my 8th soul skill to be so powerful." A surge of pure dragon energy flowed from Lu Chen's fingertips into Ziji's brow, dispelling the remaining destructive power within her body. Ziji narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying this moment of tenderness. She looked at Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with inquiry. "Lu Chen, the color of your 8th spirit ring is very special. What kind of spirit beast did it come from?" Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly as he asked, "Do you still remember that ice silkworm from before?" Ziji nodded, then her eyes filled with disbelief. "You mean your 8th spirit ring came from that useless giant worm?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen not only did not refute, but smiled even more meaningfully. "A useless giant worm? That's no ordinary ice silkworm." He raised his hand and waved it, his soul power surging around him, and the purplish black 8th soul ring slowly landed in his palm. With a flick of his finger, Lu Chen summoned the purplish black phantom of the heavenly dream ice silkworm onto his soul ring. However, the ice CLK worm was still fast asleep and had no idea that Lu Chen had pulled it out of the soul ring. Ziji's pupils contracted slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the silkworm-shaped phantom. As this still that insect, she couldn't detect any trace of the previous aura from the heavenly dream ice silkworm in front of her. The ice silkworm she had encountered earlier was inferior to even a 10,000-year-old soul beast in every aspect except for its spiritual power. Yet, the fluctuations emanating from this illusory figure before her made even this true dragon feel a slight tremor in her heart. ZG stared intently at Lu Chen and asked, "What exactly did you do to this guy?" Lu Chen sheathed the Assura demon sword, smiled faintly, and replied, "I merely gave it a drop of my Zen's blood to help it reach 1,000,000 cultivation levels." ZG curled her lips slightly, "I don't believe it." Lu Chen smiled and flicked ZG's nose with his index finger, his tone teasing, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." "But I'm not lying to you." ZG gave a soft snort and turned her head away, but did not dodge. Instead, she pretended to be arrogant and pressed her face against Lu Chen's chest. Seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled and patted the dust off his body. "This place is not safe to stay for long." The energy fluctuation of that 8th soul skill was too astonishing and has probably attracted the attention of many soul masters. Upon hearing this, ZG nodded. Lu Chen gazed at the distant horizon, which led directly to Tiando City. "We should set off." As soon as they finished speaking, 2 dragon roars rang out from the 2 of them at the same time. 2 figures shot into the sky like arrows released from a bow, speeding towards the direction of Tiando City. The 2 sped along, the mountains and rivers rushing past beneath their feet. About half an hour later, the outline of the tall and majestic city walls of Tiando City could be seen on the horizon ahead. Banners fluttered atop the city walls, and the figures of patrolling guards could be vaguely seen, but their aura carried an unfamiliar chill. Just as the 2 were about to reach the outskirts of Tiando City, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, his steps abruptly stopped, and he raised his hand to protect ZG behind him. ZG's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly concealed her aura. Following Lu Chen's gaze, she whispered, "That doesn't seem to be a taxi driver from Tiando City." "The Spirit Hall," Lu Chen said slowly, "it seems that the landscape of the continent has changed during my absence." The figures on the city wall wore uniform black armor, with the Spirit Hall's mark branded on their chests. Even more astonishingly, dozens of powerful figures hovered above the city wall, each exuding the aura of a soul saint or even a soul Douluo. "The Spirit Hall is moving very fast. They have already occupied Heaven Do City." ZG's voice was extremely low, tinged with disbelief. Although she was a soul beast, she knew that the Heaven Do Empire, as one of the 2 great empires on the continent, had a profound foundation. Even if the Spirit Hall was powerful, it should not have been able to break through the capital so easily. "I'm afraid no war has occurred." Lu Chen frowned, his gaze sweeping across the city wall before finally settling on the particularly striking figure in the center. He was an elderly man dressed in a gold robe embroidered with silver, with white hair and beard, a ruddy complexion, and an air of authority that came from long holding a high position. He completely concealed his aura, as if he were one with heaven and earth. If Lu Chen's spiritual power were not far beyond that of ordinary people, he would not have been able to detect his presence at all. ZG looked at Lu Chen and followed his gaze, then frowned and said, "That old man's soul power is at least level 98. Lu Chen nodded. The golden robe represented the status of an honored one, distinguishing him from the black robe worn by Soul Douluo and the red robe worn by elders. Adding to what ZG said, Lu Chen had already guessed the old man's NTITY, the second elder of the Elder Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo. Lu Chen slowly said, "If I'm not mistaken, Qian Runshui should be in Tiando City right now, otherwise that old guy Qian Douluo wouldn't have sent Golden Crocodile Douluo out." ZG nodded slightly, then turned to look at Lu Chen, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. "How about we just charge in?" Lu Chen didn't answer the question, but instead said, "Let's go check out the situation first." With a flap of their dragon wings, the 2 transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew towards the city gate of Tiando City. Almost the instant they approached, the Golden Crocodile Douluo on the city wall slowly raised his eyes. His previously cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with 2 dazzling beams of light, like 2 unsheathed swords, piercing straight at Lu Chen and ZG in the sky. The next second, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone around him, and an overwhelming pressure, as heavy as a mountain, descended upon him. The Spirit Hall soldiers on the city wall were already so intimidated by this oppressive aura that they prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling all over, and did not even have the courage to raise their heads. Chapter 303 Sword presses down on the Golden Crocodile. Who goes there? Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly stood up, his body flashing with golden light. In the midst of the radiance, a ferocious giant crocodile phantom circled and roared, its fierce pressure instantly sweeping across the entire arena. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly darkened, and the Den dragon eyes in his pupils suddenly lit up. The domineering dragon might of the Golden Dragon King erupted without reservation, colliding with the pressure of the Golden Crocodile Douluo like a tsunami. Boom! An invisible shockwave exploded in midair. Purple dragon wings suddenly unfurled behind Ziji, and she parted her red lips slightly. Dare to touch my people. You're asking for death. Lu Chen reached out and stopped the furious Ziji, saying softly, I'll give him a try. A hint of surprise flashed in Golden Crocodile Douluo's turbid eyes. He had never seen Lu Chen's face before, so he naturally did not know that the person in front of him was Lu Chen. Golden Crocodile then sneered, how dare you? You dare to be so insolent in the territory of the Spirit Hall. Before he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand, and golden soul power condensed in his palm, flowing with heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. Jurisdiction. Lu Chen chuckled, a flash of sun gold light appearing between his brows as the Assura demon sword landed in his hand. Heaven Do City is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. When did it become the territory of your Spirit Hall? Empire. A sneer flashed in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes. Those who know when to yield are the wise ones. The Heaven Do royal family has already surrendered. This world will sooner or later be in the hands of my Spirit Hall. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender and you might still be able to save your lives. After hearing Golden Crocodile Douluo's words, Lu Chen UGHT to himself. It seems that the Spirit Hall's plan is about to begin. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, the Assura demon sword in his hand trembled slightly, and crimson gold sword energy flowed slowly along the blade. I think it was your Spirit Hall that used some underhanded methods. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged. The domineering dragon might of the Golden Dragon King, and the chilling killing intent of the Assura god intertwined, forming a sense of oppression far exceeding that before, which swept towards Golden Crocodile Douluo. The ground seemed to sink slightly under the pressure of this aura, and the surrounding air became stagnant. Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously circulated his soul power to defend himself. He hadn't expected the young man's aura to be so terrifying. He even felt fear within that oppressive aura. A knowing glint flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed the true identity of the person before him, Lu Chen. Let this old man test whether your strength is as monstrous as the rumors suggest. Arrogant. With a roar, the golden soul power in the palm of his hand suddenly surged, RMING into a phantom of a golden crocodile with bared fangs and claws. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. With a roar, the golden crocodile phantom lunged at Lu Chen, ring the air apart and emitting a piercing whistling sound. Seeing this, Ziji's purple dragon wings fluttered slightly as she was about to step forward to help, but Lu Chen stopped her again. I told you, I'd give him a try. Lu Chen's voice remained calm, but his eyes grew sharper. Perfect. Let me see just how capable the second elder of the Spirit Hall really is. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen lightly tapped his foot, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of crimson gold lightning, heading straight towards the golden crocodile phantom. He raised the Assura demon sword high in his hand, and the crimson gold sword energy condensed into a huge sword shadow, which slashed down with earth-shattering power. Clang! The sword shadow and the golden crocodile phantom collided with a deafening roar. The crimson and golden energy shockwaves spread wildly, shattering the roof tiles of the surrounding houses and causing jagged cracks to appear on the walls. The pedestrians on the street had already scattered in fear, and the Tiando city garrison in the distance was pale-faced, but dared not approach easily. Golden Crocodile Douluo swayed, forced back 2 steps by the shockwave, his surprise growing even greater. Good lad. A hint of appreciation appeared in Golden Crocodile Douluo's cloudy eyes. Then a deafening roar erupted from his throat, martial soul possession. The moment the roar subsided, the golden light around him suddenly surged, the dazzling light like the blazing sun, almost blinding people. His already robust physique grew taller and larger at a visible rate. his muscles bulging and tearing his robes to shreds. Fine golden scales appeared on his face, his hands and feet transformed into sharp golden claws, and a huge, long tail covered in scales and spikes trailed behind him, creating a whistling sound as it swayed slightly. 9 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, rose from beneath Golden Crocodile Douluo's feet. As the spirit rings rotated, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from his body. This oppressive aura, besides the soul power pressure at the level of a soul Douluo, also contained the ferocious aura of an ancient beast, as if a real golden crocodile had descended upon the world. Lu Chen's eyes remained calm as he pointed the Assura demon's sword at the golden crocodile. The tip pointing downwards. The sword was adorned with 2 purple, 3 black, 1 red, 1 blue and red interwoven with 1 purple and black. 8 spirit rings slowly RGED from the tip of the sword and revolved around the blade. The 8 spirit rings were interlocked, and the layers of pressure crushed towards Golden Crocodile Douluo as if they were tangible. Golden Crocodile Douluo's pupils shrank sharply, and the powerful aura he possessed after his martial soul was attached to was forced to pause slightly by Lu Chen's pressure. He could clearly say, NSE, that the opponent's spirit ring configuration far exceeded that of ordinary spirit masters, especially the 2 spirit rings that were interwoven with blue and red and purple and black. The energy fluctuations emitted by them even made this level 98 peak Douluo feel a slight tremor in his heart. You think you can crush me with mere intimidation? Enraged, Golden Crocodile Douluo laughed, his soul power surging wildly within him. The phantom of the golden crocodile behind him grew increasingly solid, and it opened its blood-red maw, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The oppressive aura, imbued with the ferocity of ancient beasts, suddenly erupted and collided violently with Lu Chen's oppressive aura. Buzz. The energy barriers formed by the 2 terrifying pressures vibrated violently in midair. Visible energy ripples spread wildly from the point of the 2 combatants, causing houses on both sides of the street to collapse like paper, with rubble flying everywhere. The nearest city gate tower bore the brunt of the impact. Under the pressure of the 2 forces, the originally sturdy blue brick city wall first developed dense cracks, which spread like a spider web across its entire surface. The spirit hall guards on the city wall were so terrified by the oppressive atmosphere that they collapsed to the ground, too weak to even cry for help. They could only watch helplessly as the city wall trembled and was on the verge of collapse. Crack. Boom. After a piercing cracking sound, the top of the entire city tower collapsed first, and the huge beams crashed down with a whooshing sound, hitting the city wall below and triggering a chain reaction. The already overburdened city wall could no longer hold on and broke in the middle with a crash. The entire city gate collapsed like a small mountain, and the rising dust blotted out the sky, enveloping everything around it. Chapter 304. Lu Chen was eaten. Amidst the smoke and dust, the 2 figures remained standing motionless, as if the surrounding cataclysmic events had nothing to do with them. Lu Chen's hair was blown by the airflow, and the crimson gold sword energy surrounding him dispelled all the smoke and dust that rushed towards him. The Assura demon's sword in his hand trembled slightly, the 8 soul rings on the sword suddenly accelerated their rotation, and the Assura sword intent soared into the sky. Kill 1 living being. Lu Chen let out a low shout, and with a slight twist of his wrist, the crimson gold sword shadow, like a rainbow tearing through the sky and dust, broke through the smoke and dust, heading straight for Golden Crocodile Douluo's face. Before the sword even arrived, the chilling killing intent had already locked onto Golden Crocodile Douluo, leaving him no way to avoid it. A cold glint flashed in Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes. His enormous golden tail swept across the room, creating a violent gust of wind. At the same time, he roared, "Second soul skill, golden power." Smack! The golden tail collided with the crimson gold sword shadow with a loud crash, producing a crisp yet ear-piercing sound. Lu Chen hovered in midair, his cold eyes fixed on Golden Crocodile Douluo, his expression unchanged. In contrast, Golden Crocodile Douluo's enormous body was uncontrollably forced to take a half-step back. The surprise in his eyes turned into seriousness. Although the attack did not hurt him, the sword intent it contained was far more terrifying than he had imagined. With a flap of his dragon wings, Lu Chen swooped down like an arrow. The Assura demon sword shining brightly in his hand. Kill the hungry ghost twice. Lu Chen's eyes shone with a crimson gold light, and his killing intent surged to its peak, as if he wanted to dye the world in blood. A crimson light erupted from the blade of the Assura demon sword, and an extremely dense killing intent surged from Lu Chen's body, condensing into a blurry Assura phantom behind him. Throat acupuncture for abdominal fire. Lu Chen was only 10 meters away from the Golden Crocodile Douluo at this moment. Seeing the food turn to filth, he wept in vain. Lu Chen flicked his wrist, and the Assura demon sword slashed out fiercely. The ultimate killing intent behind Lu Chen suddenly coalesced into a malevolent demonic form. The demon bared its fangs and claws, its murderous intent overwhelming, and charged toward Golden Crocodile Douluo. Upon seeing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo's alarm bells rang loudly, and his huge golden pupils were filled with horror. He could clearly feel that the power of this attack was at least 3 times greater than the previous one. He let out a deafening roar. 5th soul skill, Golden Crocodile armor. Golden Crocodile D. Douluo suddenly curled his body into a ball, and his golden scales instantly stood up, like an impenetrable golden shield. As the light surged, the already enormous Golden Crocodile Douluo expanded several times over, and the luster of its scales became even more intense. Boom! The demonic form and the Golden Crocodile armor collided violently. Centered on the point of impact, the air was compressed to its limit in an instant, and then exploded violently. Lu Chen's diving figure came to an abrupt halt in midair, and the dragon wings on his back flapped rapidly to barely stabilize his body. Amidst the smoke and dust, golden light flickered, accompanied by suppressed groans from the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The next moment, a series of crisp, crack, sounds rang out, and fine crack. KS appeared on the seemingly airtight Golden Crocodile armor, and the originally rich golden luster dimmed a bit. Impossible! Golden Crocodile Douluo roared with disbelief and rage. His curled-up body suddenly stretched out. His huge golden crocodile head raised, and a trace of golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. If the second elder of the Douluo Hall is only this weak, then you may leave. Lu Chen remained expressionless as his crimson gold sword energy surged once more, causing the Assura demon sword to tremble even more violently. Arrogant. The Golden Crocodile Douluo was completely enraged. His massive body trembled violently, and his 6th spirit ring suddenly lit up. The dazzling golden light almost dyed the entire sky gold. 6th spirit skill. Raging Golden Crocodile. The moment the spirit rings shone brightly, the previously blurry crocodile phantom behind Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly solidified. In the blink of an eye, the phantom completely transformed into a physical entity. The Golden Crocodile phantom suddenly opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp, knife-like fangs, and then let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. A woo! A roar carrying the intimidating power of mental energy swept in. Lu Chen paused slightly in midair, but this state lasted only a moment. But at this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo had already arrived in front of Lu Chen. I have dominated the Douluo continent for 100 years. How can I allow a junior like you to provoke me? 7th soul skill. Golden Crocodile true form. As his roar subsided, his 7th spirit ring suddenly lit up, and the golden light around him surged once more. The phantom of the Golden Crocodile behind him abruptly merged into his body. In an instant, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's size expanded again, reaching a full 10 jong in height. The golden scales all over his body became thicker and shimmered with a metallic luster. Each scale was surrounded by rich soul power, and his defensive power soared to the extreme. His head had completely transformed into the head of a crocodile, its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, and its eyes gleaming with ferocious light. An aura several times more terrifying than before erupted from his body, as if the entire heavenly Do city was shrouded in this aura, and the air became incredibly viscous. 6th soul skill. Golden Crocodile Devouring Strike. The Golden Crocodile King's head suddenly swelled several times its original size, its mouth opened to its limit, revealing 2 rows of sharp, knife-like golden fangs. A terrifying devouring power erupted from its mouth, and the surrounding air was frantically sucked in, forming a huge golden vortex. With the enhancement of his 7th soul skill, true form, Golden Crocodile Douluo's devouring power had risen to a terrifying level. His blood-red maw suddenly closed, and he actually swallowed Lu Chen whole. From the direction of Tiando City, exclamations of surprise rang out. No one could have imagined that Lu Chen, whose strength was so formidable that he could force out the true form of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, would be swallowed up so easily. Is it finally over? That was the true form devouring the second elder of the Douluo Hall. Even a titled Douluo would have no chance of survival after being swallowed, right? Amidst the murmurs, Ziji hovered in the air, her expression remaining calm and undisturbed. In her eyes, Golden Crocodile Douluo's actions were tantamount to courting death. Just when everyone in the spirit hall thought Lu Chen was doomed, a majestic voice emanated from within the Golden Crocodile King's belly, 7 kills of Assura. Triple kill hell. The moment the sound fell, golden D flames shot out of the Golden Crocodile King's mouth, followed by a crisp cracking sound. The once indestructible Golden Crocodile armor was now being forcefully pushed up from the inside, creating a bulge. The scales at the bulge shattered inch by inch, and golden blood gushed out. 8 hot and 8 cold soul-shattering abyss. 3 sword energies, crimson gold, golden red, and dark blue, suddenly erupted from the damaged scales of the Golden Crocodile King. Wherever the sword energy passed, the Golden Crocodile armor shattered like paper, and the golden flesh was burned to ashes and frozen into blood crystals before it even hit the ground. Roar! Golden Crocodile Douluo let out a heart-wrenching scream, his 10 tall true form trembled violently, and his massive body staggered backward uncontrollably. A loud bang! The Golden Crocodile King's ruptured abdomen suddenly exploded, and Lu Chen, enveloped in 3-colored sword energy, burst forth like a war god. With robes fluttering in the wind, a murderous intent surged forth. Chapter 305 Lu Chen returns. Plans to depart for Sea God Island. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo was no longer as ferocious as before. The excruciating pain in his abdomen almost made him lose his mind, and the soul power in his body was in complete chaos due to the tricolored sword energy. Impossible! Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice was filled with fear, and his 10 tall true form began to shrink uncontrollably, reverting to human form. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo's abdomen was already stained red with blood. And blood kept gushing out from the wound. You lost. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. If it weren't for the Golden Crocodile Douluo swallowing him into his mouth, allowing him to use his sword techniques from the inside to break through the Golden Crocodile King's defenses, he would have been fine. I doubt he'll win this battle so easily. Golden Crocodile Douluo slumped in a pool of blood, his aura weakened. Only now did he understand the terrifying weight of the monster Qian Daoliu had spoken of. He stared blankly at the tall figure in the air, muttering to himself. Perhaps only the Grand Elder himself can reliably subdue this brat. Lu Chen did not make another move. After all, although the Golden Crocodile Douluo had swallowed him, he did not have any real intention to kill him. Murasaki, let's go. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the two of them transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew directly towards Zanyuan Academy. Golden Crocodile Douluo slowly rose from the pool of blood. He looked at the 2 afterimages in the air and said slowly, "Fortunately, I didn't attack the Spirit Pagoda and Zanyuan Academy when I entered the city. Otherwise I'm afraid I would have lost my life here." Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled helplessly, looking at the Spirit Hall members who were still stunned in the ruins, and scolded, "What are you looking at? Can't you see that the city wall has collapsed? Hurry up and rebuild it." 2 streaks of light pierced the sky, moving with lightning speed, sweeping across the streets and alleys of Tiando City. Even after the Spirit Hall army had been stationed there for several days, the city still retained its usual lively atmosphere. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares and children playing mingled together, creating a strange balance with the solemn atmosphere of the Spirit Hall soldiers on the city walls. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the gate of Zanyuan Academy. As soon as he landed, Lu Chen's soul power fluctuated slightly. Although he had won, he had also consumed a lot of his own energy. Seeing this, Ziji quickly channeled the power of her soul into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen smiled slightly at Ziji and said softly, "I'm fine, I just used up a lot of energy. Just then, a crimson figure appeared in front of Lu Chen and ZG. It was none other than the Crimson King, whom we hadn't seen in a long time. Red King, it's been a long time. Lu Chen greeted the Red King with a cupped hand salute. As the Crimson King gazed at Lu Chen, a barely perceptible hint of solemnity flashed in its crimson pupils. Upon first seeing Lu Chen, it had the thought of submitting. He forcefully suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said in a deep, booming voice. The commotion outside the city just now, was it caused by you? Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded. The Crimson King looked at the young man before it, wondering when this human, who it had initially perceived as having some ability, had grown into a true powerhouse capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Now that you're back, I should continue to oversee the Spirit Pagoda. After the Crimson King finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared right in front of the two of them. Lu Chen and ZG walked into Zhan Yuan Academy hand in hand. The great changes in Tiando City outside did not seem to have brought any changes to the academy. The students were still learning about martial spirits. Lu Chen and ZG arrived at Lu Jinian's office first, where Lu Jinian was discussing the future development of Zhan Yuan Academy with Dugu Bo. Grandpa, Senior Dugu Bo. Lu Chen led ZG straight to the two old men and said with a smile, I'm back. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Jinian and Dugu Bo, who were discussing something, looked up at the same time, their eyes instantly lighting up with surprise. Lu Jinian suddenly stood up, walked quickly to Lu Chen, patted him gently on the shoulder, looked him up and down, and said with concern, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Dugu Bo and I guessed at it was you who had returned from the earth-shattering soul power fluctuations outside the city, but we didn't expect you to cause such a commotion. Dugu Bo stroked his beard, his aged eyes filled with satisfaction. Kid, not bad. It's only been a short time, and your strength has improved so much. I could sense that old bastard Golden Crocodile's aura in that soul power fluctuation just now. What do you think? Lu Chen smiled and nodded, his tone relaxed. We fought once, and he lost. He didn't try to kill me, so I didn't try to finish him off either. What? Lu Jinian and Dugu Bo exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Golden Crocodile Douluo was the second elder of the Spirit Hall, a top-tier figure across the entire continent. How could Lu Chen defeat him? Dugu Bo stepped forward and carefully examined Lu Chen. What is your strength now? Your soul power level has broken through 90. Seeing Dugu Bo and Lu Jinian's excited expressions, Lu Chen laughed and said, how is that possible? Even if I were incredibly talented, I couldn't possibly grow from a soul saint to a title Douluo in just 2 years. Lu Jinian and Dugu Bo exchanged a glance and nodded in tacit agreement. Feeling the domineering dragon aura emanating from Lu Chen, Dugu Bo asked in a low voice, boy, just how strong have you become? Lu Chen touched his nose and slowly said, level 83 soul Douluo. But looking at the whole world, there should be no more than a handful of people who can reliably defeat me. Lu Jinian and Dugu Bo nodded, their eyes filled with a sense of entitlement. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chen understood what had happened in Tiando City. 3 months ago, Golden Crocodile Douluo led a group of title Douluos from the Spirit Hall in a surprise attack on Heaven Do City. Shui Qing immediately chose to submit, assisting the Spirit Hall in successfully occupying the entire city. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School fought desperately, but were ultimately suppressed by the Spirit Hall with ruthless methods. It is worth mentioning that the Spirit Hall never attacked Zhan Yuan Academy or the Spirit Pagoda from beginning to end. This great battle that swept the entire city did not affect these 2 places in the slightest. Lu Jinian looked at Lu Chen and asked, what are your plans next? Lu Chen paused for a moment before speaking. The trial for the 4th divine test is located at the bottom of the sea. I plan to go out to sea to complete the divine test. All right. Lu Jinian stroked his beard and nodded, his eyes full of expectation and concern. However, the sea is not the same as the mainland, so you must not be careless. Dugu Bo also put away his previous gratified smile and added, with a solemn expression, in my early years, I traveled to the coast of the East Sea and saw many deep-sea monsters, some of which were nearly 100 meters long. Many of these soul beasts were unheard of, so you must be very careful. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that the two were genuinely worried about him, and softly replied, "Grandpa, Senior Douluo, rest assured, I have my own considerations. I will not act rashly. And this time, I plan to take Xiaowu and the others with me on this sea voyage." No. Chapter 306 The Tragic State of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji's compromise. Lu Jinian refused without hesitation, saying, "You can go by yourself. Why bring them along?" Douluo chimed in, "Exactly. The sea is so dangerous. What if something goes wrong?" Lu Chen looked at his grandfather and Douluo speechlessly. So he was fine when he was in danger. He explained calmly, "There is an island overseas called Sea God Island. As far as I know, the inheritance of the gods is hidden there. I took Xiaowu and the others there so that they could also have a chance to inherit the gods. Moreover, with the vast ocean protector in our possession, we can avoid most dangers at sea and will be fine." This time, Lu Jinian and Douluo did not refuse. Looking at Lu Chen, who was as radiant as the rising sun, Lu Jinian said, "By the way, there are a few other people who want to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at Douluo with curiosity. Douluo's expression turned somewhat strange. He looked at Lu Chen and said, "The remnants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been taken in by Jin Nian at the academy." Lu Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. He looked at his grandfather and said helplessly, "Grandpa, the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are not to be trifled with. If you take them in, the Spirit Hall might not be able to resist taking action against the academy." Lu Jinian seemed to have anticipated Lu Chen's response and laughed. Where did this Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School come from? They're clearly new members of the Spirit Pagoda. He looked at Lu Chen and said slowly, "The Spirit Hall's goal is to unify the continent. They will not allow the Spirit Pagoda to develop in the Douluo continent." Lu Chen nodded slightly, but before he could speak, Lu Jinian spoke first, saying, "Are you saying that once you become a god, the Spirit Hall will definitely not take action against the Spirit Pagoda?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen could only nod again. He did indeed think so. Even if Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui became gods, he was confident that he could defeat them. "What if you leave Douluo continent?" Lu Jinian's voice suddenly turned serious, and his eyes lost their previous gentleness, becoming more solemn and profound. Lu Chen was stunned. He had never considered this question before. In his mind, with his talent and opportunities, becoming a god was only a matter of time. And those potential risks seemed insignificant. Seeing Lu Chen remain silent, Lu Jinian slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked at the students coming and going in the academy, and said in a somewhat distant voice, "Chen'er, your talent is outstanding, far surpassing mine back then, and even far surpassing many geniuses in the history of the continent. I have never doubted this. But you must remember, no matter how strong an individual's power is, it is ultimately limited. The future of Douluo continent will never be secure because of a single god." Mai Ta, king in the remnants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was not out of momentary pity, nor was it solely for the purpose of strengthening the spirit transmission tower. He turned around, his gaze returning to Lu Chen. "The existence of the Spirit Pagoda should not be merely an appendage to your godhood, but rather a pillar that can support this continent." "Grandpa, I understand." Lu Chen raised his head, his eyes becoming more composed. "Don't worry. After returning from Sea God Island, I will help the Spirit Pagoda solidify its foundation, integrate the forces from all sides, and make it a force that can truly protect the continent." Lu Jinian smiled with relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Good, good. With your words of comfort, I am at ease. Ultimately, the road ahead will have to be walked by you young people." He walked over to Lu Chen and patted him on the shoulder. "You are free to go and explore as you please. Douluo and I will be here to guard the academy. Come with me." Quote. After Lu Jinian finished speaking, he led Lu Chen to a secluded courtyard in the academy. The courtyard was small, but it was kept extremely tidy. Several evergreen bamboos were planted in the corner of the wall. When a breeze blew, the bamboo leaves rustled, adding a touch of elegance. However, beneath this refined elegance lingers an undeniable air of melancholy. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the courtyard, he saw 3 figures standing in the courtyard. The leader was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, with a refined and scholarly face. Although there was a hint of weariness and loneliness between his brows, he could not hide his gentle and noble air. It was Ning Fengji. Standing beside Ning Fengji were 2 elderly men with completely different auras. The man on the left is dressed in a white robe, with a tall and straight figure like a pine tree and white hair and beard. The man on the right is dressed in gray cloth, but his eyes are cloudy and unclear. The 2 of them were naturally escorting Ning Fengji as he escaped the encirclement and capture by the Spirit Hall, along with Sword Douluo Chen Shin and Bone Douluo Jiu Rong. Hearing footsteps, the 3 of them turned around at the same time, their eyes all falling on Lu Chen. A complex emotion flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes, a mixture of gratitude and melancholy. Long time no see, Tower Master Lu. Lu Chen nodded slightly, looked at Ning Fengji's somewhat tired eyes, and slowly asked, "What do you plan to do next?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "I can tell you definitively that Bibi Dong and Xian Runshui are currently undergoing divine trials, and they will definitely become gods within 10 years. God." Ning Fengji's eyes were full of solemnity. He had originally planned to use the Spirit Pagoda to revive the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Although Lu Chen did not explicitly refuse, his words indicated that the Spirit Pagoda would not interfere in their conflict. Ning Fengji's Adam's apple bobbed, while Sword Douluo Chen Shin beside him frowned and unconsciously tightened his grip. A hint of surprise also flashed in the cloudy eyes of Bone Douluo Jiu Rong. Within 10 years, 2 deities will descend. This news struck the 3 of them like a thunderbolt. Lord Lu. Ning Fengji took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. His tone became more solemn as he looked up at Lu Chen with a sincere gaze. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. The 7 treasure glazed tile school has been destroyed, and more than half of its disciples have been killed or wounded. The remaining members are mostly the elderly, women, children, and a few core combatants. Ning Fengji's voice was somewhat hoarse, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. We no longer have the resources to contend with the Spirit Hall. I hope that these surviving disciples can find a place to settle down and make a living. Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. You can't just believe Ning Fengji's words. Lu Jinian, who was standing nearby, spoke up at the right moment. Chenur, the Sei. Ven Treasure Glazed Tile School's auxiliary abilities are a great supplement to the Spirit Transmission Tower. Lu Chen nodded slowly. He looked at Ning Fengji, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable power. Sect Master Ning. I can agree to let the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School members join the Spirit Transmission Tower. But there is one thing I must make clear. Please speak, Tower Master Lu. A glimmer of hope flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. After joining the Spirit Transmission Tower, the original structure of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will need to be broken up, and the disciples will be placed under the unified management of various departments of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then continued, moreover, everyone who joins the Spirit Pagoda must swear an oath with their martial soul, otherwise, there's no point in discussing it. Chapter 307 The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will never return to this world. Swear by your martial spirit. These 5 short words resounded like thunder in the courtyard. Ning Fengji's pupils contracted slightly, Sword Douluo Chen Shin's hand tightened suddenly, and a sharp glint flashed in Bone Douluo Jiu Rong's cloudy eyes. None of the 3 had expected Lu Chen to propose such harsh conditions. For a soul master, the oath of their martial soul is the ultimate shackle. Once the oath is broken, the martial soul will shatter, all cultivation will be lost, and the person will become a cripple, which is more terrifying to a soul master than death. Ning Fengji fell silent. He looked up at Lu Chen, the young tower master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. His eyes were calm but held an unwavering determination, leaving no room for discussion. He knew in his heart that Lu Chen's concerns were not unfounded. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School still had a solid foundation. If such a solemn oath was not made, no one could guarantee whether the school would be re-established in the future and become estranged from the Spirit Transmission Tower. The air in the courtyard seemed to freeze. Lord Lu. Bone Douluo Jiu Rong broke the silence first. is swearing an oath with our martial soul too harsh? Now that we have joined the Spirit Pagoda, there is no possibility of betrayal. Can you guarantee that your descendants will not have any thoughts of betrayal? Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently. His tone completely flat. Everyone who joins the Spirit Pagoda will swear an oath with their martial soul. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three. You are all core members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your stance determines the fate of the remaining disciples. Only when you swear a martial soul oath can the Spirit Pagoda fully accept everyone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, allowing them to truly escape the Spirit Hall's pursuit and establish a stable foothold. Sword Douluo Chen Xin frowned and said in a deep voice, if we make a vow, can the Spirit Pagoda guarantee the safety of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples? Can it guarantee their cultivation resources? Nature. Lu Chen nodded, joining the Spirit Transmission Tower means becoming a member of the Spirit Transmission Tower. The Spirit Transmission Tower will provide all disciples with equal cultivation resources, and the sect's auxiliary inherit. Ants can also be passed down within the Spirit Transmission Tower. Ning Fengji took a deep breath. He glanced at the 2 Douluo beside him, then looked at Lu Jinian standing quietly not far away, and finally turned his gaze back to Lu Chen. He knew that this was the only way out, and the only fate for the remaining disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Okay, I promise you. Ing Fengji's voice carried a hint of determination. I, Ning Fengji, swear by my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda martial soul that I will be loyal to the Spirit Transmission Pagoda for the rest of my life and will never betray it. If I break this oath, may my martial soul be shattered, my cultivation be completely destroyed, and may I die a horrible death. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale golden halo emanated from his body and merged into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda martial soul that appeared above his head, causing the martial soul to tremble slightly. Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong exchanged a glance, then took a step forward simultaneously, their fierce soul power surging forth from their bodies. A cold light flashed in Chen Xin's hand, and the 7-kill sword appeared in his grasp. I, Chen Xin, swear by the 7-kill sword martial soul, I will protect the foundation of the Spirit Tower and safeguard the disciples of the sect. If I have any disloyalty, may the 7-kill sword shatter. My soul power dissipate, and my body and soul vanish. Ji Yu Rong's hunched body suddenly straightened, and his hoarse voice carried an undeniable resolve. I, Ji Yu Rong, swear by my bone dragon martial soul. I will be loyal to the Spirit Pagoda for the rest of my life and will never betray it. If I break this oath, may my bone dragon martial soul shatter inch by inch, my cultivation be completely destroyed, and I be condemned to eternal damnation. Lu Chen nodded, handed several tokens bearing his aura to the 3 of them, and said slowly, in that case, go find Bai Ji. Bai Ji will arrange things for you. Ning Fengji and the other 2 accepted the tokens. Thank you, Tower Master Lu. Ning Fengji put the token into his soul tool, his tone much calmer, though a hint of seriousness still lingered between his brows. He knew that from the moment he made the vow, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had become an integral part of the Spirit Transmission Tower, and all its past glory and splendor would be sealed away in the years to come. The 3 turned and left, their steps steady and without the slightest hesitation. Outside the courtyard gate, the remaining disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were already waiting there. When they saw the 3 of them come out, they all surrounded them, their eyes filled with anxiety and trepidation. Although they didn't know the specifics of what was discussed inside the courtyard, the tense atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Sect Master, what is the situation with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo? A middle-aged soul master stepped forward, his voice trembling. He was an elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and had followed Ning Fengji in their breakout. If it weren't for Lu Jinian's rescue, he would probably be dead by now. Ning Fengji stopped and glanced at the disciples in front of him. Many of them were still injured, but their eyes revealed a desire to live. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, rest assured, everyone. We have reached an agreement with the Spirit Pagoda. From now on, we are all disciples of the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Pagoda will protect our safety and provide us with cultivation resources. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples erupted in a commotion, a mixture of surprise, doubt, and unease. Really, the Spirit Pagoda is willing to accept us. But, if we join the Spirit Pagoda, then our 7 treasure glazed tile school will. The Spirit Hall is still hunting us down. We're lucky to have a place to stay. Ning Fengji raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. I know you are all reluctant, but this is the only way to survive. Just now, we swore an oath with our martial souls to be loyal to the Spirit Transmission Tower for the rest of our lives. In the future, the 7 treasure glazed tile school's legacy will continue inside the Spirit Transmission Tower. As long as our lineage continues, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will not truly perish. Swear by your martial spirit. The disciples were all startled. They naturally understood the weight of the oath made by their martial soul. And the last trace of doubt in their hearts dissipated. The fact that even the sect leader and the 2 Douluo have made such a solemn vow is enough to demonstrate the sincerity of He Spirit Pagoda and to show that this is the only option. We are willing to follow the sect master and join the Spirit Transmission Tower. The middle-aged elder was the first to declare, kneeling on one knee. Seeing this, the other disciples also knelt down, shouting in unison, "We are willing to follow the sect master." Ning Fengji helped the leading elder to his feet, a hint of relief Florida's hing in his eyes. I will no longer be the sect leader. Everyone who joins the Spirit Pagoda will need to swear an oath with their martial soul. We understand, the middle-aged elder replied in a deep voice, his eyes no longer showing any hesitation. The oath-taking ceremony proceeded smoothly. The disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school lined up and stepped forward one by one, swearing by their own martial souls that they would be loyal to the Spirit Transmission Tower and would never betray it. As the last disciple finished taking his oath, Ning Fengji's brows were filled with melancholy. Fengji, is this really how it is for us? Ji Yu Rong's hoarse voice rang out, carrying a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. Ning Fengji sighed softly. Things have come to this, there's no need to say more. As long as the disciples can survive, as long as the 7 treasure glazed tile school's legacy can continue, that's enough. The Spirit Transmission Tower is powerful, but Lu Chen is a man of principle. Perhaps this isn't a bad thing for us. Ning Fengji glanced at everyone and asked, "Where's Rongrong?" An elder from the 7 treasure glazed tile school stepped forward, hesitatingly saying, "Sect Master, Miss, she went to the Spirit Transfer Tower with Dean Lu and the others." Ning Fengji nodded without saying anything more. The group followed Ning Fengji away. From this day forward, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will cease to exist in this world. Only the name of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda remains, to be passed down within the Spirit Transmission Pagoda. Chapter 308 Xiao Wu and Lu Chen's Secret Agreement. Lu Chen and Lu Jinian looked at each other and smiled. Lu Jinian patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said with relief, "Go on. Go find Xiao Wu and the others. Those girls have been waiting for you at the bamboo house for quite some time." Lu Chen nodded, bid farewell to Lu Jinian and Dugu Bo, and flew direct towards the bamboo building with ZG. The area where the bamboo building is located is the quietest place in Zhonyuan Academy. Apart from people who are close to Lu Chen, no one dares to set foot here. At this moment, several people had already gathered in the courtyard in front of the bamboo house. Xiao Wu, Zuching, Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and Huo Wu gathered here to wait for Lu Chen's return. Xiao Wu, dressed in a pink dress, was sitting on a stone bench, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, her gaze occasionally drifting into the distance, her eyes filled with obvious anticipation. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Dugu Yan couldn't help but tease her. "It seems our Xiao Wu sister is already impatient." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Dugu Yan and pretended to be angry, saying, "Yanzi, are you teasing me again? I wasn't joking with you." Dugu Yan smiled and waved her hand, her gaze also turning to the direction Xiao Wu was staring at. After all, someone has been looking forward to this day for a long time, cultivating every day for it. "You still dare to talk back?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she reached out to tickle Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan was prepared. She quickly hid behind Yi Lingling and made a face at Xiao Wu. Yi Lingling shook her head helplessly and gently advised, "All right, You two, stop fooling around. Lu Chen should be here soon. Zuching stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a bamboo stalk. Her black outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure. She didn't participate in the playful fight, but a hint of barely perceptible expectation was hidden in her clear, cold eyes. Her gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, and her ears were slightly red. Shui Binger and Huo Wu stood to one side. Although they had very different personalities, they shared the same tacit understanding at this moment. Shui Binger wore a light blue dress and had a gentle and graceful demeanor. Huo Wu, dressed in a fiery red outfit, had a dashing air about her. Every now and then, she would stand on tiptoe and look into the distance, muttering, "Why has Lu Chen been gone for so long? Could something have happened to him? Don't worry, with his strength, what could possibly happen to him?" Shui Binger reassured him softly. Perhaps he encountered some trouble, just wait and see. The women's cultivation levels have also improved considerably. Yi Lingling is the highest among them. She is now a level 73 soul saint, and the mark of the ancient tree of life between her eyebrows is becoming more and more brilliant. Next is Xiao Wu, who has not yet obtained her 7th spirit ring and whose spirit power is currently at level 70. Zuching's soul power level is 69, which is not far from becoming a soul saint. Meanwhile, Dugu Yan, Shui Binger, and Huo Wu all broke through their limits and became soul emperors with considerable strength. Just then, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she jumped up from the stone bench. Her voice filled with barely suppressed joy. "They're here." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light streaked across the sky, carrying a sharp yet gentle current, and landed steadily in the center of the courtyard. As the light and shadow faded, Lu Chen's tall and straight figure came into view of the women, with Ziji standing quietly beside him. "Lu Chen," Xiao Wu called out softly, and her eyes instantly reddened. Her previous feigned composure vanished, and her pink figure, like a butterfly fluttering in the forest, rushed towards Lu Chen without regard for anything else. Lu Chen was prepared and opened his arms to catch the pink figure steadily, the familiar fragrance filling his nostrils. He gently patted Xiao Wu's back, his voice so tender it could melt your heart. "I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting." Xiao Wu buried her face in his chest, hugged Lu Chen's waist tightly, and listened to his steady and strong heartbeat. "Why did you take so long to come back? I was so worried about you. I'm sorry for making you worry." Lu Chen gently wiped away the tears on her cheeks, his eyes full of doting affection. "This matter was a bit tricky and caused some delays. But it's all right now." Dugu Yan and the others, who were standing nearby, wisely refrained from making a sound and disturbing the scene. After a while, Xiao Wu calmed down, lifted her head from Lu Chen's arms, her eyes red, like a wronged little rabbit. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu with a gentle smile in his eyes. "Xiao Wu, I brought you a gift when I came back this time." "A gift?" Xiao Wu blinked her reddened eyes, looking at him curiously. "What gift?" Lu Chen didn't keep him in suspense. With a thought, a dazzling crimson gold ball of light floated out from his soul tool and hovered in his palm. It was the divinely bestowed soul ring that was awarded as a reward for completing the divine test. "This is..." A look of understanding flashed in Yi Lingling's eyes as she said. "A divinely bestowed soul ring." He nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Yi Lingling, thinking to himself, "It seems that Lingling's life trial has begun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recognize this divinely bestowed soul ring at a glance." Lu Chen gently handed the divinely bestowed soul ring from his palm to Xiao Wu's hand. His gaze was gentle yet firm. "Xiao Wu, you're already level 70. And you need a suitable 7th spirit ring. Divinely bestowed spirit rings are granted by the gods. Users do not need to hunt spirit beasts, they can be granted the most needed spirit skills and the highest level spirit ring they can withstand through these rings." "No." Xiao Wu's expression changed upon hearing this. Without thinking, she tried to shove the divinely bestowed soul ring back into Lu Chen's hand. "This soul ring is clearly more suitable for you. I can't accept it." Xiao Wu wanted to put the divinely bestowed soul ring into Lu Chen's hand. However, Lu Chen was already prepared. Just as Xiao Wu reached out, his hand suddenly landed on her waist and tightened abruptly. Xiao Wu felt a sudden tightening around her waist, and instantly lost her balance. Her delicate body pressed uncontrollably against Lu Chen again, her cheek colliding directly with his warm chest, sending a faint tingling sensation through her. She let out a soft moan involuntarily, as if all the blood in her body rushed to her cheeks in that instant, making her already flushed cheeks burn like ripe cherries. You let me go. Xiao Wu's voice trembled noticeably, and her eyes darted away, avoiding Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen lowered his head, pressed his ear to Xiao Wu's, and whispered, "Don't forget what I told you before." The warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and Xiao Wu's ears were like a sunset set ablaze, instantly turning a deep crimson. Even the tips of her ears were burning hot and trembling slightly. I haven't forgotten." Xiao Wu subconsciously placed her hands on Lu Chen's chest, wanting to create some distance, yet reluctant to give up this long-lost intimacy. "It's good that you haven't forgotten." Lu Chen felt the stiffness in the person in his arms, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Instead of loosening his grip on her waist, he tightened his arms around her waist, bringing the two of them even closer. They could almost feel each other's heartbeats and their body heat mingling together. He gently patted Xiao Wu's back and said affectionately, "Good girl, go and absorb this soul ring. Break through to the soul saint realm. Once you've finished absorbing the essence, in a few days I'll take you to an excellent training ground. That will be the best place for you to improve your strength." Chapter 309 Lu Chen and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu bit her lower lip, and finally nodded gently, "Okay. I'll listen to you." Seeing that she agreed, Lu Chen slowly released his hands from around her waist. Tian reached out to ruffle her hair. "That's a good girl." Holding the crimson gold divinely bestowed soul ring in her palm, Xiao Wu felt a warm energy spreading throughout her body, making her feel warm all over. She walked to the open space in the center of the courtyard, sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to guide the energy of the divinely bestowed soul ring into herself. The crimson gold ball of light slowly rose into the air, circled above Xiao Wu's head once, and then transformed into fine strands of light that flowed into her body like water. As energy was injected, a light pink halo gradually appeared around Xiao Wu, intertwining with the crimson gold light of the divinely bestowed soul ring, making it appear exceptionally gentle. Seeing this, Yi Lingling slowed down and gave a look to the people beside her. She lowered her voice and said, "Xiao Wu needs absolute concentration to absorb the soul ring. Let's leave here first." Douluo Yan originally wanted to take a closer look at the strange phenomenon of the divinely bestowed soul ring, but upon hearing this, she immediately suppressed her curiosity, nodded slightly, and gave Zuching, Shui Binger, and Huo Wu a wink. The group understood each other perfectly and, without making a sound, quietly turned around and moved their feet toward the outside. After all, the time ahead belonged solely to Xiao Wu and Lu Chen. Seeing that Ziji was still standing unmoved beside Lu Chen, Zuching quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ziji's arm, and said, "Senior Ziji, I have some doubts about the abilities of the Hell Dragon recently. Could you please guide me? Can't we do it here too?" Before Ziji could finish speaking, Douluo Yan and Huo Wu stepped forward from either side, grabbed her arms without explanation, and half-dragged, half-supported her as they led her out. A moment later, only Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, who was absorbing the soul ring, remained in the courtyard. Lu Chen slowly walked to the stone bench not far from Xiao Wu and sat down, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wu's figure. At this moment, Xiao Wu's brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression showed a hint of focus and seriousness. Her breathing was even and long. With each inhale, a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth would flow into her body along with the energy of the divinely bestowed soul ring, and then be slowly refined with each exhale. Pale pink soul power circulated around her, gradually enveloping and assimilating the crimson gold energy threads, eventually merging them into her body. After an unknown amount of time, the crimson gold light swirling above her head finally thinned out, and the last wisp of light slowly fell into Xiao Wu's body. The pink and gold aura around her suddenly receded and flowed into her body. Her slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and a relaxed expression appeared on her face. Immediately afterwards, a surge of soul power far exceeding that before suddenly spread out from her body, extending to the surrounding area of the courtyard. A faint red light gradually spread from Xiao Wu's body. As time passed, the red light grew stronger and stronger. The crimson glow spread like blood. As time passed, a scarlet light surged from Xiao Wu's body, circled in the air once, and then transformed into a 100,000-year soul ring, which landed on Xiao Wu and interlocked with the previous 6 soul rings. Having consumed various immortal herbs, Xiao Wu's physique had already become extremely terrifying. In particular, the heartbreak red of longing not only completely eliminated Xiao Wu's soul beast aura, but also raised Xiao Wu's talent to an unbelievable level. Her meridians are far more resilient than those of ordinary soul masters, enough to withstand the terrifying energy impact of a 100,000-year soul ring. The moment the 100,000-year soul ring was firmly attached to the 7th position, Xiao Wu's body trembled violently, and her soul power began to steadily increase. 71, 72, 73. Ultimately, his soul power stabilized at level 74. The life energy and soul power contained in the 100,000-year Su L ring intertwined and flowed through her body along her meridians, making every inch of her skin glow with a lustrous sheen under the nourishment of this energy. Her already slender and long legs stretched out quietly under the influence of energy, becoming even straighter and more symmetrical. Her entire figure became more mature and upright, like a pink rose about to fully bloom. The lustrous sheen lingered on her skin for a moment before slowly fading away. Xiao Wu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Lu Chen," she called softly, her voice still soft and sweet from just waking up. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stood up and quickly walked to her side. He carefully scanned her body with his eyes and only felt relieved after confirming that she was not in any discomfort. "How are you feeling? Is your soul power stable?" Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, and just as she was about to say something, her body suddenly felt light, and she was steadily lifted up. Lu Chen bent down, put one arm around her knees and the other hand on her back, and steadily lifted her up in a princess carry. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Xiao Wu gasp. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, her cheeks instantly flushing a deep, burning red. What are you doing?" Xiao Wu buried her face in Lu Chen's shoulder, a hint of shyness mixed with anticipation. Lu Chen glanced down at her reddened earlobes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Without pausing, he walked toward the bamboo house, his tone domineering and undeniable. "I told you, once you become a soul saint, you will be completely mine." Lu Chen carried Xiao Wu into the bamboo house and went straight to the bedroom. Without the slightest hesitation, he gently lifted Xiao Wu and placed her tenderly on the soft bed. The mattress dipped slightly, and Xiao Wu was startled by the sudden movement. She then propped herself up, glaring at Lu Chen as he walked in, her cheeks flushed even more. "Lu Chen, how can you be so domineering?" Lu Chen walked to the bedside and sat down, gently pinching her cheek. "What, you don't like it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly leaned closer and gently pressed his warm lips against Xiao Wu's. Lu Chen didn't immediately deepen the kiss, but simply pressed his lips against hers, feeling her nervousness and shyness. Only when he felt the body of the person in his arms gradually soften and her breathing become somewhat rapid did he gently take her lower lip into his mouth and tenderly caress it. Xiao Wu's lips were soft, carrying a sweet scent. Her gentle kiss carried an unmistakable possessiveness, yet it also carefully protected her. Xiao Wu's mind went blank. She could only passively endure and subconsciously respond to him. Their breaths mingled, and the gauze curtains beside the bed were gently stirred by the breeze, taking on an ambiguous pink hue. The bedroom was quiet, as pieces of clothing fell to the floor. The only sounds were the intertwined breathing of the two people, occasionally mixed with a faint noise. The moonlight fell on the bed, casting a soft glow over the two of them. The gauze curtains swayed gently. Chapter 310 The Spirit Pagoda grows stronger. As dawn broke through the gaps in the bamboo window, a few golden rays filtered down and fell onto the gauze curtains of the bed, gradually dispelling the ambiguous pink hue. Xiao Wu was awakened by a series of subtle aches and pains. Her long eyelashes trembled, and just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt as if her whole body had been disassembled and reassembled, with every inch of her bones aching. Especially in the waist, abdomen, and limbs, even the slightest movement causes a fine, tingling pain that spreads along the nerves. The warm touch beside her and the firm arm that was wrapped around her waist strangely eased her discomfort. Xiaowu turned her head to the side, her gaze falling on the face of the man beside her. Lu Chen was still asleep. His long eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyelids. He had a high nose bridge, clear lip lines, and a natural heroic air between his brows. Memories of last night flooded back like a tide, from the moment he carried her into the bamboo house in A Princess Carrie, to the tender yet possessive kiss on the bed, and then to those intimate touches that made her blush. Scenes flashed through her mind, instantly making her cheeks flush and her ears turn crimson. She gently shifted her body, trying to pull her waist out of his arms, but as soon as she exerted force, the soreness in her waist and abdomen suddenly intensified, causing her to gasp and her body to stiffen involuntarily. The slight movement clearly startled the person beside him. Lu Chen's eyelashes trembled slightly twice, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Awake, Lu Chen gently lifted Xiaowu into his arms. Where do you feel unwell? Xiaowu could clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat, and her cheeks burned even hotter. She buried her head in his chest and said, No, it's just, my whole body is a little sore. Upon hearing this, a knowing glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. They had both been holding back for too long, and once their emotions became uncontrollable, they were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. As he spoke, he gently channeled the warm soul energy within him into her body through his palm. The two possess a martial soul fusion skill, and their soul power is like water from the same source, perfectly compatible without any hindrance. The warm soul energy flowed slowly through her meridians, and wherever it passed, the soreness and pain gradually dissipated, replaced by a comfortable warmth. Xiaowu's tense body gradually relaxed. Lu Chen's movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her again. As he guided his soul power to nourish her body, he looked down at Xiaowu's serene profile. His eyes filled with doting affection. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he slowly withdrew his soul power and gently pinched her cheek. Are you feeling better? Xiaowu nodded. Much better. Lu Chen smiled, leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Lie down for a while longer, I'll go make you some medicinal food to soothe your muscles and bones and help you recover. As he spoke, he got up from the bed and slowly put on his clothes. After Lu Chen left the bedroom, Xiaowu slowly sat up. Although her body was still a little sore, she felt much better than when she woke up. About half an hour later, Lu Chen finally finished brewing the medicinal food. He carried the white porcelain bowl and slowly walked into the bedroom. A rich aroma wafted from the bowl, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. The medicinal dish was a pale purple color, with a few red dates floating on top, making it look extremely tempting. Are you hungry? Come, try the medicinal cuisine I made. Lu Chen walked to the bedside and sat down. This is a medicinal diet made with grade 9 Ganoderma lucidum. It can not only soothe your muscles and bones and replenish your qi and blood, but also nourish your meridians. Before he could even feed her himself, Xiaowu had already eagerly picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of medicinal food, and put it into her mouth. The medicinal food melted in her mouth, filling it with a rich aroma of rice and herbs. Then, a gentle warmth slid from her throat into her abdomen, instantly spreading throughout her body. The warm current was extremely comfortable, and wherever it passed, the lingering soreness in her body dissipated at a visible speed. Moreover, she could clearly feel an extremely pure energy slowly flowing into her meridians, nourishing her body. Xiaowu quickly finished the bowl of medicinal food. Lu Chen picked up the handkerchief next to him and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. How are you feeling? Is there anything else that's bothering you? Lu Chen asked softly. Xiaowu shook her head, a bright smile spreading across her face. No, I feel much better now. Thank you, Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? You're my wife, it's only natural for me to take care of you. The word, wife, exploded in Xiaowu's heart like a thunderclap. Her cheeks flushed instantly, even her ears turned crimson. She looked up at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and joy. Looking at her like this, Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but lean down and place a gentle kiss on her lips. Xiaowu's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. She closed her eyes, gently wrapped her arms around his neck, and returned his kiss. Sunlight streamed through the bamboo window, bathing the two of them in a golden glow. Outside the bamboo house, birdsong is melodious, and the green bamboo sways gently. Inside the bamboo house, tender feelings linger. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Lu Chen pressed his forehead against hers. You should get some rest. 2 days have passed, and I should go to the spirit pagoda to arrange the sea voyage. Looking into Lu Chen's gentle eyes, Xiaowu said softly, I'll go with you. He smiled helplessly and pinched the tip of her nose. I just can't do anything with you. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lu Chen walked into the bedroom again, now dressed in a tight-fitting outfit that made him look even more upright. Xiaowu was also ready. She was wearing a pink and white dress, and her long hair was tied in a high ponytail at the back with a pink hairband. Her skin was fair, and her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite. She was like a peony blooming after the rain, beautiful and charming. Let's go. Lu Chen took her hand, the warmth of his palm reassuring. Xiaowu let him lead her, step by step, out of the bamboo house. The two walked together on the streets of Tiando City, occasionally seeing members of the spirit hall patrolling the streets. Lu Chen subconsciously pulled Xiaowu closer to his side. Xiaowu could sense his caution. She glanced up at the people dressed in black, with a slight upturn at the corners of their mouths, and her right hand was tightly clasped with Lu Chen's. The two continued walking and soon arrived at the spirit pagoda. The spirit pagoda was much more bustling than before. Soul masters came and went in an endless stream, most of them young soul masters dressed in various colors. With Lu Chen's permission, Baiji and Ziji quickly took action, bringing some sects that had been suppressed by the spirit hall to the brink of extinction under their command. Of course, all of this was not without conditions. Without exception, the sect leaders and core disciples of these sects all made the strictest oaths with their martial spirits, vowing to be forever loyal to Lu Chen and never betray him. As for those sects that refused to accept the conditions, Ziji and the others naturally showed them no kindness. They allowed those sects to fend themselves under the suppression of the spirit hall, ultimately leading to their demise. Even if Golden Crocodile Douluo wanted to, he was powerless to stop it, unless he, still recovering from serious injuries, wanted to be burned to ashes by Ziji's dragon flame. Otherwise, he would have been helpless to watch all of this happen. Chapter 311 The location of Poseidon Island. Just as Lu Hen was about to take Xiaowu to find Baiji, the surrounding soul masters suddenly all looked at him and Xiaowu. Before Lu Chen and Xiaowu could react, nearly 100 soul masters, as if they had rehearsed beforehand, took a half step forward with their left feet and slammed their right knees heavily into the ground, creating a series of dull thuds. We pay our respects to the Tower Master. We greet the Tower Master's wife. The unified shouts were deafening. Xiaowu was startled by the sudden turn of events and instinctively shrank behind Lu Chen, her bright pink eyes looking at the kneeling crowd with surprise and doubt. She could clearly sense that there was no malice in these people's eyes, only pure awe and respect. Just as Lu Chen was wondering, an elderly man with white hair and beard and a burly figure walked out from the crowd. Old servant Titan. Greetings, master and mistress. Titan knelt before Lu Chen, his aged eyes filled with shock. Because he could feel the unimaginable power within Lu Chen's body, like a sleeping primordial beast awakening, every breath carrying an overwhelming domineering and majestic aura. That's definitely not the kind of fluctuity on a soul master's soul power should have. He had lived half his life and seen countless powerful figures, but even the Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao of yesteryear had never given him such a terrifying feeling. No, Tang Hao isn't even worthy of being compared to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's strength was like an unfathomable abyss of chaos. Even though he stood there without moving an inch, it made Lu Chen feel as if he were facing a ferocious beast from the primordial era that could devour him at any moment. Lu Chen even became careful with his breathing, afraid of disturbing this being. Titan's body trembled slightly uncontrollably, not from fear, but from an instinctive reaction of shock and excitement. He became increasingly certain his initial choice was not wrong. By following their lord, the lineage of the Power Clan would never be broken for hundreds, even thousands of years to come. Lu Chen gently lifted his right hand, and a gentle yet irresistible force steadily lifted Titan up. Immediately afterwards, all the soul masters kneeling around him were also gently supported by this soul power and stood up one after another. "You're back." Looking at the sprightly Titan, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "How was it? Did you gain anything from this trip?" Titan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions within him, and bowed his head respectfully in response, "Thanks to the Lord's great blessing. I have successfully completed this mission." Titan was about to speak, but a glance out of the corner of his eye revealed that the surrounding soul masters were still standing solemnly. "My lord," he said, "this old servant has compiled a detailed list of the spoils and the arrangements. I fear there may be omissions, so I humbly request that my lord accompany me to the council hall so that I may report in detail." Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded gently. "All right, let's go to the council hall to talk then." "Yes." Titan bowed in agreement, then turned to the group of soul masters and solemnly instructed, "Each of you must perform your duties, remain at your posts, and do not make any mistakes." "Yes." The soul masters answered in unison, their voices loud and clear. They then orderly stepped aside to make way for a wide passage leading directly to the magnificent council hall in the distance. Titan strode quickly to Lu Chen's side and led the way with a slight bow. His steps were steady, but he always kept a half-step distance from Lu Chen, clearly showing the difference in their status. On the way, Lu Chen looked at Titan's aged face and slowly said, "Titan, does your race of strength want to break free from slavery?" Upon hearing this, Titan's body trembled violently, and his knees buckled, about to kneel down again. Lu Chen had anticipated this, and gently placed his right hand on his shoulder, steadily supporting him. "My lord." Titan's throat bogged, and tears suddenly welled up in his cloudy old eyes. His voice trembled as he said, "It is an honor for the Power Clan to serve our lord. How can we be called slaves?" In his view, being able to recognize Lu Chen as their master is an opportunity for the Power Clan to escape their past predicament and regain their glory. More importantly, although they were master and servant, their relationship was far better than that of the others in the Spirit Pagoda. Seeing he was so excited he was about to cry, Lu Chen shook his head gently and smiled helplessly, "Fine, whatever you want." In any case, he would never leave his descendants on Earth after he becomes a god. And at that time the Power Clan would naturally not be his servants. He might as well just go with the Titan. By the way, if Talon needs spirits next time, he can just tell Bridget. Titan stared blankly at Lu Chen, and tears finally rolled down his weathered eyes. Throughout his life, he had witnessed the oppression of the powerful and tasted the bitterness of living under someone else's roof. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have resolutely led the Power Clan to seek survival independently after Tang Hao disappeared. "My lord," Titan choked up, wanting to say something, but found that all the words were stuck in his throat. "All right, stop with the fuss. Let's go to the council hall first." Lu Chen patted him on the shoulder and asked, "You should have some information on the place I asked you to inquire about before, right?" Titan quickly wiped away his tears and nodded emphatically, "Yes, my lord." When the three arrived at the council hall, Zuching, Yi Lingling, and Lu Chen's group of women were already waiting for Lu Chen's return. When the women saw Xiao Wu, they quickly pulled her to sit down next to the main seat. Lu Chen sat beside Xiao Wu, sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from everyone, a gratified smile appearing on his face. The holy healing immortal begonia in Yi Lingling's hand had already bloomed with a soft emerald gold light. Circles of light gently enveloped Xiao Wu, and the incomparably pure life force slowly seeped into her body, relieving the slight soreness left in her body. Yi Lingling's life mark between her brows glowed faintly as she smiled and said, "It's nothing serious, but you should rest for the next few days." Xiao Wu's cheeks instantly turned bright red, and even her ears turned pink. She instinctively moved closer to Lu Chen, her small hand secretly clutching his sleeve. Oh, okay. Lu Chen looked at the solemn Titan and slowly said, "How's the place I asked you to find? Have you found it?" Titan respectfully agreed, then took out the map that Lu Chen had given him earlier from the soul tool at his waist, presented it with both hands, and bowed forward, "My lord previously Instructed this old servant to investigate information about Sea God Island. This old servant has investigated most of it on this trip and has even marked the location of Sea God Island on the map. Titan spoke, holding the map in both hands, and slowly stepped forward, laying it flat on the jade table in the center of the council hall. A pale golden light flashed from the soul tool, and several Br-8 spots immediately appeared on the map, along with clear route markings, indicating that it had been carefully organized. Lu Chen looked up and lightly tapped an island marker on the map, which was the highlighted core area. This is Poseidon Island. Xiao Wu's pink eyes were also full of curiosity. She had only heard Lu Chen mention the name Sea God Island occasionally before, but she didn't know where it was. Titan nodded and said in a deep voice, Poseidon Island is 400 miles in diameter and is dedicated to the sea god Poseidon. The island is a sacred place for sea spirit masters, and residents must pass the white level to red level assessments to stay on the island. The assessments for land spirit masters are even more difficult. Chapter 312 All the Women Gather. Departure for Poseidon Island. He paused slightly, his tone growing increasingly solemn. The strongest being on Sea God Island is named Poseidon. A level 99 power attack type peerless Douluo, titled the Sea God, and also the island's high priest. Rumor has it that she was nicknamed Invincible of the Ocean back in the day, and some sea spirit masters even claimed that she was a human being infinitely close to a god. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a brief silence. Zuching frowned slightly, and Yi Lingling also lost her gentle expression, her face becoming more serious. Only Lu Chen remained calm, his fingertips still lightly touching the Poseidon Island marker on the map. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather a hint of anticipation. Is she infinitely close to a god? Perfect. Let's go and meet her. He looked up at Titan and said in a deep voice, Titan, go and prepare for our departure immediately. Prepare enough energy, dry rations, and healing pills. We're heading to Poseidon Island. As Lu Chen spoke, he handed a soul tool to Titan. It was a piece of material, like a protective mirror for the heart. It was surrounded by silver-white decorations and engraved with a magnificent core magic array. But at the very center was a huge gem shaped like a convex lens. It was none other than a star sapphire. Star sapphire is a top-tier material for crafting storage soul tools, which can significantly increase storage space. Titan took the starlight sapphire soul tool and felt a slight coolness in his hand. When his fingertips touched the surface of the gem, he could also feel a faint energy fluctuation. Having dealt with soul tools for the past few years, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this soul tool and couldn't help but exclaim, "My lord! A starlight sapphire of this quality is probably hard to find even once in the entire Douluo continent. The material alone is enough to drive countless soul masters crazy. Its value goes far beyond this," Lu Chen said calmly, lightly touching the surface of the star sapphire with his fingertip, and a pale golden soul power was injected into it. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The once calm star sapphire suddenly emitted a soft silver-blue halo, which spread out and projected a clear, illusory image into the hall. It was a colossal, jet-black ship, hundreds of meters long, resembling a lurking black beast. The hull was inscribed with countless golden magic arrays, swirling with chilling energy. At the bow was carved a ferocious golden dragon, its eyes sharp and menacing, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Dozens of huge cannons were arranged on both sides of the ship's hull, with a faint mist of energy swirling around them, clearly indicating they were incredibly powerful soul-guided cannons. This is... Titan's pupils contracted sharply, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he stared intently at the illusory figure. A soul-guided warship, and such a massive soul-guided warship. Young master, this starlight sapphire actually contains a complete soul-guided warship. The women were also shocked by the sight before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although they were not proficient in soul-guided devices, they could still sense a world-destroying aura emanating from the phantom of the warship, which was far beyond what an ordinary soul-guided warship could match. Lu Chen nodded. This ship is Nemeti Star Chaser. It is a top-tier soul-guided warship that I found in a ruin and then spent several years modifying. It is equipped with 12 level 9 soul-guided cannons, 24 level 8 soul-guided cannons, and 3 specially made god-breaking cannons, which are enough to deal with all the dangers in the ocean. Open black lens bracket Star Chaser close black lens bracket was a reward the system gave me not long ago. All of its parts are made of soul tools of level 8 or above. Moreover, as long as there is enough energy, open black lens bracket Star Chaser close black lens bracket can be driven unmanned. Lu Chen said calmly, I'll leave the matters concerning the energy and supplies needed by the open black lens bracket Star Chaser close black lens bracket to you. Yes, my lord. Titan bowed and accepted the order, his eyes showing no hesitation. With a weapon as deadly as the Star Chaser at their disposal, even with a peerless Douluo guarding Sea God Island, they would likely find it difficult to withstand them. After receiving the order, he said no more and quickly left the council hall. After Titan left, Lu Chen turned to the women in the hall, his tone softening slightly, with the open black lens bracket Star Chaser close black lens bracket providing protection. There shouldn't be any danger along the way. As Lu Chen finished speaking, the stagnant atmosphere in the hall quietly dissipated, replaced by an undisguised restlessness, filled with the women's barely suppressed anticipation. For the next 3 days, the entire tower entered a state of intense preparation. Titan was extremely efficient, and arranged the voyage perfectly in just a few days. On the day of departure, just as dawn was breaking, Titan handed over the prepared supplies and energy to Lu Chen, solemnly saying, My lord, mistress. Take care on your journey. Lu Chen nodded, then said to Xiao Wu, ZG, and the others, you guys go in first. Yes, the women agreed, and together they climbed into the carriage. Just then, a snow-white figure appeared in front of Lu Chen. The Snow Empress was dressed in a white dress, the hem of which drooped lightly like falling snow and piled frost. After many days of seclusion, the chill emanating from her body not only did not diminish in the slightest, but became even more sharp and pure, as if she were an ice and snow deity who had emerged from an ancient glacier. Just by standing there, the surrounding air suddenly cooled down. As the seclusion over, Lu Chen looked at her and could feel that the ice element in Shui Di's body had become purer, with a hint of transformation. Shui Di nodded slightly, her voice clear and crisp. I heard you're going to Sea God Island. Yes, Lu Chen replied frankly. As soon as she finished speaking, the chill emanating from the Snow Empress shifted slightly. She stepped forward and said, in that case, I will go with you. Before Lu Chen could speak, Shui Di had already climbed into the carriage. Never mind. Lu Chen sighed softly, thank goodness Hayote didn't come. Before the words were even finished, a figure in emerald green swept past like a gust of wind, and without even a greeting, went straight into the carriage. Xiao Wu's surprised voice came from inside the carriage. Senior Snow Empress and Senior Ice Empress, are you also going to Sea God Island with us for training? Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, another beautiful figure walked over. That graceful figure, with light and agile steps, was none other than Ning Rongrong. At this moment, her cultivation had quietly reached the high-level Soul King. After several years apart, Ning Rongrong has become even more gentle and graceful, and the arrogance of her youth has long since transformed into confidence in her eyes. She stood there, without any makeup, yet she outshone all the flowers. Ning Rongrong walked up to Lu Chen, tilted her head slightly, looked at him, and had a faint smile on her lips. Lu Chen, her voice was as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song. You won't want to. Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Lu Erlong had already stepped out of the carriage. She quickly took Ning Rongrong's hand. Rongrong, you're finally here. As Lu Erlong spoke, he took Ning Rongrong's hand and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen tilde. Lu Erlong drawled, his tone earnest and intimate. Look, Rongrong has come all this way, she must want to go to Sea God Island with us for training. Why don't you take her with you? All right. Lu Chen ruffled Lu Erlong's hair and finally agreed to her request. Anyway, Ning Rongrong had already joined the Spirit Pagoda, so training his own people wouldn't be a big problem. The moment Lu Erlong heard Lu Chen's agreement, her eyes lit up with a dazzling light. Lu Chen, you're so kind. Before she could finish speaking, she gave Lu Chen no chance to react. She tiptoed slightly, reached out and hooked her arm around Lu Chen's neck, and her warm, soft lips pressed directly onto his cheek. The moment the kiss landed, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Ning Rongrong stood to the side, her cheeks slightly flushed. She subconsciously averted her gaze, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. After kissing him enough, Lu Erlong reluctantly let go, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Chen. This is a reward for you. As she spoke, she tugged at Ning Rongrong's hand. Rongrong, get in the car quickly, we'll be heading to Poseidon Island soon. Lu Chen touched his cheek and thought to himself, it seems this trip to the sea won't be boring. Soon, the carriage exited the west gate of Tiando City and headed west along the official road. Chapter 313 Vast Ocean City, Ink Scale Douluo. After half a month of sightseeing, the group soon arrived at the only port city on the western coast of the Heavenly Do Empire. Hanhai City, the largest city in the western border of the Heaven Do Empire, and also the largest coastal and port city on the Douluo continent. The enormous city was built along the sea, or rather, on a mountain by the sea, and could not be shaken in the slightest by the ebb and flow of the tide. The CK city walls were definitely of the main city level. Even before entering the city, the crowd could already faintly smell a salty aura. As soon as Lu Chen and the others reached the door, a burly middle-aged man came to greet them. The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened the moment it fell upon Lu Chen, and he immediately knelt on one knee without hesitation, respectfully saying, "The Power Clan. Tai Peng greets His Majesty." Lu Chen nodded and said slowly, "Get up." Yes. When Tai Peng stood up, his back was still ramrod straight, and his large, round eyes were filled with awe. When his gaze swept over the women behind Lu Chen, it was only a fleeting glance, and he dared not overstep his bounds in the slightest. He was a burly man with bulging muscles beneath his brown outfit. His arms were covered in bronze-colored tendons, and a black necklace of animal teeth hung around his neck. "My lord, you have had a long and arduous journey." Tai Peng bowed slightly, his deep voice deliberately lowered so as not to disturb the women around Lu Chen. "I have already made all the necessary preparations for entering the sea as soon as I received the clan leader's order." Lu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the flow of people at the city gate, and casually asked, "What is the current situation in Hanhai City?" Reporting to the Lord, Tai Peng pondered for a moment, then his expression grew more solemn. "Since the Heaven Do royal family surrendered to the Spirit Hall, the Hall has sent a title Douluo to suppress the remaining rebellions in the city." A title Douluo suppressing the rebellion in Hanhai City. A title Douluo. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, and a playful glint flashed in his eyes. "Since we've run into each other here, let's give the Spirit Hall a good wake-up call." Lu Chen gestured for him to lead the way, and casually asked as they walked, "How is the Power Clan's layout in Hanhai City? Have they encountered any trouble?" When the matter of clan affairs was mentioned, Tai Peng's expression became more solemn, but he still answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, as you instructed, I have opened a forging workshop by taking advantage of the port, specializing in making sturdy parts such as anchors and hulls for merchant ships. Thanks to the forging skills of my Li clan, the workshop has gained a foothold in Hanhai City, and many forces are willing to cooperate with us." As they spoke, the group had already entered Hanhai City. Unlike the solemn atmosphere outside, the city was quite prosperous, with shops lining both sides of the streets and vendors calling out their wares. The salty, fishy smell in the air grew stronger, mixed with the fresh aroma of seafood and the rich flavor of spices, creating the unique atmosphere of a coastal city. The residents of Hanhai City are distinctly different from those inland. They are generally shorter in stature, and their skin, tanned from years of exposure to sea breezes and sunlight, has a healthy bronze color, contrasting sharply with the fair complexion of inland residents. Their entry into the city also attracted the attention of the people of Hanhai City. The reason is simple. All the women around Lu Chen are stunningly beautiful and have unparalleled looks. Those stunningly beautiful faces and those graceful, alluring figures are enough to drive any man crazy. If it weren't for the faint dragon aura emanating from Lu Chen, which acted like an invisible barrier, inspiring awe, people would probably have already been unable to resist approaching him to strike up a conversation. Tai Peng, familiar with the place, led Lu Chen and the others to a luxury hotel at the foot of the Spirit Pagoda. Lu Chen turned around, his gaze sweeping over the women around him, and slowly said, Now that you've come to Hanhai City, you should familiarize yourselves with the fighting style of Sea Soul Masters. I just asked Taipeng, and the Hanhai Grand Arena is still open. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu raised her hand and asked, Lu Chen, can I also participate in the soul fighting competition? Lu Chen shook his head, looked at Xiao Wu, and smiled. Xiao Wu, Ling Ling, and Erlong. The three of you don't need to participate. After all, your soul power is already above the Soul Saint level, and it will be difficult to find suitable opponents for you in the Great Soul Arena. Upon hearing this, all the women nodded obediently, having no objection to Lu Chen's arrangement. Lu Chen glanced at Hayote, who stood to the side seemingly unaffected, and smiled. Hayote, I'm entrusting the safety of Zuching and the others to you. Why should I? Just as Hayote was about to retort, a bright green light shone between his brows, followed by a sharp pain. Hiss! Hayote gasped, as if some unseen force was preventing him from refusing Lu Chen's request. She knew this was the effect of the vow she had made. Hayote turned to look at Yuki-Te beside her, and said with a wronged expression, Yuki-er. Did he bully me again? Snow Empress shook her head helplessly, then stretched out her slender hand and gently placed it on Ice Empress's forehead. A cool, icy energy slowly flowed into the Ice Emperor's body, relieving her pain. Shui Di's voice was gentle and calm. All right, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Hayote's aggrieved expression faded slightly. Her gaze toward Lu Chen still held a hint of resentment, though she didn't refute him further. Lu Chen was already used to this, and with a faint smile, he turned to Taipeng. Taipeng, you go and handle the final work on the sea entry matters. I'm going to go and have a chat with that title Douluo. Yes, my lord. Taipeng respectfully agreed, then added, my lord, the title Douluo sent by the spirit hall is named Ink Scale Douluo, and his spirit is the Ink Scale Giant Python. He is ruthless by nature, so you must be careful. Mo Lin. A hint of doubt flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He knew absolutely nothing about this person. However, he quickly came to terms with it. He figured this person was just an insignificant nobody among the many titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Taipeng nodded and continued to explain. According to the information I have gathered, this Ink Scale Douluo seems to have only recently broken through to the titled Douluo realm. Was it only a breakthrough in recent years? Lu Chen's smile widened, his tone casual. That's perfect, saves us from having to worry too much when we take action. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura shifted slightly, and a trace of his previously restrained dragon might quietly dissipated. That supreme pressure originating from the bloodline of the golden dragon instantly spread out. At the same time, Lu Chen's originally jet-black eyes instantly transformed into dazzling golden dragon eyes. His extraordinary mental strength spread out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire Hanhai city. The next second, Lu Chen's gaze precisely locked onto the faint yet extremely cold soul power fluctuations in the south of the city. Found it. Lu Chen spoke calmly, and with a swift movement, his figure appeared several feet away as if by teleportation. You all go participate in the soul battle, I'll be right back. Before the women could respond, his figure had already become a blur, speeding towards the south of the city. Chapter 314. You only have one chance. The southern part of Hanhai City was originally a key military and political location, but now it is under the close watch of the Spirit Hall. Above the main gate of the mansion hung a black plaque with the words, Mo Lin Mansion, written on it. The edges of the plaque were carved with entwined snake patterns, giving it a sinister and eerie feel. A figure dressed in a dark black robe was reclining in a rocking chair, enjoying the delicacies of Hanhai City. The man was tall and thin, his body like a withered tree. His face was so pale that it was devoid of any color, clinging tightly to his bones, making him look particularly ferocious. But what's most striking are his eyes. His pupils are long and narrow like a snake's, and wherever his gaze sweeps, it seems to carry the chilling intent of a venomous snake flicking its tongue. This person is none other than Ink Scale Douluo, who recently became a title Douluo at the Spirit Hall. He was looking at the letter in his hand, a disdainful expression on his face. As a mere brat worthy of a personal letter from the second master. Mo Lin Douluo casually tossed the letter aside. His eyes filled with arrogance and pride. The outside world had hailed the boy named Lu Chen as a prodigy, but in his eyes, it was nothing more than exaggerated rumors. What good could a mere kid possibly be? No matter how talented. However, the matters requested in the letter by the second master still need to be handled. He waved his hand lazily, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. Soon, a soul master dressed in the uniform of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement officers strode over, bowed, and awaited instructions. Go and make arrangements have someone cause trouble for Lu Chen and hinder their sea voyage. As soon as Douluo finished speaking, the law enforcement officers immediately turned and left. However, just as the figure of the law enforcement officer disappeared around the corner of the mansion gate, a sword cry that sounded like a dragon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Clang! The sword rang out clearly, yet it carried an invincible and sharp aura that pierced straight through the eardrums. The ink-scale Douluo on the rocking chair suddenly opened his slender snake eyes. His face instantly lost its languor and was replaced by vigilance. Such powerful sword intent. Douluo's Adam's apple bobbed, and the arrogance in his eyes was replaced by solemnity. This sword intent was incredibly sharp and invincible, and it also carried a powerful pressure that made his soul tremble. It was something that no ordinary soul master could release. The sound of steady footsteps approached from afar. Outside the mansion gate, the guards of the Spirit Hall were already in chaos. Several figures flew in backwards and crashed heavily into the beams and pillars of the Vermilion Gate. Spitting blood and barely breathing, a streak of crimson gold sword energy flew out, and the originally solid Vermilion Gate shattered instantly. Dressed in white, Lu Chen slowly walked into the mansion. The murderous aura emanating from the Assura demon's sword in his hand caused the temperature in the entire manor to drop sharply. Lu Chen's gaze fell directly on Douluo, his tone calm and even. Douluo, the Spirit Hall sent you to obstruct my departure at sea. They are giving you too much credit and underestimating me. You're Lu Chen. Douluo slowly stood up. He swallowed and still stubbornly said, you do have some guts, daring to break into my manor all by yourself. However, young man, arrogance comes at a price. Lu Chen moved his left index finger, and the letter that Douluo had thrown on the ground slowly fell into his hand. Lu Chen quickly scanned the words on it, a slight smile curving his lips. The contents of the letter were exactly as he had guessed. Golden Crocodile Douluo ordered him to delay his departure to prevent the Spirit Pagoda and Sea God Island from joining forces. I see. Lu Chen slowly clenched the letter in his palm. With a flick of his soul power, the letter instantly turned into dust and scattered in the wind. So they thought I was going to find Sea God Island to get help. Lu Chen smiled helplessly, then looked at Douluo and said slowly, you only have one chance. I will only use one sword. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen's soul power was already boiling. A crimson gold light burst forth from his body, and the Assura sword intent soared into the sky. Lu Chen stood before the ink-scale Douluo, his entire being resembling an unparalleled sword. The surrounding air was compressed by this powerful force, causing it to hiss and crackle, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly across the ground centered on his feet. Douluo's expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to underestimate him in the slightest. He could clearly feel that even before Lu Chen's sword was drawn, the pressure it carried made him tremble. Arrogant. Do you really think the ink-scale Douluo, I'm just a decoration? He roared fiercely, and his dark black soul power erupted, causing 9 soul rings to suddenly rise from his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 7th soul skill, martial soul true form. Ink-scaled giant python. The 7th spirit ring transformed into a beam of black light and merged into the body of ink-scale Douluo. Roar. With a piercing hiss, the ink-scale Douluo's body rapidly expanded, its pale face covered with fine black scales, a thick snake tail sprouted from its back, and its head transformed into the head of a ferocious giant python. Its cold vertical pupils were fixed on Lu Chen, and its forked tongue carried a venomous stench. It's useless. Lu Chen's voice remained calm as he slowly raised the Assura demon sword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Crimson gold sword energy condensed at the tip, growing brighter and brighter. The sword's cry grew ever louder, even drowning out the roar of the giant black-scaled python. 7 kills of Assura, 1 kill for all living beings. Buzz. A deafening sword cry resounded throughout Hanhai City. Lu Chen flicked his wrist, and the Assura demon sword suddenly slashed out. A condensed crimson gold sword aura burst forth, tearing through the air wherever it passed. The sword energy, carrying an invincible force, slashed directly at the GI ant python form that ink-scale Douluo had transformed into. Mo Lin Douluo's pupils shrank drastically, and he felt as if his soul was about to die. He could clearly feel the aura of death approaching, and in haste. He activated his strongest defensive soul skill, 8th soul skill, Mystic Scale Guardian. The black scales instantly multiplied several times, like the strongest shield, while his snake tail lashed out at the ground. And his body retreated rapidly, trying to avoid the fatal sword strike. However, the speed of the crimson gold sword energy was too fast, so fast that he simply didn't have time to completely dodge it. With a muffled thud, the Schwanline Guardian was shattered instantly, like a fragile eggshell, and the crimson gold sword energy struck the belly of the ink-scaled giant python without any hindrance. Black scales flew everywhere, blood gushed out like a fountain, and a mournful hiss echoed through the sky. The giant black-scaled python flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the back wall of the black-scale mansion. The dark black soul power dissipated rapidly, and Mo Lin Douluo was forced to deactivate his martial soul true body. Transforming back into human form, he clutched the hideous wound on his abdomen, blood gushing from between his fingers, his face as pale as paper, and his aura instantly weakened. The Sword-D energy not only cleaved through his defenses, but also carried a domineering killing intent, wreaking havoc within his body and destroying his meridians and the foundation of his soul power. Lu Chen sheathed his sword and stood there, his white robes as pure as snow. His soul power slowly receded, as if the power expended by that sword strike was insignificant to him. He glanced at the heavily injured and fallen Mo Lin Douluo, his tone still calm. "I said, you only have one chance, and I will only use one sword." Mo Lin Douluo lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only coughed up a mouthful of blood. He never expected that he, a titled Douluo, couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from Lu Chen. The opponent's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Lu Chen looked towards the direction of Hanhai City, a faint smile curving his lips. The road to the sea is unobstructed. Chapter 315 Setting Sail. 3 days later, Lu Chen led Xiao Wu and the others through the entire city, exited from the west gate of Hanhai City, and followed the wide road specially opened on the reef outside the city to descend the reef and head straight for the dock. Everyone who wants to go out to sea from Hanhai City Wharf needs to take this road, so although building a road on the reef is difficult, the Hanhai City authorities have spared no effort to keep the road in good condition. The docks here are enormous, with at least 20 piers, each hundreds of meters long, extending into the sea and housing hundreds of ships. This place can be considered the starting and ending point of maritime trade, and also a huge source of revenue for the entire Hanhai City. Although the ocean is full of powerful spirit beasts, it also contains endless wealth. Living off the sea has long been an unchanging truth in Hanhai City. Even though people lose their lives to sea spirit beasts every year, this situation remains unchanged. The land near the sea is mostly saline alkali soil, completely unsuitable for growing crops. Only the various marine creatures can bring benefits to Hanhai City. It is precisely because of the sea that the people here can exchange for various resources. During these 3 days, the ink-scale Douluo never appeared in front of Lu Chen, and even law enforcement officers of the Spirit Hall avoided Lu Chen and his group. Lu Chen looked at the vast sea in front of him, and the salty sea breeze, carrying the moisture of the waves, rushed towards him. Before Lu Chen could even take out the open black lens bracket Star Chaser close black lens bracket, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s came up to him. "Are you all soul masters from the inland?" The middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? Want to set sail? I'm Hader, the captain of the Sea Demon." Lu Chen looked at Hader, who had a smile on his face, but greed was hidden in his eyes. "Get lost." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a trace of the Golden Dragon King's aura pressed down on Hader. The Golden Dragon King's pressure, though seemingly weak, felt like a towering mountain crashing down on Hader. The fawning smile on his face froze instantly, his pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, and it felt as if a scalding hot iron had been stuffed into his throat, making it impossible for him to utter a complete sentence. Thump! Hader's legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to his knees on the road. His knees struck the hard rocks with a dull thud, causing him to convulse in pain. His soul power instinctively tried to surge and resist, but in the face of the terrifying pressure originating from the depths of his bloodline, this amount of soul power was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and was crushed clean as soon as it appeared. Spare my life. Cold sweat instantly soaked Hader's forehead, soaking his hair and trickling down his cheeks, mingling with the fine sand on the rocks, forming droplets that dripped from his chin. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold, and the oppressive aura he exuded not only didn't recede but intensive. What's mine is not something you can covet. I wouldn't dare. Hader was so terrified that his body trembled uncontrollably, and a wet patch gradually seeped through his trouser leg. He had lost control of his bladder from fright. Several boatmen who had originally intended to come over and chat saw this scene and were so frightened that they quickly retreated and hid far away, not daring to even breathe loudly. A look of disgust crossed Lu Chen's face. He withdrew the Golden Dragon King's oppressive aura and immediately led the women away from Hader. Get lost, and don't ever appear in front of me again. Freed from the oppressive restraints, Hader seemed to have all his strength drained away, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Hader scrambled to his feet, not bothering to brush off the dust and grime, and dared not look back. He staggered toward the distant sea demon. Lu Chen didn't look at the ships of varying sizes on the dock, nor did he pay attention to the curious glances from the sailors and merchants around him. He simply raised his right hand slowly and flicked his fingertips lightly in the air. The star sapphire flew directly into the air. Buzz! A deep yet clear hum suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The next moment, a dazzling silver-white light suddenly burst forth from the center of the star sapphire. Within the light, countless fine soul-guiding patterns seemed to come alive, rapidly intertwining and extending to form a massive gate of light. Within the portal, a faint flow of stars could be seen, as if a miniature starry sky was hidden within. Immediately afterwards, the once calm sea surface was suddenly churned into towering waves. Before the onlookers could react, a massive, jet-black ship appeared before them. The ship's hull was engraved with countless golden magic arrays, which shimmered like stars in the sunlight. The ship is long and majestic, nearly 100 meters long and 20 meters wide, several times more imposing than the largest seagoing vessel at the dock. The ship's hull towered high, like a black city wall, and the deck was flat and wide, with the OUT lines of more complex soul-guided cannon arrays faintly visible on it. When the Star Chaser appeared intact on the dock, the entire Hanhai city dock fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The boatmen and sailors who had been hiding in the distance, the captains who wanted to chat, the merchants and porters who came and went, and even the guards of Hanhai city who were responsible for maintaining order at the edge of the dock, all stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. What is that? After an unknown amount of time, a trembling voice finally broke the deathly silence from the crowd. The sound was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. A giant ship. This is a giant ship. My God, such a huge ship. The largest ship in Hanhai City, the Junhai, looks like a small fishing boat next to it. It's not a ship. Look, it came out of the portal. It came out of that young man's gem. Exclamations, gasps of shock, and shouts of disbelief mingled together, echoing throughout the entire dock. What kind of strength and resources are needed to house such a massive warship within a single gem? When Lu Chen led the women to the Star Chaser, the golden magic array on the ship's hull instantly lit up. Buzz! A deep hum sounded again. A step slowly descended from the side of the Star Chaser, connecting to the dock. As Lu Chen and his group boarded the deck, the seawater around the Star Chaser became turbulent once again. An invisible aura emanated from the Star Chaser, enveloping the entire dock. The crowd that had been discussing the matter fell silent instantly, no longer daring to utter a sound. The sea breeze blew by, lifting the hem of Lu Chen's clothes. He stood on the deck of the Star Chaser, looking down over the entire dock and the astonished crowd. His eyes were calm and deep, like the endless sea. Set sail. Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden magic array on the Star Chaser instantly burst forth with dazzling light. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge jet of water gushed out from the bottom of the Star Chaser. The entire warship slowly sailed away from the dock, heading towards the endless sea. Captain Hyder had just reached the Sid-E of the Sea Demon when he heard the noise behind him and instinctively turned around. When he saw the colossal ship, entirely black and engraved with golden magic arrays, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart, which had just calmed down, felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, almost stopping its beating. He stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with surprise. What is that? Greed once again overcame reason in his eyes. That giant ship, why can't it be mine? Chapter 316 The Greedy Pirates. A day passed quickly, and all around was the endless sea, with no trace of land in sight. The scenery of the sea is irreplaceable by any other sight. Without ever having been to the sea, one can never truly experience its grandeur and magnificence. As the sun sets, the orange-red afterglow, like molten gold, spreads across the entire sea. The originally azure seawater was dyed a warm orange-red, and the shimmering waves looked like countless shattered diamonds scattered on them. Swaying with the waves, the Star Chaser sailed extremely smoothly. The golden magic array on the ship's hull always emitted a faint glow, keeping the surging waves at bay. Even the occasional surging waves would be smoothed out by an invisible force the moment they approached the warship. On the deck, there was no turbulence at all. It felt as if you were on a smooth piece of land. Not on a warship sailing on the sea. At the beginning of their sea voyage, Xiao Wu, Zuching and the others were full of excitement, but soon they all felt bored. Xiao Wu squatted listlessly on the edge of the deck, her fair fingers gently touching the seawater outside the ship's side, splashing tiny water droplets wherever her fingertips touched. Her signature bunny ears drooped, no longer as lively as before. She would occasionally glance at Lu Chen not far away, muttering under her breath, "Lu Chen, the ocean is just water, nothing but water, so boring." Lu Chen smiled faintly. According to the nautical chart, we will have to stay at sea for at least another month before we reach Poseidon Island. Before him was a screen of light. The route of this voyage was clearly displayed on the screen. Xiao Wu sat down next to Lu Chen, her soft rabbit ears gently rubbing against his shoulder. She curled up her smooth legs and rested her head directly on Lu Chen's lap. A month. Xiao Wu drawled out her words, her fair fingers restlessly hooking around Lu Chen's clothes and tugging at them gently. That's been too long, isn't it? Looking at the sea every day, my eyes are going to turn blue. Lu Chen said helplessly, you can cultivate with Zuching and the others. The Star Chaser has many cultivation chambers, and the concentration of spiritual energy inside is much stronger than that of the simulated cultivation environment. Xiao Wu pouted and said in a coquettish tone, cultivation is the most boring thing ever. Seeing this, Lu Chen lightly PPED the light screen in front of him with his fingertip. The scene on the light screen suddenly changed. A group of palm-sized, semi-transparent fish were circling the Star Chaser. They had tiny fins on their sides and moved with great agility, occasionally bumping their heads against the protective array and making soft sounds. Most remarkably, their bodies seemed to contain tiny specks of light that shimmer faintly in the setting sun. Wow, what an adorable fish! Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, how did you do that? Lu Chen smiled slightly and slowly explained, this is the Star Chaser's deep-sea vision and environmental interaction function. The golden magic array on the ship's hull is not only used to defend against sea waves, but can also actively sense the marine environment within 100 feet and project the underwater scene onto the light screen in real time. Those were glassfish, which only appear where deep-sea warm currents meet, and are rarely seen otherwise. Most importantly, This fish has extremely delicious flesh, a rare delicacy from the sea. Lu Chen explained. They are quite curious by nature, and when they saw the star chaser, this big guy, they came over to take a look. When Xiao Wu heard Lu Chen say that the glass fish had delicious meat, her droopy rabbit ears immediately perked up. Then, can we catch some to eat? She gently rubbed her head against Lu Chen's thigh. Lu Chen chuckled at her expression and gently rubbed her bunny ears with his fingertips. Of course you can. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly tapped the light screen with his fingertip. The next second, the golden magic circle on the side of the star chaser's hull glowed faintly, and a slender golden beam of light, like a nimble whip, instantly disappeared into the seawater. In the blink of an eye, the beam of light carried more than a dozen glass fish out of the water and landed on the deck. Amazing! Xiao Wu cheered and sat up from Lu Chen's lap. But instead of leaving, she nestled into his arms and rested her head on his chest. Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist. If you want to eat, I'll make it for you tonight. Aha! Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, her rabbit ears swaying gently. I'll go and work with Lingling and the others to prepare the fish. As she spoke, she tried to get up from Lu Chen's arms. But Lu Chen gently pressed her down. What's the rush? Lu Chen's voice was languid as he gently stroked the tip of her nose with his finger. Stay with me a little longer. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed slightly. She nestled obediently back into his arms and stopped talking. Her arms wrapped around his waist, and she pressed her body tightly against his. Not far away, Zuching leaned against the ship's railing, her black bodysuit highlighting her hot and perfect figure. Her gaze fell on Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, her eyes showing no trace of jealousy, but rather a faint smile. She had originally come to find Lu Chen out of boredom, but she never expected to see such a scene. She didn't go up to disturb her, but just stood there quietly, the afterglow of the setting sun shining on her, adding a touch of softness to her cold temperament. Meanwhile, by the cabin window, Dugu Yan rested her chin on her hand, watching the two people on the deck, a smile playing on her lips. Beside her, Yi Lingling, dressed in a white dress, stood there like a blooming white lotus. I really envy Xiao Wu, Dugu Yan said softly, her tone slightly teasing. She can cling to Lu Chen so shamelessly. Yi Lingling didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. On the deck, Lu Chen felt the soft body in his arms, listened to Xiao Wu's even breathing, and his gaze fell on the navigation route on the light screen, a deep look flashing in his eyes. As the sun gradually sets, night begins to fall. The orange-red color on the sea surface gradually faded, replaced by a deep black. The twinkling stars lit up the sky and were reflected on the sea, like gems hidden in the deep sea. The golden magic circle on the star chaser still emitted a faint glow, appearing particularly mysterious in the night. Inside the cabin, everyone had already prepared the glass fish and served it on the table. Those plates of glass fish were made into all sorts of dishes. Some were steamed, some were braised, and some were made into fish soup. Each dish exudes an enticing aroma that makes your mouth water. Everyone sat around the dining table, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. What would have been a dull time at sea became exceptionally warm and cozy because of this glass fish feast. Lu Chen looked at the people around him and a faint smile appeared on his face. With them by my side, even the longest sea voyage is never boring. Just then, the star chaser's detection array suddenly emitted a soft alarm. Lu Chen's smile faded slightly, and he tapped the light screen in front of him with his fingertip. On the light screen, a patch of red light suddenly appeared on the originally calm sea route. The red dot magnified, revealing itself to be the sea demon, led by the greedy hater during the day. A hint of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. It seems our sea voyage won't be so peaceful, he said softly. Upon hearing his words, the people around him stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the light screen. Chapter 317 Greedy and Lustful Hater. It's the same group from earlier in the day. Zuching's eyes narrowed and her body tensed instantly. They actually dared to follow us. Dugu Yan put down her chopsticks, a faint purple poisonous mist swirling around her fingertips, her tone laced with disdain. A bunch of money-grubbing bastards. Do they really think our star chaser is easy to mess with? It's been so long since I've met such an interesting person. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and with a series of operations on the light screen, He closed the outermost shield of the Star Chaser. Lu Chen slid his fingertip across the light screen, and the scene around the red dot was magnified clearly. The sea demon was hidden in the dark sea not far away, with all its lights deliberately turned off, and its outline could only be barely seen by starlight. Below the Star Chaser's hull, several dark figures, like geckos, silently climbed upwards using ropes and specially designed suction claws. The leader was Hater, whose eyes were filled with greed and ruthlessness. Yi Lingling slowly said, "There are 8 people in total, all carrying weapons. It seems they plan to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night." Lu Chen said calmly, "They thought that turning off the lights would allow them to avoid detection. But they didn't know that the Star Chaser's array could penetrate the darkness." Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose, her rabbit ears tensing slightly. These bad guys, they weren't satisfied with being chased away during the day. They actually tried to sneak up here. "Lu Chen, let's go teach them a lesson. Don't rush." Lu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, his gaze still fixed on the light screen. "Let them climb a little longer and see what they're up to. There's an invisible protective barrier around the Star Chaser's deck. Even if they climb up, they won't be able to get into the cabin." By this time, Hater had led 7 pirates to the edge of the Starseeker's deck. He signaled his men to slow down, his eyes scanning the deck warily. The Star Chaser was quiet in the night, with only the faint light from the golden magic circle casting a soft halo on the deck, and not a single person could be seen. "Boss, why is there no one on this ship?" a tall, thin pirate asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with unease. During the day, they could see many people on the Star Chaser from afar, but now it was completely empty, which inevitably made them feel uneasy. Hater spat, "What's there to be afraid of? They're probably all fast asleep. This ship looks priceless. There must be plenty of treasure on board. We'll sneak into the cabin, subdue those people, loot the ship of all its riches. And then we can live a life of luxury after we've taken this giant ship." As he spoke, he was the first to flip over the ship's side and land on the deck. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt an invisible resistance, as if he had hit a transparent wall. Hater was taken aback and pushed hard, but the invisible barrier didn't budge. "Boss, what's wrong?" Her pirates also climbed up and gathered around when they saw Hater's unusual behavior. "Something's strange." Hater frowned, reaching out and feeling around in the air in front of him. "There's something invisible blocking the way." Just then, the lights on both sides of the deck suddenly turned on, and the dazzling light instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Hater and the others instinctively covered their eyes and gasped in surprise. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, they looked up and saw Lu Chen standing at the cabin door not far away with Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and the others, looking at them coldly. "You guys are climbing a bit slower than I expected." Lu Chen's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, clearly reached the ears of every pirate, "Since you enjoy climbing ships so much, why don't you climb back onto your shabby ship?" Hater's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that his sneak attack plan had been seen through long ago. But now there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth, drew the curved sword from his waist, and shouted, "Brothers, activate your martial spirits. Fight them to the death. If we can take this ship, we'll have all the gold and silver treasures we could ever want." In an instant, led by Hater, the 8 people simultaneously released their martial spirits. A series of beautiful soul rings lit up. Captain Hater had 5 spirit rings, and his first mate had 4. The other 6 spirit masters included 2 with 3 spirit rings and 4 with 2 spirit rings. Looking at the group of weak pirates, Lu Chen had no intention of fighting. "Hayote, lock them up. I have questions to ask you." Hayote was about to retort, but when she remembered that she was now Lu Chen's maid, she could only slowly walk up to the group of pirates. The aura of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion suddenly spread out, and the extreme cold swept across the entire deck like a tidal wave. The pirates, who had been so aggressive, turned pale instantly upon sensing this fierce aura, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What is this aura? It's terrifying." The tall, thin pirate's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to his knees, his voice trembling with tears. His martial soul was just an ordinary sea serpent, and under the pressure of the Ice Emperor's extreme ice, even mobilizing his soul power became extremely difficult. Hader's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could clearly feel that the mere release of his opponent's aura had instilled in him an overwhelming sense of despair. Who exactly are you? Hader asked in a hoarse voice, his eyes filled with terror, all traces of his previous greed and ruthlessness gone. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful, wondering why he hadn't been able to restrain his greed before. Hayote snorted coldly, his eyes as cold as frost, and he didn't bother to pay any attention to Hader's questioning. With a gentle flick of her jade-like finger, several condensed ice shards instantly took shape and shot precisely at the limbs of the 8 pirates. With a few soft, plop sounds, the pirates were frozen solid by the ice shards before they could even react, unable to move except for their heads, which could barely turn. The ice from Hayote not only froze their bodies but also suppressed their soul power, rendering them completely powerless to resist. After doing all this, Hayote turned to look at Lu Chen, her tone still carrying a hint of reluctance. It's all taken care of. Lu Chen nodded, walked slowly to Hader, and looked down at him. At this moment, Hader was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes darted away, and he dared not meet Lu Chen's gaze. Captain Hader, it's been a long time. Lu Chen's eyes remained completely devoid of emotion. Tell me, where is your lair? Lu Chen's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Hader defiantly turned his head away, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Seeing his expression, Lu Chen already knew the answer in his heart. He said no more, but simply gave Hayote a look. Ice Emperor snorted coldly, and the aura of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion instantly surged towards Hader. This is your last chance. Hayote stared coldly at Hader. Location of the lair. Explain clearly, or I'll chop you up and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. The fear of death overwhelmed Hader like a tidal wave, and he seemed to see a bright green scorpion walking towards him step by step. Hader's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Chapter 318 Purple Pearl. I want to be your woman's woman. I'll talk. Hader's voice was choked with sobs. We come from the Purple Pearl pirate crew, and we are located on Purple Pearl Island, which is 2 days' sea voyage from here. Over the past decade, under the leadership of our Captain Purple Pearl, we have either absorbed or destroyed all the small pirate groups in this sea area, forming a large organization with over 3,000 members. Among them, there are over 200 soul masters. My sea demon ship is among the top in the group. All the crew members who follow me are my people. I was originally the leader of a pirate crew myself, but I was later recruited. Our Purple Pearl pirate crew's leader is a level 73 soul saint. Her strength is extremely powerful. She's probably around 37 or 38 years old, but she's very well preserved and looks only in her 20s. She's very beautiful. Give me the address of the Purple Pearl pirate gang. Lu Chen handed a nautical chart to Hader, and based on Hader's description, he quickly determined the address of the Purple Pearl pirate gang. Hayote, sink them. Lu Chen put away the nautical chart, his voice devoid of any emotion. Faced with a group of pirates who wanted to rob and kill, he naturally wouldn't let them live to continue harming the people. These pirates force could not be forgiven even if they died 10 times over. With a flick of his finger, the ice on Hader and the others became even thicker, and the extreme ice attribute directly froze the soul power within their bodies. Then, with a gentle flick of her right hand, Hader and his 8 companions were instantly slammed into the sea. Thump! 8 heavy splashes echoed across the sea. Hader was caught off guard and choked on a mouthful of seawater. He instinctively tried to mobilize his soul power to struggle, but his meridians were already frozen stiff and his limbs were wrapped in thick ice. No, impossible. I am a sea soul master. I can breathe underwater. A pirate roared frantically, his face filled with disbelief and despair. They are all sea spirit masters who spend their lives with the sea. The sea is like a second home to them. With their soul power, they can even stay in the deep sea for several hours. But at this moment, the sea is death to them. Seawater kept rushing into their mouths and noses, the icy touch invading their internal organs through their respiratory tracts. The seawater washed over their chests, then their necks, and finally over their heads. Lu Chen looked at the sea demon and casually unleashed a beam of dark blue light. The sea demon condensed at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, the entire ship was frozen in a thick layer of ice. Immediately afterwards, the entire ship sank suddenly, carrying a thick layer of ice as it began to plunge towards the seabed. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze seeing through the sea as he watched the sea demon gradually being swallowed by darkness. The ripples on the sea gradually subsided, as if drawing a period to the end of this evil. He could clearly sense that as the sea demon sank into the deep sea, the life force of the 8 pirates was gradually dissipating, eventually disappearing completely into the vast ocean. All right, everyone, go back and rest now. After the farce ended, the women quickly returned to their cabins to rest. The exchange had just taken its toll, though not too much, but night had fallen and the sea was now silent. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking and the pale light of day was about to pierce through the clouds and spill onto the sea, a series of rapid bangs, accompanied by shouts and horns violently woke up everyone who was fast asleep in the cabin. Xiao Wu's lazy nasal voice had just reached the tip of her tongue when it was instantly interrupted by more urgent, bang bang, sound from outside the window. She suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively sat up, and quickly pulled the thin blanket over herself with both hands before she could even get up. He was then pulled into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen, outside. Seeing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, Xiao Wu felt relieved. Almost at the same time, the figures of the women appeared at the cabin door. Seeing this, Lu Chen knew he couldn't rest properly, so he led everyone to the deck. On the sea from all directions, countless pirate ships were closing in on their star chaser. Each ship had a purple pearl emblem on its sail, with the words, "Purple Pearl Pirate Crew," written next to it. It's the person Hater mentioned last night. Lu Chen yawned lazily, not taking the pirates seriously at all. Meanwhile, on the largest ship of the Purple Pearl Pirates, a woman with a slender figure was observing Lu Chen and his group through a telescope. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, and was extremely beautiful. She had a high nose, a pair of beautiful large purple eyes, and short purple hair that made her look neat, smart, and spirited. It was none other Han, the leader of the Purple Pearl pirate gang, the Soul Saint Purple Pearl. Purple Pearl's fingers tightened slightly as she gripped the binoculars. Her purple eyes, behind the lenses, first swept over the women who were standing guard on the deck, then fixed firmly on Xiao Wu in Lu Chen's arms. The morning light outlined Xiao Wu's delicate profile, her fluffy long hair falling over her shoulders. Even in the perilous situation of being surrounded by pirates, her eyes still retained a touch of liveliness. Purple Pearl's breath hitched inexplicably. She put down her binoculars and immediately shouted to the surrounding pirates. "Men, fire the cannons. I want to be that woman's woman." "Commander, what did you say?" The pirate lieutenant beside him thought he had misheard, staring wide-eyed and frozen in place, even forgetting to wave the command flag in his hand. The surrounding pirates were also in an uproar, whispering amongst themselves. Purple Pearl frowned slightly, seemingly unconcerned that she had said anything wrong. "Didn't you hear me? I said, fire the cannons to intimidate them, but remember not to hurt the woman in the pink dress. I want to capture her alive and make her my bandit queen." As soon as she finished speaking, the riding crop in her hand lashed hard against the deck of the boat, making a crisp, snap sound. The pirates fell silent instantly, not daring to utter another word. The second in command quickly waved the command flag and roared, "What are you all standing there for? Obey the captain's orders, fire the cannons. Aim at the waters around the enemy ship. But don't hurt the target." Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons fired simultaneously, and dark shells shot towards the Starseeker with a piercing whistling sound. Despite the barrage of artillery fire, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his left hand, the previously silent Star Chaser suddenly lit up with a pale blue halo. The halo rapidly spread from the ship's hull, forming an oval shield that covered the entire ship in a short moment. Buzz! A deep, resonant energy hum echoed across the sea. The dark shells that hurtled towards them struck the pale blue shield as if they had hit an impenetrable wall. The first shell struck the shield, instantly bursting into a blinding flash of fire. The enormous impact caused the surface of the shield to ripple slightly. But not even a crack appeared. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of shells pounded into the sea, creating a deafening explosion that turned the waters around the Starseeker a fiery red. Chapter 319 Surrender. Death. The intense barrage lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and the pirates of the Purple Pearl pirate crew almost emptied the cannons. Before stopping at their second-in-command's shout. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a layer of black gunpowder debris floated on the sea surface, slowly spreading outwards with the sea breeze. Light blue shield surrounding the starship remained as sturdy as ever. What kind of protective shield is this? How can it withstand so much of our artillery fire? The pirate's second-in-command muttered to himself, his heart pounding with fear, and he could barely hold the command flag in his hand. The surrounding pirates fell into a deathly silence, their previously high morale plummeted to rock bottom. Purple Pearl's expression finally changed. She raised her telescope again, staring intently at the pale blue shield outside the Star Chaser, her purple eyes filled with shock and solemnity. Lu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu in his arms. He looked up at the main ship where Purple Pearl was, and his voice, carrying a trace of soul power, clearly reached the other party's ears. Purple Pearl, is it? With such little skill, you dare to try to rob people on the road? Enraged by Lu Chen's tone, Purple Pearl's eyebrows furrowed as she roared at the pirates beside her, get yourselves together. It's just a broken shield. Pass on my order. All Soul Masters, prepare to board the ship. I refuse to believe they can hide inside the shield forever. At her command, figures leapt out from dozens of pirate ships of the Purple Pearl pirate gang. Most of these Soul Masters were Sea Soul Masters. One by one, they unleashed their soul skills. Some had fish scales appear under their feet. Some had fish fins growing from their backs, and some even summoned giant marine creatures as their martial souls, rushing towards the Star Chaser. She looked at Xiao Wu beside Lu Chen and shouted, wait a minute, you'll be mine. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen glanced down at Xiao Wu and chuckled, looks like someone's got their eye on you. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, annoyed. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and a point of crimson gold light suddenly shone between his brows. Buzz! A deep, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The Assura demon sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. On the blade, blood-red patterns flowed slowly as if they were alive, radiating a chilling pressure. The next second, 8 spirit rings suddenly rose from beneath Lu Chen's feet. 2 purples, 3 blacks, 1 red, 1 blue and gold, 1 purple and black. Immediately afterwards, the 8 spirit rings expanded rapidly, transforming into 8 dazzling rings that blotted out the sky, enveloping the entire Star Chaser and even covering the surrounding sea surface. Those Soul Masters who rushed towards the Star Chaser were instantly terrified when they felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Chen and saw the 8 dazzling soul rings. They all stopped in their tracks, wanting to retreat, but found that their bodies were bound by an invisible force and they could not move at all. Lu Chen, holding the Assura demon sword, took a step forward. There were no flashy soul skills, no earth-shattering feats. He simply swung his sword lightly. This sword strike, seemingly ordinary, contains profound truths about the universe. This sword strike seemed to transcend time and space, appearing directly in front of all the approaching Soul Masters. A flash of sword light. Fast, extremely fast, so fast that it's impossible to react, so fast that even sound can't keep up with its speed. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled thuds echoed across the sea. The Soul Masters who rushed forward stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. Their bodies were neatly cut in half, and blood gushed out instantly, staining the entire sea red. There are no exceptions. Whether they were Soul Masters at levels 20 or 30, or Soul Kings or Soul Emperors at levels 50 or 60, they were all as fragile as paper under this sword strike, utterly vulnerable. After the sword flash, the sea returned to calm. Only the corpses of those Soul Masters remained, slowly sinking into the sea, along with the sky full of blood and the thick, pungent smell of blood permeating the air. One sword, just one sword strike, dozens of Soul Masters perished. Unparalleled in the world, The entire sea was deathly silent. The pirates stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. They gazed at the Assura demon sword in Lu Chen's hand, their eyes filled with utter terror, as if they were witnessing a demon from hell. Purple Pearl stood at the bow of the main ship, her body trembling slightly, and the color drained from her face, turning her deathly pale. The binoculars in her hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. In her mind, only one thought remained. Run, run. This man is not someone she can afford to mess with. Holding the Assura demon sword, Lu Chen stood at the bow of the Star Chaser, his gaze calmly fixed on the main ship where Purple Pearl was located. His eyes were cold, with a hint of murderous intent. Just that one glance made Purple Pearl feel her soul tremble. She could no longer remain calm and screamed, "Run! Run!" After saying that, she turned around and tried to run into the cabin. However, Lu Chen's voice rang out again, clearly reaching her ears. "I told you, with this little skill, you dare to try and rob people on the road. Since you're here, don't leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen swung his sword again. This sword strike was even more ferocious and terrifying than the previous one. With a flash of sword light, it traversed a distance of hundreds of meters and slashed directly at the main ship where Purple Pearl was located. Click! A loud bang. The massive main ship was neatly cut in half. The sounds of ship planks breaking, pirates screaming, and seawater rushing into the cabin mingled together. Lu Chen released Xiao Wu, tapped his toes, and flew directly towards the direction of the Purple Pearl. He stood in the air, stretched out his hand, and grabbed at the air, and a powerful suction force surged toward the Purple Pearl. Purple Pear. Elle felt her body lighten and flew uncontrollably toward Lu Chen. She struggled desperately to break free from the suction, only to find that her soul power was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, she was gripped tightly in Lu Chen's hand, her neck was choked, and she instantly found it difficult to breathe. Who are you?" Purple Pearl's face flushed crimson as she managed to squeeze out a few words with difficulty. She could clearly feel the chilling killing intent emanating from Lu Chen's fingertips. With just a slight exertion, her neck would be snapped. Lu Chen looked down at her, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. "Submit, or die." The 6 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Purple Pearl's ears. Lu Chen applied a little pressure with his 5 fingers, and Zi Junju's face instantly turned red. A feeling of suffocation overwhelmed Purple Pearl like a tidal wave, and the shadow of death rapidly magnified before her eyes. She had witnessed countless life and death situations, but never before had she felt so small and helpless. It wasn't until she faced death herself that she understood how utterly despairing fear could be. Chapter 320 Subduing the Purple Pearl Pirate Crew. Lu Chen's eyes remained unwavering, as if he were not holding a vibrant life in his grasp, but rather an insignificant object. In his mind, Purple Pearl was neither a vicious nor a kind person. I surrender." With her last ounce of strength, Purple Pearl managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty. The moment she finished speaking, the grip on her neck loosened slightly, allowing her to greedily take a few breaths of air. Her chest heaved violently, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lu Chen's gaze remained icy. "Words are meaningless, swear by your martial spirit." Purple Pearl felt a chill run down her spine. She knew what this meant. From now on, she would completely lose her freedom and become the vassal of the man before her, her life and death controlled by him. But she had no choice. Either die now or risk her martial spirit to survive. She took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation and resentment in her heart. "I, Purple Pearl, swear by my own martial spirit." Purple Pearl's voice trembled slightly, yet remained exceptionally clear. "From this day forward, I voluntarily become your servant. Absolutely loyal and never to betray you. If I break this oath, my martial spirit will shatter, my cultivation will be completely destroyed, and my soul will be annihilated." He nodded slightly and landed back on the Star Chaser with the Purple Pearl. He released his grip on Purple Pearl's neck. Losing her support, Purple Pearl staggered back a few steps and collapsed in midair, panting heavily. Her face was still pale, but the fear in her eyes had dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of resignation and awe. "Get up." Lu Chen's voice remained calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Purple Pearl dared not be negligent in the slightest, and hurriedly struggled to stand up, bowing her head respectfully, not daring to look Lu Chen in the eye. Your subordinate Purple Pearl greets master. Lu Chen glanced at the chaotic sea below, where the surviving pirates were floating in fear and unease. They looked at Lu Chen and Zijunju, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Clean up this mess and bring your men to see me. Yes, master. Purple Pearl quickly agreed without the slightest hesitation. She turned around, channeled her soul power, and shouted loudly at the pirates below, shut up. From today onwards, my Purple Pearl pirate crew submits to our master. Anyone who dares to disobey will face my wrath. The pirates were already terrified by Lu Chen's terrifying strength. Hearing their captain's order and recalling the horrific scene they had just witnessed, they dared not utter a single dissent. They respectfully replied, yes, Captain. We will obey our master. Xiao Wu was standing next to Lu Chen, watching this scene curiously. Lu Chen, are you really going to take her as a servant? It will be useful to keep it. Lu Chen smiled faintly and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. With her, the pirate captain who is familiar with the sea, our journey at sea will be much smoother. The reason he didn't kill Purple Pearl was because he valued her familiarity with the sea and the pirate crew she led. For him, who was about to venture into the ocean, this was undoubtedly a useful force. Purple Pearl quickly cleaned up the mess. She ordered her men to gather the surviving pirates, salvage some useful supplies, and then led everyone toward the Star Chaser. She flew to the bow of the Star Chaser first and bowed respectfully to Lu Chen again, Master. The mess has been cleaned up and everyone has assembled, awaiting your orders. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the group of trembling pirates behind Purple Pearl. They were dressed in rags. Many of them were injured, and their eyes were full of fear as they looked at him. Lu Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority and clearly reached the ears of every pirate. Purple Pearl has sworn allegiance with her martial spirit, and so have you. As soon as the words were spoken, a small commotion arose among the pirates. Some looked troubled, while others had shifty eyes, clearly showing their resistance to the idea of swearing an oath with their martial spirit. A burly pirate with sea serpent tattoos on his arms couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling slightly, Master. Master, we are willing to submit and do our job well. Could we not take the martial soul oath? We will definitely obey and never dare to betray you. As soon as he finished speaking, Purple Pearl gave him a cold glance. Before Lu Chen could speak, Purple Pearl had already moved to the man's side. Then, he slammed his palm into the man's chest, his soul power piercing through the man's protective soul power like a sharp blade, striking straight at his heart and lungs. Puff! The burly pirate spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the edge of the deck before sliding into the sea, splashing up a large spray of water. After struggling for a few moments, he fell silent, and a thin layer of blood mist quickly rose to the surface of the sea. The deck fell into a deathly silence. All the pirates trembled with fear, their faces pale as they lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe. Purple Pearl withdrew her hand, turned around, and swept her gaze across the remaining pirates like a knife. You dare to bargain with your master. Your martial soul oath is your only way out. Anyone who dares to say another, no, will suffer the same fate as you. Purple Pearl sighed inwardly. These people still hadn't grasped reality. We are willing to swear an oath. A skinny pirate was the first to react, collapsing to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with tears. Following the first example, the remaining pirates quickly followed suit, kneeling one after another on the deck, forming a dense, orderly mass. We swear by our martial spirits that we will submit to our master, be absolutely loyal, and never betray him. If we break this oath, our martial spirits will be shattered. Our cultivation will be completely destroyed, and our souls will be annihilated. Lu Chen nodded slightly upon seeing this. He looked at Zijunju and said calmly, well done. Purple Pearl felt relieved and quickly bowed, saying, I was just doing my duty and dare not accept your praise, Master. The reason she acted without hesitation just now was partly to show her loyalty to Lu Chen, to prove that she had completely submitted and would help him manage the pirates. On the other hand, it was also for the sake of his brothers. If more and more people disobeyed Lu Chen's orders because of that person, then their death was imminent. You can stay on the Starseeker, but you can only move around on the deck. He looked at Purple Pearl, his tone returning to its usual calm. Settle your people in place, select a few capable subordinates to manage the affairs on the ship. Additionally, I need a detailed map of the sea area, especially the dangerous areas and resource points within it. The sooner the better. Yes, Master, I'll take care of it right away. Purple Pearl quickly agreed, not daring to delay in the slightest. She turned to the kneeling pirates and sternly ordered, "Get up. Clean the deck immediately and put the supplies away. Zhang San and Li Si, you two take a few men and find the sea map and deliver it to the master's cabin. Everyone else, do your jobs. Anyone who slacks off will die." To be continued.